Elf Dimension. I just want to play games. Chapter 151 200. Chapter 151 Lugia's gift. The silver wings of the sea god. 4/5. Nanbo. Sakagi was furious in his heart, and stroking the cat boss's hand unconsciously increased his strength. If it were an ordinary cat, it would be frizzy, but fortunately, the boss of the cat is an elf, and this strength is not taken into account by it. Tell Nanbo to give me Kanto. Leaving a sentence coldly, Sakagi hung up the phone directly. Truth, spoken by Lu Yin from the very beginning. At the time, Sakagi did not doubt the authenticity of his words, because the Rockets did have a preparatory plan to deal with Lugia. But during this time, because of the creation of God's plan, he has stopped all the above plans of the Rockets, and it is the final step to complete the stability. As long as once the God-building plan is completed, he has the confidence to take the legendary step in a short period of time. To dominate the Kanto Alliance, or the whole world, or even both worlds, is only a matter of time. But there are still some idiots, who are still acting against me at this time. Haze flashed in Sakagi's eyes. Although he is the current leader of the Rockets, the Masquerade, one of the founders of the Rockets, still alive, and took his child, Xiao Yin. The Rockets really aren't his thing. Except, the people above are pressing him, and there are many people below who refuse to accept him. The 4 generals of the Rockets are all dubbed by him, and they are absolutely loyal to him, but the 3 beasts of the Rockets are hard to say. They have joined the Rockets for a long time, and they also have their own ideals and ambitions. They are more of a kind of divorced allies. Apart from the 3 beastmen and the 4 generals, among the 3 newly selected cadres, only Mazishi has declared his allegiance and submitted a hit, but the time is too short to trust him. Aju is still in the contact stage, and I can only say that there is a great hope to recruit. And that Supergirl Nazi is still one step away, but as long as she succeeds, she can be directly trained as a confidant. And Xiaobo, if it wasn't for the realization of his ideals and the duck-billed fire dragon, he would have defected long ago. With his relationship with Damu, it would not be difficult to clean it up. When the plan is done, the first person to clean up is you. As for Kazuki and Lihua, it can only be regarded as a cooperative relationship, and cannot be used as a core strength. For such a big rocket, I still have too little power. Sakagi suddenly stood up, with a hint of frenzy in his eyes. But as long as the plan is successful, when I have it, and the power beyond my dreams, then everything will be surrendered. This world only needs a voice and a will. Ba. Chengdu area, when Bijis heard the busy signal, he pouted unhappily. Sakagi, you won't be complacent for long. When my experiment is successful and I find Celebi, the team will be reshuffled. It's more suitable for the Rockets leader. There was a trace of resentment in Bish's eyes, and then he called, Hey, Nanbo, Lugia's plan is on hold for now. Let you go right now. Immediately, go back to Kanto with the fastest speed. After speaking, Bish's directly hung up the phone. Nanbo. What's the situation? Nanbo was stunned. I just got the information about Lugia's new lair in the Blue Star world and wanted to report it, but the plan was stopped. It's really crazy to go back to Kanto. Sakagi. His God-making plan. Such a low success rate, it's better to listen to my best efforts to deal with Lugia. The hatching of divine beast elf eggs is different from that of ordinary elf eggs. The mother's power is needed at the last moment. At that time, Lugia is definitely the weakest. Put the stuff in our rocket's pocket. Isn't it better than an ethereal, God-making plan? More reliable. Nanbo really couldn't understand Sakagi's thoughts. But there is no way, he is just one of the many doctors of the rocket team, and Sakagi is the leader. The leader gives orders, and he can only obey. At this moment, Sakagi will never know. He actually misunderstood Nanbo and missed a time to recognize Lu Yin. The opportunity to threaten, and a missed opportunity to capture Lugia, has buried a lot of hidden dangers in the future of the Rockets. Lu Yin, who is the culprit of all this, does not know, he let the rockets take the blame for this move, will cost the rockets far more than he imagined in the future. Now, he rubbed his hands slightly vulgarly, waiting for Lugia to give him the reward. Human, thank you. Lugia turned her head and thanked Lu Yin from the bottom of her heart. This incident was completely the result of her momentary negligence, almost creating a big problem. Thanks to Lu Yin, she was able to find her child and solve this incident perfectly. As for that human organization called Team Rocket, it also remembered. In return for this time, this organization will take the blame for itself, and after the landing children hatch and grow up, let them practice their skills. This is my reward for you. Lugia controlled a piece of silver and flew to Lu Yin. That's it. Lu Yin grabbed the feather in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitched, and there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. He did so much, and finally got a feather. If he wants Lugia's feather, he only needs to go to the Whirlpool Islands race for a lap. This thing is an ornament. What's so good about taking it out to an auction for money? This is my husband's core feather. Lugia didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking, and explained, it's different from the feathers that we lose every year. This is the real silver wing. Wear it, you can get the blessing of the sea god, and you can breathe freely in the sea. All water elves will naturally get close to you. If you encounter difficulties when you go out, as long as the water elves are willing to help you. In addition, if you encounter something that can't be solved, just go to a place with seawater, and then hold this silver wing. You can directly contact my husband. He will use the fastest speed to help, if he can't come, and I will send the 3 divine birds to help you. Finally, this is also a challenge token. When you feel that you are strong enough, notify us. You can inform my husband and explain that you can make any Lugia to challenge. Lu Yin. Fuck, this is an artifact. Only an idiot would do this at an auction. Chapter 152 _ The gods of time and space looked at Lu Yin very pleasing to the eye. 5/5. The core of the sea god, the silver wings, isn't it? The strongest Lugia's summoner. Lugia with a priesthood must be stronger than the one in front of me. This Nima is the real backer, and can fight against the sky. The kind that fights the air. No. A bit of rationality in Lu Yin's eyes, and he didn't let himself be too floating. It seems that the clerical elves are not allowed to make random shots. Don't think about it, at most. Have a powerful hole card. Calling a helper is the same thing as spending human favors. You can't use it if you can. The ability to breathe freely in the sea is good. In the future, I can go to the sea to search for treasures and make a fortune, and I can also let the sea elves help me. However, the biggest gain is the challenge opportunity. Thinking of this, Lu Yin suddenly looked up at Lugia and asked with a hint of anticipation. You mean, I can challenge all Lugias? Yes, that's right. Lugia nodded. Because of some special reasons, we Lugia are not independent existences, but become a very small group. My husband is the god of the sea, and I am responsible for managing the 2 sea areas of the elf world, the Guandu continent and the Blue Star Pacific Ocean. I have a younger brother who is in charge of the island of Asia. And as long as you feel that you are strong enough, you can challenge any Lugia, but this chance is only one time. Is that so? Lu Liren nodded, and then suddenly asked, can I challenge your child in the future? It's Lugia too. Lugia. She quietly looked at Lu Yin, this human being. She thought it looked pleasing to the eye before, but now she has the urge to kill him directly. To be honest and dare to hit your own child, pay attention that it is still an egg, right? If you beat it, you will win, and then let you take Lugia away. The challenge rules of the Silver Wings are the rules made by the will of the world. She can't change, and Lu Yin's choice is actually within the scope of the rules. You can challenge. Lugia had a difficult answer. That would be great. Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile. If he can defeat Lugia one day, will he still lack this combat power? In the end, the significance of collecting will be more than practical, and there is nothing more refreshing and fulfilling than training a Lugia by himself, but Luyin still thinks it's too simple. Lugia pondered for a while, and said, theoretically you can challenge it, but until my child is an adult, I will take it with me. Our Lugia family has a tradition, and in the past, they would not be allowed to be independent. This is also something that can't be helped. The divine beast has the strength of the 3 armies when he is an adult. He masters the rules and is very powerful. But it is still weak before adulthood, and although there are few powerful people among human trainers, it is not impossible. If Lugia went out for a walk when she was still young, wouldn't it mean that according to the rules of the world's will, all the elves who were defeated head-on could be subdued, whether they were willing or not? Of course, elves can also escape and betray. It can be subdued, which is something that divine beasts do not want to experience. Lugia is the descendant of the sea god, so she doesn't like the experience of being subdued by humans in herself and her clan. Well, I understand what you mean. When your child is independent, I will challenge it. Lu Yin smiled. Lugia means it is not allowed to challenge until its child becomes independent. It doesn't matter at all, the foundation of little Lugia can be left to Lugia to teach him personally, he is not in a hurry to wait until the champion level to conquer it, but it's just right. Also, I also use the same level of elves to challenge. Lu Yin added another sentence. Now Lugia has nothing to say. Looking at Lu Yin, he felt a little more pleasing to the eye. Challenged at the same level, if Lu Yin can command the elf to defeat his own child, Lugia is willing to follow him with his own child. In a hidden space, Palkia turned to look at Diaruga beside him, and said, "Ow. Thanks to this human being, we don't have to be ashamed." "Oh, not bad, I'll give him a little advantage in the future, so I won't see such a pleasing human being." Diaruga nodded in agreement. Originally, they were assigned the task by Arceus. If things developed to a stage that was out of control, they needed to take control of Lugia. This is in order not to make the situation worse, nor to destroy the attitude between human beings and spirits. After all, there are divine beasts doing things, and there are divine beasts in charge, right? But if that's the case, Diaruga and Palkia are very unhappy. If he acts as a thug again, then this face is really lost, and he will definitely be laughed at by the dreamers. Fortunately, Lu Yin has resolved this matter now. So they looked at Lu Yin very nicely. The clerical elves value face. This sudden incident came to an end after Lugia finally gave Lu Yin the silver wings. All retreat under command. The scene, the people of Hengcheng and some trainers all gave a sigh of relief. Today is really a thrilling day, but it is also a day worth remembering for a lifetime. The internet is also constantly heated and fermented, and even in the next few days, routines about this incident have continued to appear on various hot searches. Someone discussed, how strong is Lugia? Everyone blew the power of the divine beast into the sky, and they didn't need to take action themselves to overwhelm a city, or even a powerful alliance. Because Lugia was forced shut, so normal people don't think it's wrong, just worship his power. Some people also discuss the rocket's threat theory. I don't know if someone is behind the control of the fishing reel and can guide it. Everyone knows that the 3 words of the rockets have been disturbed, and there are also many black histories of the rockets who have also been pulled out. For example, in which hill to hunt elves illegally, in which city to conduct illegal experiments, in which place to snatch human elves, etc. The rocket team's reputation has really spread across the 2 worlds, making many such as Water Fleet, the Lava Team, Plasma Team. Such regional groups are envious. But Sakagi, the leader of the rockets, is in pain right now. His most important creation of gods. The plan has recently reached a critical juncture, maintaining that he has also deliberately stopped all plans above the tier, in order to keep the rockets low-key for a while. Unexpectedly, people in various regions of the world of Elf World and Blue Star World are now discussing Team Rocket. The perfect opposite. Sakagi has an urge to kill Dr. Nanbo. Chapter 153 _ Amazing rewards from the League. 1/5. No matter what. Lu Yin didn't pay any attention to what was going on in the outside world. After solving Lugia's matter, he and the girls would go back to Lei Feng Tower directly after reconciliation. Second day, he was invited to the Hangzhou branch of the Alliance and met with member Wang Haiquan in the special reception room. Hello, Master Lu Yin. The owner of Lu Yin is really young and promising. As soon as Wang Haiquan saw Lu Yin, he came up to him and stretched out his hand, not at all like a congressman and a champion trainer. Hello, Mr. Wang. Lu Yin reached out and shook hands with Wang Haiquan, with a proper smile on his face. He is not surprised by Wang Haiquan's performance. After all, he is now a man who can communicate with Lugia. It is normal to meet some courtesies. Master Lu Yin, please. Wang Haiquan quickly let go, motioning Lu Yin to sit aside. After being seated, he said straight to the point, "This time I am here mainly to reward you on behalf of the Alliance." Oh. Lu Yin sat up straight, and narrowed his eyes with interest. I don't know what the reward is. Lu Yin was really curious. In his original estimate, the reward announced by the world would give him a rank reward at most, and if he was unlucky, it might just be a rank reward. That kind of reward, it is impossible for Wang Haiquan, who is a member of parliament, to make a trip in person. Other hand, when Wang Haiquan came in person this time, the reward he gave was at least rank, and it might even be. I just don't know whether the credit for solving the Lugia incident yesterday is to be counted together or separately. A look of anticipation flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. If he was asked to choose, he hoped that it would be superimposed. The value of a high-level reward far exceeds the value of 2 low-level rewards. It's 2 rewards. Speaking of the final reward, Wang Haiquan showed an envious expression, took out a special golden badge from his arms and placed it in front of Lu Yin. The Alliance has combined your achievements in obtaining the world's will reward, discovering new attributes, helping your ally in the Kanto region Ramper to solve the giant stinging jellyfish, and yesterday's achievements in solving the Lugia incident. Decided to give you 2-tier rewards. You will be able to choose 2 elves with the highest champion qualifications in the league's intranet, and at the same time get the honorary president of champion trainers, and enjoy all the privileges that champion trainers can enjoy in advance. You will also enjoy. Wang Haiquan listed a series of benefits next, but Lu Yin's attention was no longer there. He was shocked when he heard that he could get 2-level rewards. It was a complete surprise to him, a huge surprise, and he never thought the league would add up all his exploits. If each merit is given a single reward, he will only get a few rank rewards and rank rewards at most, and if he is unlucky, it may be a rank award. No matter how many more such rewards are, and the rewards are not worth much, he definitely earned it. It seems that the China District Alliance is going to invest in me. Lu Yin touched his chin subconsciously. He was smart and rational. After a brief surprise, he calmed down and realized that it was the China District Alliance, or that the people at the top of the alliance were trying to win him over. There should also be a sense of nurturing him. Otherwise, the alliance would never do such a loss-making business. The 2 selections of the highest qualification elves of the championship level, the operation is good, and it is possible to train 2 trainers with at least the king level. This is definitely a big deal. As for other rewards, Lu Yin is. It doesn't matter. Roughly, that's all. Wang Haiquan mentioned some of the more expensive rewards, and then changed the topic. The specific list, the official account will send you the list at that time. Now I want to tell you a message, it is a special reward other than the reward. Special reward. Lu Yin was interested, and the special reward that Wang Haiquan specially mentioned later, it shouldn't be easy. What kind of information would it be? You need to sign this non-disclosure agreement before you say this information. Wang Haiquan did not rush to explain, but took out an agreement from the space folder behind him and placed it on the table in front of Lu Yin. To sign an agreement. Lu Yin took the agreement, and he is more interested in Wang Haiquan's information. There is not much content in the agreement, the main thing is. All kinds of guarantees will never tell about the truth of the secret realm, that will be learned next. Content to say. If you speak out, you will face heavy fines from the League headquarters. The Secret Realm. Lu Yin raised his brows, and a premonition suddenly rose in his heart. It's not that his original guess came true. Could it be that there is something special about the secret realm above? If it is true, then things become interesting. And the Alliance told him this before exchanging secret places with him. Obviously they are really optimistic about his future and plan to invest heavily. Interesting. A smile appeared on Lu Yinchao's face. He picked up the pen beside him, wrote his name on the agreement in a dashing manner, and then made a gesture of invitation to Wang Haiquan. Please speak. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Kanto Alliance Ziwan town. The top of the fairy tower. Granny Chrysanthemum leaned on crutches and swept over the people in front of her with a gloomy gaze. She even glanced at the old man Fuji with hatred for iron and steel, and said in a cold tone, Team Rocket, you guys actually know the secret here. Opposite mother-in-law Juzi was the Rockets team. The leader was a burly middle-aged man, and Lambda, one of the 4 generals, could only fight behind him. Seeing the angry mother-in-law Konoha, the middle-aged man laughed and said, Hee, it turns out that the mother-in-law of the 4 heavenly kings is here. No wonder the trash below can't stop people, and even a message can't come up. As for the secrets here, in Kanto, there's really not much that we, the Rockets, don't know. Hee. Ju Zippo sneered, her voice full of disdain for the middle-aged man. Poisonous snake, what is your purpose for entering the spiritual world? Viper is the name and code name of a middle-aged man. Who forgot his name after being used to the code name. He is the instructor of the Rockets boot camp, known as the Viper Instructor. Instructor Viper is a veteran of Team Rocket. From the very beginning, he followed Sakagi, his mother and Masked Man. People are mixed, and they have been cultivating reserve talents for the Rockets over the years. Of the Rockets have all had special training under him before. Our purpose. Instructor Viper smiled indifferently. Anyway, you have no conflict with King Juzi. Maybe we can work together. Chapter 154_Kikuko compromises. The idea of using an elf egg to fatten it. 2/5. Cooperation. Granny Kikuko's hand clenched tightly on the crutches. She is the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto Alliance. If she is with the notorious Rockets, once the news spreads, her reputation will be bad. You think I think we have the premise of working together. Wait, mother-in-law Juzi refused, and the poisonous-tongued instructor arrogantly interrupted her. The spiritual world is an unknown area for us. That side may be full of unknown dangers. But danger means opportunity. Our rocket team wants to be the first organization to step into the spiritual world and make a fortune. This time, the target is only the ghost-type elves, and your target, mother-in-law, is not our target for the time being. There is no conflict of interests, and our 2 sides have similar strengths, so there is a premise of win-win cooperation. As for getting out of the elf tower, what should I do, or what? King Chrysanthemum, what do you think? Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum was silent. She was very moved by the suggestion of the Viper Instructor, but the relationship between her and Team Rocket has always been a thorny situation. Just say, wait. Mother-in-law Juzi realized something and raised her eyes to look at Instructor Poisonous Snake. You know my goal. Yes, of course. Instructor Viper smiled complacently. I would like to congratulate King Juzi in advance. Oh no, as long as you get something like that, King Juzi may not be called the Ghost King, but the champion, right? Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum has long been a champion trainer, and the champion in the mouth of the Viper Instructor is of course not a rank title, but a regional league champion. Gets one thing, Mother-in-law Juzi can become the regional champion. Isn't this because she will have the strength to defeat Shiba, Kona, and Yulondu by one person? You really know. Was a haze in the eyes of mother-in-law Kikuko, and her eyes with suppressed anger swept over the old man Fuji. The Viper Priest knows so much information, it must be related to this old man. Granny Chrysanthemum secretly hated, but she knew that at this point, her negotiating trump card had been revealed, and unless she directly flipped the table, she could only agree to Instructor Viper's proposal. Okay, that's it. 6 days later, when the spiritual world opens, we enter together, and the well water will not break the river. The promise was OU. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum raised a trace of dread towards the poisonous snake instructor. Although this person is rough on the outside, he also has ravines inside and is good at tricks. As expected of a man who can serve as the head coach of the Rockets for decades. At the same time, on the other hand, Liu Yingquan learned that, the secret realm is really, which is in complete agreement with his conjecture. Each and above secret realms have a so-called heritage. Tisk tisk tisk. Think about the scrutiny alliances and several secret realms that the China Alliance has mastered in various parts of the region, and even the higher-level alliances that may be secretly mastered. Liu Yin realized that the China League was much more powerful than he imagined, and it had more information and cards than he had guessed. However, give me time and rely on the ability of the game console. The background and the cards will belong to me in the future. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Liu Yin smiled at Wang Haiquan and asked, then according to the meaning of the alliance, is it going to take a secret realm entry quota that has not been found and 3 developed secret realm entry quotas to replace with me, right? That's what it means. Wang Haiquan nodded, crossing his hands on his chest. The information I told you was originally only known to trainers above the championship level after they made outstanding contributions. It is the sincerity of the alliance to tell you in advance. The people from the alliance behind you enter your secret realm. If you find the background before you, according to the rules, you can only get 50% of the benefits. This is the rule. If the alliance is found, I can still get 50% of the benefits. Liu Yin showed a weird smile. He didn't believe the alliance was so generous. Wang Haiquan laughed and shook his head. Don't think too bad about the alliance. If you don't tell it in advance, it's just because the information is equally valuable. There is no free lunch in the world, but once the background is found, you are the masters of the secret realm, and the alliance cannot ignore the influence. So I will tell you at that time, and only half the benefit. Understood. Liu Yinren, to put it bluntly, the alliance relied on its information advantage to find the secrets in the secret realm in advance, and then exchanged 50% of the benefits from the secret realm owner. This 50% benefit is information fees. Although expensive, it is reasonable. Then what if I find the foundation first? Of course it's all yours. Wang Haiquan smiled casually. Otherwise, this is the sincerity of the alliance. Don't say it's to take advantage of the information. Let me tell you in advance that everyone is standing on the same starting line. In this case, if the alliance is the first to find the background, I believe you will be willing to give out 50% of the benefits. Really fair. Liu Yin nodded. The alliance actually has an advantage. They should have figured out a way to find the background, and it is not fair to say that the competition is fair. But Liu Yin doesn't care, because he is the most existence. Then, Mr. Wang, I am sorry. They found the foundation of my secret realm. Members can report some, so as not to say goodbye when the time comes, and waste the opportunity to enter the secret realm for those who only look for the background. Liu Yin calmly said that he had found the secret of the secret realm. Can reasonably occupy 100% of the interests, and he also concealed what he did, but Wang Haiquan was directly stunned by what he said. The secret of the secret realm has been found. Such a short time. How is it possible? Liu Yin shrugged, but that's the truth. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can still arrange for someone to look for it. Anyway, that is guarded by my elf, which can prove that it was the location I found first. This. Wang Quan was completely shocked. It wasn't that he didn't believe Liu Yin's words, he couldn't imagine it was the truth. Even for the Alliance, the fastest time to find a secret realm is not less than a month, and it is still under the premise of spending a lot of manpower and material resources. How long did it take for Lu Yin to get the secret realm alone to find the difference? Lu Yin didn't bother to care how shocked Wang Haiquan was, and now he just wanted to talk about the last thing, about the choice of the elf egg. He has 2 rewards to choose 2 elves with the highest qualification of champion. Relying on the game console, he doesn't value the qualifications of elves. So, can he use these 2 opportunities to exchange for more rare elves with slightly lower aptitude? Chapter 155_Elf chooses 2 for 5. In the end, who earns? Mr. Wang, let's talk about the choice of elves. Lu Yin doesn't care. How surprised Wang Haiquan was that he found the secrets of the secret realm, and now he just wants to get a few rare elves quickly. Wang Haiquan actually had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but seeing Lu Yin's impatient expression, he knew that these questions could only be kept for the time being. It's really young, just anxious. Wang Haiquan laughed and joked, and then he took out a computer and put it on the table. The computer screen displayed the Internet of the China District Alliance, which requires special means to enter. Lu Yin's attention was immediately attracted by the content on the computer. The page is very simple. Champion level qualification elf is made by Kira primary small carp beast primary tyrannical carp dragon elite dream demon primary king level qualification elf baby dragon elf egg, Leoru primary, Lalula's primary, fire fox primary Ibrahimovic primary. Quote. Are only 4 types of champion level qualification elves to choose from. However, the other 3 have great training value when going out to dream monsters. Among them, Kira's final evolution is the quasi-god elf Bangira. There are many elves with heavenly king level qualifications, far more hiding than the last time Lu Yin saw. There are more than 100 kinds. You're lucky boy. Wang Haiquan said with a bit of envy. Today, the child of the congressman's trump card, Bangira, was born, that is only by Kira. Champion qualified quasi-god newborn elf, this luck, tisk tisk tisk. From Wang Haiquan, Lu Yin will definitely choose Kira. Kira has the highest aptitude and is a quasi-god elf with outstanding potential, and the training value far exceeds all other elves that are currently available. This kind of elf will be taken away every time it is put on the internet, and Lu Yin is the first elf to choose the serial number today, and everyone thinks that he must choose Kira. According to the logic of a normal person, Lu Yin would indeed choose this, but unfortunately he is not normal. After seeing all the elves on the list, he had a bold idea. Mr. Wang, if I give up the choice of champion-level elves, but choose heavenly-level elves, I don't know, can you let me choose a few more? Poof. Wang Haiquan spit out a sip of tea just after drinking it, and looked at Lu Yin with a shocked expression. What did you say? You have to give up the opportunity to choose champion-level qualifications, and just want a few more elves with heavenly-level qualifications. Wang Haiquan was taken aback by Lu Yin's brain circuit. If it wasn't for knowing that Lu Yin was a genius, he would communicate with Lugia as a pervert. He has to doubt whether this person's mind is normal. Champion-level elves are comparable in value to heavenly-level elves, and they are at least 10 times worse. Moreover, this time, the champion elves include quasi-god elves like Kira. Does Lu Yin even have such a chance? Also give up? I'm serious. Lu Yin stretched out his hand and pointed at the computer screen. If the Alliance is willing to agree, I will choose the baby dragon elf egg, Lelora's, Leoru, Ibrahimovic, and Big Mouth Baby. If the Alliance does not agree, as you think, I will choose the champion-level qualified Kira. And little Kirby. As for Lu Yin, he has a game console and has no qualifications, so he is more willing to ask for more rare king-level elves than to get 2 champion-level elves. In front of him, the qualifications are all equal, and the quantity represents the value. If Wang Haiquan refuses, he will choose Kira and the baby dragon's elf egg. The former will take out the rank and replace, and the other elves and the baby dragon will be kept and cultivated. He likes it even if it's gone, but he can conquer it later, and he will definitely make money in the early stage. This. Wang Haiquan hesitated. As a congressman responsible for the distribution of rewards, within a certain range, he is qualified to agree to Lu Yin's request. Lu Yin's reward is the choice of the top 2 champion-level elves, which means that if he is not satisfied with the champion-level elves, he can choose the king-level elves. Looking at it this way, if one trades more than one, the league loses. But the value of the championship-level qualification by Kira, in the eyes of Wang Haiquan, or in the eyes of most people, is higher than the combination of Tianwang level qualification Baby Dragon and Tianwang level qualification Shinado. As for Liu Lu, Dazuiwa, and Ibrahimovic with the qualifications of the Heavenly King, they are not worth mentioning at all. If the quantity does not reach a certain number, it is not worth mentioning in the face of quality. What's more, Lu Yin gave up all chances twice. Promise Lu Yin. In fact, the alliance has earned. But Wang Haiquan still hesitated. The reason for his hesitation was Lu Yin. Lu Yin is definitely not a fool, even smarter than many people. Such a person, making this decision, definitely there is some deep meaning. What's the reason? Wang Haiquan was very curious about Lu Yin's thoughts, but he rationally did not ask. After a brief hesitation, he chose to agree. It's good to have a good relationship with Lu Yin, anyway. From the point of view of value, it is the alliance that makes money, and he can completely deal with the parliament, and even get awards. Thinking of this, Wang Haiquan finally confirmed to Lu Yin, "Have you thought about it?" Clearly. Lu Yin nodded, feeling a little excited in his heart. Okay. Getting the exact answer, Wang Haiquan didn't say much, just took the computer and started to operate it. After a minute, he raised his head and said to Lu Yin, "You wait here for a while. Laulas, Lioru, Big Mouth Baby, Ibrahimovic, these 4 elves are waiting, I can give them to you. However, the baby dragon is still an elf egg. It will take a few more days. The alliance will arrange a special person to send it to you and send it to the gym, and the reward will be completed by signing for it in person." Good. Lu Yin nodded, his eyes flashing with fire. Ibrahimovic, Big Mouth Baby, Liu Lu, Laloras, these 4 are all seriously underestimated elves. Ibrahimovic can evolve into an elves with any attribute, but there are only 7 types found in the alliance, so its value is still underestimated. Big Mouth Baby is now defined as a steel elf, and the official has not found evidence that she can be transformed. But in fact, she is a fairy, a steel-type elf. Not only can she evolve, but her characteristics will also change after transformation, becoming a Hercules characteristic. The attack will be doubled. This is a cute and petite-looking dragon-slaying warrior, but in fact it is extremely ferocious. But Lu Yin is most looking forward to getting Liu Lu now. I don't know, can I learn the ability of Waveguide because of this? Choose to exchange 2 for 5. Who earns? Chapter 156_Earn Big. Serena's Heart. 4/5. Although I have learned superpowers. But if I can get the power of the Waveguide, I don't mind. Of Liu Lu to Lu Yin is not the same, it may still be a superpower. Of course, even without considering this point, the Alliance underestimated the value of Riolu. Riolu can evolve into Lucario, and Lucario can be transformed, and the Alliance does not know this for the time being. The last Laloras, the value of her final evolution Shinado is. It is recognized that it is very high. Shinado can be transformed, looks very beautiful, and is also a super-type elf. His loyalty to the trainer is not weaker than that of the wind speed dog, and he is the favorite elf of all human beings. The value of the Heavenly King level Shinado is comparable to that of the Heavenly King level quasi-god elves, and can be compared to some junk champion level elves. But the Alliance also didn't know that Shinado also had the elf and element attributes, and she was also an underrated elf. The combined value of the 5 Heavenly King level aptitude elves chosen by Lu Yin, even if calculated by the public's algorithm, may not be lower than the champion level aptitude of Kira and the champion level aptitude of the little card than the beast. Besides, Luyin is not indifferent. Qualification. This is a surefire business. Soon, Luyin got 444 Pokeballs, each of which contained 4 Pokemon of his choice. After getting it, he directly logged the 4 elves into the game console, and all the data of the 4 elves appeared in front of him. All have Heavenly King level aptitudes, both characteristics and hidden characteristics, as well as many genetic tricks. These 4 elves, if you take out one of them, you can make the people outside fight to break the 5 and bleed. Okay, then I'll go first. With 444 Pokeballs under his command, Luyin intends to retire. Wang Haiquan was stunned by his simple action, and then asked amusingly, "You don't even open the card to take a look. Are you not afraid that the 444 Pokeballs are empty, or the qualifications are not up to standard?" "I have a game console, what should I be afraid of?" Luyin murmured in his heart, but he turned around in a dashing manner, and waved to Wang Haiquan. "If the alliance is cheating in this regard, it will be gone." Wang Haiquan was shocked in his heart. This kid, he is so tolerant. Good atmosphere. Blink of an eye, the next day, at the gate of Hengcheng Gym, Luyin stood here bored and rubbed Xiao Xingyan's head after he had dealt with a challenge. "Cosmogu, do you think the alliance laid my baby dragon elf egg? This is the first quasi-god to be conquered, and they won't be so bad, right?" If Wang Haiquan was here, he would definitely ask. "What about trust? Hoo-hoo." Little Nebula squinted, enjoying Luyin's touch. Ever since Luyin awakened his superpowers, it's been like this. He likes being with Luyin, and he likes Luyin's touch, and his liking is a bit weaker than candy, and Lily is jealous. Da da da. Was a slight sound of footsteps, and Seilei walked behind Luyin with light steps, with a tangled expression on her innocent face. She seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't know how to speak. "What's wrong?" Luyin turned his head to look at Serena. Last night, he had successfully copied Leo Lu's waveguide power. Although this ability was still very low level, his perception, especially the perception of emotional fluctuations, had improved a lot. With Serena standing behind him, he could feel the tangled emotions without looking at it. "Ah, nothing." Serena did not expect that Luyin would suddenly turn around and ask herself. She was taken aback and instinctively wanted to deny that she had something on her mind. Luyin reached out and touched her belt, and said softly, "Tell me, I'm your master and your friend, you don't need to hide it from me if you have any questions. I will help you." Serena lowered her head. Luyin's doting tone made her a little shy. After organizing the language, she said, "I just wanted to call my mother and tell her that now I have found my purpose in life. Also let her not have to worry about me. But I'm afraid I won't be able to convince her." Luyin understood. Serena wanted to report her mother's safety, and at the same time expressed her determination to become a performer and a fire gym trainer. But in the end she was still a little scared. This is the daughter's natural fear of her mother. Find yourself is to find a backer to support you. After all, the master can always say a few words to the mother, isn't it enough? Luyin felt that this would not work. "Serena, I can't help you with this matter." "Ah, why?" Hearing the unexpected answer, Serena raised her head to Luyin. She felt that Luyin would definitely help her. The most basic trust between them is, don't think about it. Luyin stretched out his finger and nodded on Serena's snow-white forehead, and said earnestly, "The purpose you want to give to your mother is to tell her your purpose in life. Your purpose in life is one of the most important decisions in your life. If you can't convince your mother, you still need my help. It shows that your determination is not enough. But what's the point of me helping you if you don't even have the resolve to do it yourself? What you want to do in the future is Serena, the performer Serena, the fire trainer Serena, not Luyin's lifelong apprentice, you know. I can do a lot of things for you, but this is the only thing you have to do on your own." After speaking, Luyin stretched out his hand and patted Serena on the shoulder, and walked into Leifeng Tower with a hint of blessing. She believes that a strong Seme will definitely be able to take the most critical step. You must rely on what you do by yourself. Serena's mind kept thinking about what Lu Yin said. Her eyes gradually changed. She became firm. She took out her mobile phone, and dialed the number that she had never dared to call. Hello, is that Serena? Phone was quickly connected, and a woman's voice came from the opposite side. Hearing this voice, Serena's originally uneasy heart suddenly calmed down, and a smile appeared on her face. Mom, it's me. I ran away from home, I'm sorry. But this time, I have something very important to tell you. Important things. The woman on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Is it because you found a boyfriend? I already knew. Alas. Serena was stunned for a moment, and she swallowed everything she wanted to say. Boyfriend, when did it happen? I still want to hide from my mother. That, Lu Yin, I've seen it, it's pretty good. Serena, how did this misunderstanding come about? Chapter 157 Future Mother-in-Law's Divine Assistance. What's wrong with master-disciple love? 5/5. Mom. Serena stomped her foot. She never thought that Sake would say such a thing. What kind of boyfriend? And the boyfriend is Lu Yin. Where did you hear this gossip? Mom, the Lu Yin you mentioned is not my boyfriend. Not your boyfriend. Saki's voice was full of distrust. It's not your boyfriend. They can let you live in Leifeng Tower. You are both living together, not boyfriend and girlfriend. How do you know about living together? Serena was shocked. She never contacted Sachi at all. How did Sachi know where she lives? Serena, your mother runs such a big ironclad rhino farm. Why don't you even have such connections? You leave. Mom has always been in control of her whereabouts since then. Ah, what? Serena was stunned. She had no idea that her whereabouts would always be controlled by Sake. Running away from home is a joke. It's so annoying. But when her performance fell into Saki's ears, it became the shyness of a girl. Serena, you don't need to hide it anymore. Originally, my mother thought you ran away from home because you didn't want to be an ironclad rhino rider. I didn't expect you to be looking for a boyfriend. You should have told me earlier. This Lu Yin, who became a king at a young age, looks good and has a sense of justice. He is a person worthy of trust. Mom supports you. Ah. Serena was really speechless. She could probably guess why Sake had such a misunderstanding. Because Sake is very strict with her tutoring, her educational philosophy has always been, if it is not for the purpose of marriage, all intimacy must not happen, and girls must love themselves. And now that she was living with Lu Yin, Sachi certainly thought she was serious about Lu Yin. Mom, Lu Yin is not my boyfriend, we've only known each other for a few days. She is my master. Saki's voice froze, obviously because Serena's answer made him unable to react for a while. The same is true. What can a 16-year-old girl learn from an 18-year-old young man? Wait. Sakiran realized what mistake he had made. Lu Yin was 18 years old, yes, but he was not an ordinary person. He is a Heavenly King level trainer, and he is also the gym owner of 2 gyms. It's not that he is not qualified to be a teacher. Aware of these, Sake has been on the line. Online his IQ turned into action in an instant, and he said, you joined Hengcheng Gym as an apprentice. Seeing that Sake wouldn't, Serena breathed a sigh of relief. She is now a little fortunate that Lu Yin did not agree to help her, otherwise the words in front of Sachi would have been heard, and she would have been ashamed to death. However, what Serena didn't know was that on the sofa in the lobby on the 2nd floor of Leifeng Tower, Lu Yin was stunned. The expression on his face at this time was wonderful. He heard everything Sake and Serena said. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but after he left, he wanted to pay attention to Serena's situation, so he paid attention with superpower. Who knew that Serena made a phone call directly, and when Sake spoke, the information in the words exploded like this. So, Serena's mother quite agrees with me. Meaning, I haven't had anything happen to Serena, have I been approved by the foreign mother-in-law? Lu Yin couldn't help revealing a slight, this feels pretty good. After explaining the relationship between myself and Lu Yin, Serena and her mother Saki were another half hour. Maybe it was because of the previous misunderstanding that adjusted the atmosphere, the chatting process that followed was unexpectedly harmonious. Saki heard Serena's solemn statement of her future goals, and she was very relieved. So, you Serena, you already have a goal, and you will never regret it, right? Serena took a deep breath and affirmed, yes, Mom, I want to become an excellent performer and a powerful fire elf trainer, no matter what. I won't regret what happens in the future, because it's my own decision. Okay, Mom supports you. There was a smile on Saki's face. As long as Serena makes a serious decision, my mother will fully support it. Don't give up halfway. Well, definitely not. Serena nodded again and again, her eyes became ruddy. It turned out that this was her mother. She was silently watching her from behind, protecting her, and she never really seemed to be forcing her. Iron-armored Rhino Rider is just a survival skill given by her mother when she was a child. Mom, thank you. Serena said excitedly. Thank me for doing what a baby woman finds what she wants to do. Mom is only relieved. But if you really want to thank me, you might as well bring me a son-in-law back. I think your master is really good. Serena. Seriously, the tears in Serena's eyes never came out. Saki's words turned so fast that she didn't react at all. Serena's pretty face was already flushed, and she just said every word. Mom, I said it all, this is my master. How can the master and the apprentice do that? Why not? Sachi said indifferently. Lu Yin is less than 2 years older than you. As your master, at most a master is a master. What's wrong with being together? Besides, what's wrong with master-disciple love? My mother used to be an iron-armored Rhino Rider, but she also worshipped your father as a teacher. That, different. Serena retorted. What's the difference? Not all teachers and students. Serena, speechless. But I am only 16. Serena tried to persuade Saki to give up her mind from a different angle. I am just an adult, how can I think about such a thing? Who would have thought that Saki listened to it and didn't take it seriously at all? 16 is not too young for 16. Mom had already dated your father at that time, and I had you at the age of 20 and 20, so don't be burdened, Serena. Serena. How could she not be burdened with this matter? If Lu Yin pursued her, she would feel that this master was a jerk, but she wanted her to pursue it in the opposite direction. It's not impossible, but she always feels very ashamed. At this moment, Sachi suddenly said, I read Lu Yin's information, it's very good. Alas Serena, you are not afraid of chasing a lot of Lu Yin, right? Also, although I am your mother, I also think that you are not worthy of others, and it is unlikely that you will succeed. Forget it, you should stop looking for abuse. What? Serena's good temper is now completely angry. It's not good to post upside down. Mom, you are my real mom. No, I have to prove myself. The charm of being a girl must not be underestimated. Humph. Mom, just wait for me. 1 year, no, half a year, 3 months at the earliest, and I will bring Lu Yin back to call your mother-in-law. You wait for me. Lu Yin, how did the mother-daughter dialogue turn into this? Chapter 158_Lily, for the happiness of Sister Serena. Serena, I want to die. 1/5. Is it? There was a strange arc on the corner of Saki's mouth, and she deliberately said in a long voice, Serena, don't be stubborn, Mom still knows you. You look so, and your figure is just average, right? It's not inheriting the fine tradition of my mother. Well, if you even have a half-excellent mother, I don't have to worry about you not being able to marry. Damn. Serena was furious. Rise to the issue of femininity. Uncle can endure it, and the aunt can't bear it either. Anyway, Mom will wait and see for me. This time, I will definitely prove myself. Goodbye. Drip. Hearing the busy tone coming from the microphone, Sake didn't have any dissatisfaction, but showed a smile of successful strategy. Hee hee, silly girl. Dare to tease your mother, you are still tender. If there is a son-in-law like Lu Yin, then I can brag about it. Not bad, not bad. It's best to quickly give birth to a big fat grandson and granddaughter for me, and while I'm still active, I can train an ironclad rhino rider to succeed me. I'm so smart. On the other side, Serena hung up the phone angrily, with a fiery flame flashing in her eyes. What, is this what my mother should say? I'm obviously very beautiful. What's wrong with my figure? Master, is it okay to peek at my legs? I still don't know the truth, right? Damn, this time I have to prove myself. Isn't it just chasing a man? I can definitely. Ah. Serena shouted a few times, venting all her unpleasant emotions, and then calmed herself down, followed by a blush on her face. She put her hand over her cheek, her eyes full of shyness. Crazy, what am I talking about? No one should hear it. Serena looked around vigilantly. The next moment, the expression on her face became very wonderful. At a position less than 3 meters behind her, Lily stood there with a completely ruined expression on her face. Lily was really frightened. She didn't expect that Serena, who looks dignified and generous, quiet and gentle on weekdays, and can cook, is actually such a person in private that she loudly told her mother that she wanted to chase the owner's brother, which is too sturdy. Well, it's really hidden. Serena, I support you. Lily gave Serena a thumbs up full of admiration. No, Lily, things are not what you think. Serena wanted to explain. Serena, I understand. Lily blinked her beautiful big eyes, interrupted Serena, and said in a low voice, I won't tell the museum owner brother about this. I didn't mean that. Sari, why did she fall for Saki's aggressive tactics? Well, Heiko boasted about her image in front of Lily. Most importantly, this is simply a misunderstanding. Although she is very secretive towards Lu Yin, Lily showed a confused expression. Sister Serena, she didn't mean that. Could she have misunderstood this? Thinking of this, Lily asked cautiously, Sister Serena, did I misunderstand? Yes. Serena nodded hurriedly, secretly thankful that Lily was smart enough to guess that there was something else hidden in this matter without her needing to explain. That she had misunderstood, Lily hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Serena. I made a mistake. Serena breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved. It's okay. It's mainly what I said, it's really easy to be misunderstood. I don't understand it properly. Lily's head became more and more determined, she felt that her younger sister was very unqualified. Don't be so serious. Serena reassured, Lily is fine with everything, but too serious about everything. Lily shook her head stubbornly, it must be taken seriously. Sister Serena, you are a girl, but you dare to say what you want to chase after the owner's brother. It takes a lot of courage. As your common sister, how can I just stand by and watch? I want to do something for you. Sister, don't worry, I will do my best to match you and the pavilion's brother, and say good things for you, so that the pavilion's brother can discover the bright spots in you. I'll help you go to the museum owner and say good things to brother now. After speaking, Lily turned around neatly and walked towards the stairs. Serena was completely messed up, and Lily's words were definitely not right the more she listened to them. When did she confess to Lu Yin? Well, she kept saying that she wanted to catch up with Lu Yin, but that was an angry statement. Also, when did she need help? Wait. An electric current ran through Serena's mind, and she suddenly wanted to understand. Before, Lily said, I won't tell the museum owner brother. She replied, I didn't mean that. Lily asked, did I get it wrong? She said, yes. Her original intention was that Lily had misunderstood that she liked Lu Yin. But now looking at Lily's performance, she clearly understands that she doesn't want her to be silent, but wants her to speak out and help herself. That is to say, now Lily's heart is more firm about the fact that she likes Lu Yin, and she also responds to her invitation. Intends to help her match. Fuck. Serena's expression suddenly changed, and she chased after Lily. Lily, wrong, wrong. You are mistaken. I didn't mean that, wait a minute. Haha, so funny. On the second floor of Leifeng Tower, Lu Yinli, who was following the whole process of the whole thing, went crazy. Serena, forgive my unkind smile. This oolong is no longer there. Serena's encounter today is too interesting. Because of Saki's aggressive tactics, she has changed from a dignified lady to a crazy nympho in seconds. Even if she explains it to Lily later, it will definitely become a big black history in her life. After the fun, Lu Yin showed a smug smile. With such a foreign mother-in-law, it will be much easier to get together with Serena in the future. However, I'd better go out and play for a while now. Serena's encounter is very interesting, but she must be embarrassed to see me now. Anyway, there's something going on at the gym. Lily will inform me. Realizing that Lily and Serena were approaching the second floor, Lu Yin stood up with blue light flashing in his eyes. But what he didn't find was that when he was about to use teleportation, a layer of blue light also appeared around Cosmobu's body in its arms. The next moment, which river is this? How did I move here in an instant? Well, is this woman taking a bath? It's a bit surprising. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Chapter 159 Peeping on Hyrna's bath. Lu Yin, Little Nebula's operation is very good. 2/5. Where is this? At this time, Lu Yin was a little confused. A second ago, he found out that Lily and Serena were going to the second floor. In order to avoid Serena's embarrassment, he used his superpower to lock the entrance to the secret realm outside the Leifeng Tower, intending to instantly move there and enter the secret realm to play. Pass the time. After using teleportation, he appeared inexplicably in a place that looked like a forest, and appeared on a river out of thin air. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, wrapped his body with superpowers and flew up in time, he would have definitely become a jerk now. There is a problem with teleportation. Space-time disorder. Lu Yin secretly guessed in his heart, while looking at the surrounding environment. Are dense jungles on both sides of the river, there is no edge in sight, and the upper reaches of the river cannot see the end, which means that the river is long, but it is. The end of the river can be seen very clearly. About 100 meters away, as if it suddenly disappeared. Hear the rushing, boom. The sound of falling water. You can guess without looking, it is a waterfall. Waterfall. Lu Yin was interested and planned to go up to take a look, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Special spatial fluctuations are detected, start recording. Ding! It takes an hour to record, and the recording is completed after an hour, and a high-level game copy of Yakar Forest can be generated. Ding! The secret map is being generated. Ding! The secret map has been generated. Hearing the sound of the game console, 3 question marks appeared on Lu Yin's head. Why did I run into a secret realm for no reason? Wait, what level of secret realm is this secret realm? This is a bit exaggerated. Lu Yin thought in disbelief. Yesterday he heard the truth of the secret realm from Wang Haiquan. For a more comprehensive understanding of the secret realm, ordinary people only know that there are champion level elves in the realm, but they don't know that there is a divine beast in every secret realm. That's right, there is a champion level mythical beast in the secret realm. Generally speaking, there will be at least 2 champion level elves in the secret, one of which is a divine beast and one of which is an ordinary elves. Wait. Lu Yin frowned. The name Yakar Forest seems a little familiar. I always feel like I've heard it somewhere. Where is it? Suddenly, Lu Yin patted his forehead. I remember. Yakar Forest, it's not the one in the Uzhong area. Yakar Forest. This forest actually became a. But that's right, in the Yakar Forest, there is a aboriginal from the Three Rams, which can indeed be regarded as a first-level secret realm. In that case, one of the champion spirits in this secret realm is Aboriginal. Lu Yin's mind turned fast, and he quickly wanted to figure out the basic information of this secret realm. Interesting, then next, I just need to find the location of the original thought. Others don't know, but after awakening the memory of his past life, he clearly knows that there is a place of thought deep in the Yakar forest, where this Aboriginal lives. Although Billigen is not well known among the mythical beasts and ranks very low, it is still a legendary mythical beast, and Lu Yin also has the desire to conquer. The next priority is to stay for an hour, let the game console completely record the secret realm, and generate a copy. At that time, this place will become my back garden, and Billigen will become my possession. And this secret realm looks like a secret realm with more grass-type elves. There is such a secret realm as a copy. When the game mode is activated, my fire-type elves will usher in a period of rapid improvement. Thinking of this, Lu Yin immediately opened the dungeon map generated by the game console, with a map for reference. Exploring the secret realm must be much more convenient. But as soon as he opened the map, he unexpectedly found that there was a humanoid pattern on it. There is someone in this secret place. Lu Yin's mood suddenly became less beautiful. Originally, he thought that he was lucky enough to enter a first-level secret realm, but he never thought that this was actually a secret realm with a master. Having an owner or not does not affect Lu Yin taking this secret realm as his back garden, but having an owner means that this secret realm has been exposed, so the benefits that can be obtained are much less. Hey, this person seems to have some eyes. Lu Yin stared at the avatar on the map for a while, and unexpectedly found that this person seemed to be familiar, and he always felt that he had seen it before. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the avatar. Ding! Character name: Sharona Strength, Champion Level Elves, Biteland Shark, Shenado, Minos, Pacus, Lucario, Flower Rock Monster, Mama Eel King, Rose Reed, Sea Rabbit. Fuck, Hyerna. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes fiercely, unable to believe the information he saw. Game console: hey, wake up, you are reading the information in your mind, rubbing your wool eyes. I actually met Sharona and entered a secret realm inexplicably, and happened to meet Sharona. What kind of fairy fate is this? Saying that Xyrna is really powerful, looking at the configuration of this elf, it can be described as extravagant. It's interesting. If you meet Sharona, then go and have a look. Not expecting to meet Xyrna, Lu Yin planned to see this beauty champion with his own eyes, and did not know what she was doing in this secret realm. However, he did not plan to meet Sharona, and if the latter was the owner of this secret realm, he would not be able to explain the reason for his appearance. Talk about why. Lu Yin looked down at Cosmogu, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. He can be 100% sure that he will instantly move into this secret realm. It must be Cosmogu who did it. He didn't doubt it before, just because he didn't know this was a secret realm. This wave of operations can be done, and strive to do it a few more times in the future. Lu Yin touched Cosmogu's head. He is not greedy, and does not ask Cosmogu to take him to a first-level secret realm every time he teleports. Several secret realms can also hold Cosmogu in his hands. Lu Yin uses his superpower to control the waterfall that his body faces forward. Fly away. At this time, below the waterfall, there was a set of neatly folded clothes and 9 elf balls beside the river. In the middle of the river, there was a graceful figure shuttled in the water, looming. Swish. Figure broke out of the water, and the beautiful long golden hair slid through an arc in the air, shining in the sun, eye-catching. But the more eye-catching is the woman, her fair skin with water droplets, and her beautiful face. Beauty out of the bath, nothing more than that. When Lu Yin flew to the top of the waterfall, what he saw happened to be this scene, and he was dumbfounded. Fuck, is it so exciting? Chapter 160 _ Serena fainted. The ghost who took the initiative to find 3/5. Fuck. Lu Yin's eyes widened immediately. The scene in front of him was too exciting. He never dreamed that he would see such a scene when he came here. It was even more exciting than a spring dream. In the middle of the river below, Sharona shook her head, and a strange purple light flashed in her gray eyes. Really comfortable. As expected of the river that gave birth to Billigen, the supernatural power in my body has been washed by the remaining power, and it is now much purer. It's time to go now. I don't want to give anyone the first reward for raising an elves to the heavenly king level. Washing the power of Super Graham. This is the reason why Sharona came to take a bath in this river today, and for this reason, she directly cleared this secret realm. How could a character like her take a bath in the wilderness without releasing any elves to patrol? Stretching a comfortable waist, Sharona slowly swam to the river, and then stepped out of the water. Her body was exposed to the air inch by inch. Gouda. If Sharona felt something, she frowned slightly and looked up at the position above the waterfall. Is it an illusion? Nothing above the waterfall, only white water splashes. Sharona's brows stretched slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Did you overdo it recently? Really nervous. The key to this secret realm is in my hands, and no one can come in today. Well, I still need a few ice creams to soothe. Sharona picked up the clothes and trousers by the river and put them on, and soon she became the heroic champion of the 4 heavenly kings of Shanao. At this time, behind a boulder beside the river above the waterfall, Lu Yin kept his mouth tightly closed, not daring to let out the air. Nima, it's so exciting. Fortunately, I flashed fast, otherwise she would find out. Hyena is really expected. This leg is 1 meter too, and it looks good. It is estimated that it will not be worse than the world-famous model Camazli. Lu Yin didn't expect to come here to see such an explosive scene. If only he knew, he would definitely have his phone ready to record it. What a pity, a pity. Lu Yin regretted that he had been in a daze before, and forgot to use the shooting function of the game console to record the beautiful picture, otherwise it would be better to use it as a screensaver in the future. As for shooting again now, forget it. Lu Yin is also a big celebrity. If Sharona pretends to be straight, then things won't be beautiful. I'm afraid it won't be hunted down by the whole world in the future. And as an aspiring man, such a good figure, can't you appreciate people in the future? After waiting for about 10 minutes behind the boulder, he started to walk in the Yakar forest again, brushing the machine for his fire elves. A short period of time, the game console indicated that the secret realm had been recorded, and he left the secret realm as soon as possible. When we returned to Lei Feng Tower, it was just about lunchtime, and Serena had already prepared her lunch. More than an hour, Serena had already adjusted her mentality, and also explained the situation to Lily, and it was normal when facing Lu Yin. But Lu Yin could still feel a little different. This lovely sis seems a little afraid to look at him, and every time the 2 eyes cross, she will subconsciously avoid it. Interesting. Lu Yin felt that the days ahead became more and more interesting. It should be a good choice to flirt with your sister occasionally. The time comes to the next day. Morning, Lu Yin stayed on the sofa and played games, using Yakar Forest. This map gives experience to fire elves. This high-level map is, well, there are more high-level grass-type elves encountered, and they are more frequent, and the experiences, swish. Go up. Now, the strength of the flaming monkey has reached the elite top 55, the flame chicken has reached the elite top 51, and the duck-billed fire dragon is the elite top 53. After lunch at noon, Lu Yin planned to focus on cultivating the duck-billed fire dragon first, to cultivate his strength to the elite top rank 56, and then arrange evolution for it. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Woo! Little Nebula, who was sleeping on Lu Yin's lap, suddenly opened her closed eyes, and her big golden eyes were only looking at one place. What's wrong? Noticing Xiao Xinyan's movements, Lu Yin followed and looked over, and saw Serena was walking towards him, and behind her was a strange shadow. What? Lu Yin frowned and stood up from the sofa. His actions also caught Serena's attention, seeing Lu Yin walking towards him after getting up from the sofa, with a gentle smile on his face, with doting in the eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. What's the situation? Since yesterday, the way my master looked at me was wrong. Does he have a good opinion of me? Is he going to confess to me that Serena only feels like a 1-inch puff? Puff. Jumping wildly. But at this moment, Lu Yin spoke up. DC, it's you. What are you doing sneaking? By the way, how did you find this? Serena. Didn't Gui see Lu Yin want to confess? Did he misunderstand? Serena felt a huge sense of shame rising inside her. She seemed, as if, narcissistic. After reacting, Serena glared at Lu Yin fiercely, and turned her head to leave, but after turning her head, she saw a huge black round face. The face was very close to her, a black spherical gas surrounded by smoke, with huge white eyes occupying half of the face, with small pupils in the eyes, and a pair of fangs on the mouth. Ghost. Serena rolled her eyes, she had already fainted, and she fell straight backwards. Seeing this, Lu Yin immediately stepped forward and hugged her with a helpless expression on his face. What's going on with Seme? Finally, she gave me an inexplicable look and fainted. Didn't they all remind her that there is a ghost behind her? I really don't understand. Holding Serena to the sofa and putting it down, Lu Yin gave the ghost an angry look. Gui, look at what you have done. It stuns people. Gia, it's not my Uncle Ben's fault. It's this woman who is too careless. Ghost's face was full of indifference. Not scary ghosts are ghosts. Silent. Knowing that pranks were implanted into the life instinct of Gui Si, Lu Yin was too lazy to say anything, and instead asked. How did you find this place? And, how do you know where I am? Chapter 161_DC. How do you know that the concubine is female? Become a human. 4/5. Gia, how dare you say that, human? Gui Si fluttered around the land faintly, his big white eyes full of unpleasant emotions. Didn't you say it's okay to let Uncle Ben wait for a while? Why haven't you come for so long? If I hadn't been bored and went to the internet cafe to surf the internet and saw your news, I wouldn't know that you have solved the matter now. Hey, you still go online? Lu Yin showed a surprised expression on DC's face. What's the matter? I have traveled all over the world for thousands of years, and it is as simple as going online. Tell you, my favorite thing to play is role-playing games. After speaking, DC breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the response was quick, otherwise it would be exposed. Role-playing game. Lu Yin nodded thoughtfully. In this case, you are a female ghost, and you talk about it all day long, and it's also role-playing. Yes, I like to fool you guys. The momentum of Gui Si's speech stopped abruptly, and the self-satisfied expression was fixed on his face. Who had a smile on the corner of his mouth. It took a while to react and asked, You actually know my gender. Miss Ben was just glad that she didn't reveal herself, so you told me that I had actually exposed him. Lu Yin nodded, with a playful smile on his face. Wow, when did you know? Now. Ghosts. I rely on, this concubine is deceived. Actually, when I first saw you, I had doubts. Lu Yin added. Gui Si did not believe that his disguise would be seen through, and questioned, how is it possible, this concubine is so well disguised, you must be lying. Hee. Lu Yin just smiled and didn't answer. His performance made DC feel that his IQ was insulted, and he said angrily, damn it. We DC have no gender difference. Then tell me, how did you find out? Some elves will have gender surprises, such as Pikachu, the male's tail is flat at the end, and the female is heart-shaped, such as Hoodie, the female's beard will be much shorter than the male's, such as the fierce bite land shark, the female's back, Zoomian unlike males, there are no gaps. There are many similar surprises. But most elves have no gender differences. Ghosts belong to the category without gender surprises. So Gisi was very curious about how Luyin could see through its disguise, and he said that no one had discovered it for 1,000 years. Of course it was discovered with a game console. Luyin replied silently in his heart, showing that he had a profound appearance, and said, "Is it hard to guess? When you first appeared, you were in the image of an old woman, but you said, if you say something like this, Uncle Ben will inevitably make people suspicious. And I can feel that when you said this big character, it was too deliberate." Is that so? Gussie always felt that Luyin's answer was a bit far-fetched, except. For this reason, there seemed to be other explanations. After thinking for a while, it reluctantly accepted this statement. After accepting it, she became even more angry. "You guy, you clearly know the gender of your concubine, and you deliberately listen to my uncle. My uncle, do you deliberately see me as a joke?" Gisi was so angry that she had always been the only one to play tricks on others, but since she met Luyin, she had been suppressed. "I don't have." Luyin blinked innocently. "Didn't I think you liked to play like this? Perhaps you have played a lot of computer games, virtual and real, and you can't tell the difference, so you fell in love with this mode." "I am so pissed off." Ghost felt like he was going to be pissed off. She can be sure that Luyin's innocent expression must be pretending. This human being is more proficient in how to deceive and prank than him. If a knife cuts through you, his heart must be 100% pure black. Woo. Luyin came to Wai Lai, and Xiao Xingyan glanced at Gui Si with pity-filled eyes. "Child, save it, you can't play with this human being with your brain." And family grandson, seconded. Rockets, seconded. Sakagi, seconded. Catalya, I also seconded. Okay, let's get down to business. Look at you, your face is black with anger. Gisi, isn't this concubine's face originally black? Is this a Mai Tai elf? Ha ha ha. Luyin smiled, he definitely made fun of this talking ghost. But let's take it as soon as it's good. I'm really pissed off. What should I do if I can't play in the future? Ghost, I thank you. Come here, I'll tell you why. Of course I haven't forgotten about you. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. You will come over by yourself. Luyin walked to the side table and sat down. He took out a top-quality elf snack suitable for ghost-type elves and poison-type elves and put them on the table, then waved to Gisi. Gisi floated to the table and smelled 2 kinds of elf food. His eyes lit up, and he controlled his body to change. Soon, it turned into a 10-year-old wearing a black gothic outfit, a little lowly, sitting directly on the table, with beautiful long black hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, down to the table up. The waterfall-like bangs also covered the cheeks of the stunningly beautiful face. The delicate lips like cherry blossom petals are full of devilish charm. Seeing Gui Si's change, Luyin's eyes widened. Surprised him was not that ghosts could change into adults. He had seen the data of ghosts, and one of the tricks he learned was transformation. This trick. Spirits in this world, one is a dream, the other is an ever-changing monster. Transformation, in the trick of the ghosts. When he was surprised. The reason why he is surprised now is that the person who Gisi transformed into is very similar to a female character in an anime that he remembered in his previous life. Except, the eyes and pupils are different, and there is a little difference in age, and they look exactly the same. There is a tacit understanding between elves and elves. That, mention that this book will not be anthropomorphic with elves. The human heroines have been very restrained. If they are not high-quality products, they will not be accepted. If you add elves, they are really brainless stallions. I like to watch elves. Anthropomorphism, you can look at the Super King of Urban Pokemon, written by a female author friend. Of course, if everyone is willing to make up their minds, it is no problem haha. Finally, ask for a wave of monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, Flowers, thank you for your support, may everyone be free from the epidemic. Chapter 162_DC. I learned transformation in Waguoshan and Water Curtain Cave. Lu Yin. 5/5. Delicious, delicious. So delicious. Ghosts kept putting the elf snack into his mouth, eating like a groundhog, and the speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly. It quickly put the 2 elf snacks in front of it, showing a satisfied expression on its face, and touched its belly comfortably. Wow, the elf food in your Blue Star world is also much better than the food in the elf world. Why didn't you fuse it 1,000 years earlier? Then you can enjoy the delicious food for 1,000 years. Said that, Guisi looked at Lu Yin in front of him, and happened to see the surprised expression on his face. Why were you scared by the transformation of the concubine? Lu Yin's expression made Guisi very satisfied. She felt that she had moved back out, and she couldn't help showing a complacent smile. I learned this transformation 500 years ago in Wagu Mountain, Shuilian Cave. Divine beasts can't, it's amazing. 500 years ago, Waguoshan Water Curtain Cave. Lu Yin rubs. He stood up, the look of surprise on his face even worse. This can't be calm anymore. Could it be that he can awaken the memory of his previous life to have some deep meaning? 500 years ago, Waguo Mountain, Shuilian Cave, what the hell were they? Isn't this the residence of the great sage? Yaosho, the flaming monkey he subdued was so handsome, he wouldn't be the descendant of the great sage. Lu Yin thought about it a lot. The more he thought about it, the more excited and scared he became. If there is a journey to the west, wouldn't it involve the elves of the great wilderness to be counted in the face of this matter? If I were to write a novel, wouldn't the power system collapse at once? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Lu Yin's reaction was so big, DC asked with some doubts. What are you doing with such a big reaction? Do you know where Wagushan and Shuiliandong are? No, it's the secret residence of Sister Dream. It doesn't make sense for you, a human, to know that the concubine is only lucky to enter. By the way, are you human? You can't speak Mandarin. This accent is a bit heavy, little brother. I'm not human, you are human. Your whole family is human. You can't speak Mandarin without an accent. Lu Yin suddenly calmed down, and DC's words made him understand that he might have had some kind of misunderstanding. Summarizing the known information, he asked DC, how do you write about Wagu Mountain and Shuiliandong in your mouth? You want to test your concubine's literacy skills. An arrogant expression appeared on Guisi's face. The concubine has lived for thousands of years, and the human characters of any era can be more powerful than you. Cut. Look. DC waved her little hand, and a burst of black gas in the air, under her control, turned into Flower Valley Mountain. Water Lotus Cave. These 6 words. Call. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, if this is really what he guessed, then no need, he can wash and sleep on the game console to help it fight in the Great Desolation. It seems that it is not impossible. There are many caves in the Great Desolation, which may also be regarded as secret realms. Have you seen dreams? Lu Yin changed the subject wisely. He didn't want Guisi to see something and ask this or that. Yes. Guisi nodded and said proudly, Dream is my eldest sister. In this world, only it and the variety monster can truly transform. Other elves, even priests, can't do it. At most, they can only transform like Latius. That kind of illusion, it's the same principle as the mirage. It's just a visual illusion for you, but it doesn't actually change. And the transformation, that is the real transformation. Oh. Lu Yin raised his brows and said curiously, so, you are still very special. That's right. DC raised his delicate chin and proudly said, Eldest Sister Dream said that the body of the concubine is very special. She didn't say why it was special, anyway. She gave me a top-quality immutable stone, and taught the concubine to transform. Now the concubine learns to transform. However, the transformation of a concubine is a little different from the transformation of the variety monster and the dream big sister. They can become any existence as long as they see it. Every transformation of the concubine needs to be learned. Only a few things will change now. Is that so? Lu Yin touched his chin. This ghost is really special, and it has something to do with fantasy. And that, the best immutable stone is actually a dream and actually given to it. It's interesting. No wonder in the original book, the fact that it killed a few elves as soon as it appeared, it was not hypnotism but a real transformation. It's amazing. Even a priest can't learn to transform, but the ghost in front of him can, which is even more special. At this moment, the ghost made a move that Lu Yin never expected, and he was almost scared to death. Concubine is a unique existence. DC pulled open the shirt on his chest with his hands, with a contented expression on his face. Look, the concubine's transformation into a human is very perfect, and the details are well done. Lu Yin, go to your details, idiot. Lu Yin felt that his nose was unsatisfactory, and he hurriedly flicked his finger on Gui Si's fair forehead, and said speechlessly, human girls are not so casual, your details are not in place at all. Gui Si stretched out his hands to cover his forehead, stood up abruptly, and stared at Lu Yin with wide eyes. Well, you actually dare to beat a concubine. I'm an elf, I don't care. Lu Yin, so, can you stop talking to me like a human being? DC pouted, then knelt on the table again, tapped Joe's face with his fingers, and said very seriously, then, human, explain to the concubine now, why don't you come to me? This, snacks can't buy a concubine. Also, when I turned into a humanoid, my name was Zheng's, remember? Lu Yin rolled his eyes immediately. Zheng's, Genghis and ghosts, and then merged as indeed the brain circuit of the elves. Also, when we talk, can we not put this? Are these two words particularly aggravating? I'm afraid that others won't know. In fact, you can buy it and complain a lot in your heart. Lu Yin sat back in his seat, and when he said business, he would be very serious. It's not that I didn't take action. In fact, I've been to Ziwan town. It's just that something happened there. After I investigate it clearly, I plan to change my plan. Speaking of which, since you can surf the internet, you should know about the rockets. This thing has something to do with them. In the meantime, Kanto. On a particular island. Sakaji's eyelids twitched wildly. What's going on? A bad feeling. Stinger jellyfish. Name, stinger jellyfish attributes. Water poison features. Hinging body has sludge no hidden features. Rain tray has level. Heavenly King 69 qualifications. Champion skills. Mirror attribute. Twist. Poison needle. Ultrasound. Winding. Tight. Acid bomb. Foam light. Barrier. Poison attack. Salt water. Screeching sound. Solution. Poisonous. Waves of water. Misfortunes don't come singly. Sludge wave. A little special explanation. This is an elf that has mutated for a special reason. Relying on its powerful body, it can exert its strength far beyond its level. Appearance. 10 chapters. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 163 Sakaji's eyelids jumped wildly. Lu Yin, I really don't want to deal with the rockets. 1/5. What's the matter? It always feels like something bad is going to happen. Is there anyone else who wants to disrupt the situation? Sakagi stretched out his hand to cover his left upper eyelid, and a white cold light flashed in his black pupils. Ever since he was baptized with the power of Jobin in the Jobin forest when he was a child, he had always been very confident in his premonitions, but now a sense of unease suddenly appeared in his heart, which made him very vigilant. Just in case, I've even stopped all missions now, as low-key as possible, isn't that enough? Or the low-key policy is not correct. I should fully open all tasks to create momentum, and then cover this side to prevent accidents. A gloomy face, Sakagi kept thinking about his plan. Now, creating God. The plan is about to be inferior to the most critical moment, and he must not allow accidents to occur. Wait first, if there are still accidents during this period, after entering the most critical link, you can only change the plan. At the same time, on the other side, Hengcheng, Lei Feng Pagoda. After listening to Lu Yin's narration, Zhang Cixi thought for a while, and then asked, "So, Ziwan town is now completely occupied by the rockets. And the rockets also occupied the Union Store and the Elf Center, threatening ordinary residents with their names and sending false information to the outside world. Now Ziwan town is only allowed in, not out. And you went to Ziwan town yesterday and learned that Team Rocket's purpose is to enter the spiritual world, so he wants to fish in troubled waters." That's what happened. Lu Yin nodded, a wise light flashed in his dark pupils. "If you can enter the spiritual world, then you will definitely be able to find the night demon, and then I will find one to guard the Maiden Gorge. But I don't know the news about the spiritual world, and I don't know how to open the entrance to the spiritual world, so I decided to make use of Team Rocket and ask them to stand up for me. When the time comes to go to the spiritual world to make a fortune, I will contact the people of the Alliance to catch them all at once. Wouldn't it be perfect?" I listened to what they said. The spiritual world passage will not start until 4 days later. I plan to finish the challenge of the gym master of Ma Zishi, and then rush over. Originally, I planned to come back to Ziwan town with you at that time. Who knew that you found it yourself? Lu Yin still didn't say a word. Not only did he want Team Rocket to work as a coolie in front of him, but he also wanted to make a fortune by following him. He also planned to, accidentally, make the cooperation between mother-in-law Chrysanthemum and Team Rocket exposed. With her mother-in-law's strength and connections, most of the Kwantung Union will not treat her, but the punishment must be punished. This is what Lu Yin wanted to see. "Okay, my concubine understands." Zhenxi rubbed his little head. "You humans are too complicated. For 1,000 years, the concubine has watched you fight without stopping. My concubine thinks that she likes pranks, and her IQ is not low, but it's still far behind you people." Lu Yin didn't answer the question, so as not to be explained clearly by the ghosts. He wanted to hear the next plan of the ghosts. "How come you are going back to Maiden Gorge?" "It is to stay with me, and then go to Ziwan town for a turn." Zhang Cixi wrinkled his small nose, looked down at the empty dinner plate, and said seriously, "Let's stay here. It's too much trouble to run around. Concubine allows you and me to breathe the air in the same space." Speechless, Lu Yin smiled and shook his head. Himself the arrogance of human beings. "As you like. Lu Yin is. It doesn't matter what Gui Si's decision, anyway. When he finds the Dark Night Demon, he will subdue her, but there is something that must be explained properly, otherwise he is afraid of committing a crime." Error. Dong Yang, Xu Xian, Ning Kaichen and other seniors are still suitable to live in this story. Gui Si, when you become a human Zhang Si, pay attention to the impact, don't do the sudden exposure before. Do. Otherwise, you're afraid that you will enjoy the treatment that ordinary elves can't enjoy. Gunst. Oh. Zhang Cixi nodded. He had a hunch that the alien would become Lu Yin's elf. If the master said, he still had to listen to the conversation between Lu Yin and Zhenxi. It took a lot of time. On the sofa, Serena's eyelids moved and she woke up. Did I fall asleep? It wasn't a nightmare, was it? Serena climbed up from the sofa with one hand on her back. She didn't remember what she had experienced for a while, and pressed her temple with some nerves. Almost came back to her senses. Serena noticed the delicate little loli on the table in front of Lu Yin and Lu Yin. "Wow, this little girl is so pretty." Serena leaned over to the table and slapped Zheng's in the face seriously, and pinched her face with her hand. The woman also had no resistance to such a cute little girl. Guns. She actually dared to pinch her concubine's face. Serena didn't know that Zhang Cixi was already staring at her. She asked Lu Yin curiously, "Master, whose child is this, so cute?" "Cute. Lu Yin couldn't help recalling the scene when Serena was stunned and fainted, with a strange expression on his face. You sure she's cute? Yeah, so cute, look at her skin, her. For a while, and she looked at Jensi as she spoke, trying to tell how good she was. The appearance of this little girl was really delicate in her opinion. The kind that girls would envy. But the next moment, her momentum of speaking stopped abruptly. She turned her head and saw not the delicate girl, but a terrible picture. Big black face. Swish. At this moment, those memories that she hadn't recalled for a while because she had just woken up before she fainted suddenly appeared, and Serena recalled how she fainted. She didn't have a nightmare, nor a spring dream. She was really narcissistic and thought that Lu Yin was going to say goodbye to her, and then a ghost appeared behind her. Gouda. Serena swallowed her saliva, her face became very white, but this time she didn't faint. But the next moment, Gui Si spoke up. Little girl, do you think your concubine is pretty? Gui Guguc has spoken. Serena's heart sank for a while, her eyes rolled over and mixed up again. Lu Yin, this ghost really lacks education. Chapter 164_Live Online. The first Gym Master Challenge is on. 2/5. Time, evening. Location, Lei Feng Tower, lobby on the second floor, dining table. Lu Yin is sitting in the main seat, taking your time to eat dinner. Serena and Lily are sitting on the right side, and sitting on the left side Boar and Guns. Because she knew Zheng's true identity, Serena kept her far away, and there was still a hint of fear in her eyes. Originally, Serena was a daring girl who treated all elves equally, and was not afraid of ghost elves at ordinary times. Today's experience has made him have a shadow on Gui Si. This kind of elf that suddenly appears and looks terrible is too challenging for people's hearts. Especially at the scene, this one, it can be perverted, and it can even turn into a human. Goo-doo-doo. Bauer took a sip of the soup, put the bowl down, and swept her gaze over Zheng's body, then she reached out and touched Zheng's hair and then her head. This is really a ghost? Boa asked Serena in disbelief. In terms of touch, this delicate little loli can't possibly be an elf. She has read books for so many years, and she doesn't know that there are elves other than the ever-changing monsters that can transform. She thinks, does Serena do it? Nightmare misunderstood that Lilia was also looking at Zhensi, and when she heard Boar's words, she echoed, I don't want to. I read the materials in the library at home before, and the only way to transform is the legendary magic. Elf fantasy and variety can do it. Other elves, even powerful priesthood elves, special superpower elves, etc., can't be transformed, at most phantoms. How could she be an elf and become? Even if it is, it shouldn't be a ghost. Hearing the words of the two women, Serena immediately became anxious and said quickly, You have to believe me, she is really a ghost. I have been scared by her twice today. Boar and Lily looked at Zheng's, not because they didn't believe Serena, but because the truth was hard to accept. At this moment, Zhensi suddenly raised his head and glanced at Serena. Shish. Serena hurriedly dodged behind Lu Yin. This would give her a sense of security. She was really afraid that Ghost would suddenly give her a shot. Zheng's eyes flashed a strange light. She sat up straight, put a piece of meat in front of her into her mouth, nodded and said, Yes, this meat is very delicious when fried, my concubine likes it. Concubine. Lily and Boa looked at Zhensi with weird eyes. This self-proclaimed always felt a little bit of a middle-of-the-road too. But now they are more suspicious of whether Serena had a nightmare and made a mistake. If the transformation can be explained, then Zheng's has already spoken, and it can be that the elves have only heard of the superpower system that can understand telepathy. Elves and gods, but no one has ever seen any kind of elves speak directly. Meow meow, please look familiar to me, thank you meow. Not to mention the one who can both transform and speak, oops. Noticing the familiar changes of Boa and Lily, Serena guessed what they were thinking, and there was a word of misery in her heart. Okay. Shook his head and said to Zhensi, stop playing, let them see your real body. Okay. Although he was not happy with Lu Yin's order, Zhenxi was very obedient. Swish. Under the gazes of everyone, Zheng's body changed rapidly, and soon turned into a ghost, flying around on the table. Boa and Lilia were immediately stunned. Co-authoring this delicate little loli is really a ghost change. It's a seamless transformation. Say, ghosts can still say, hello. Ghosts smiled at Lily and bore. My concubine is Ghost, please give me more advice. You, hello. Boa and Lily greeted it, they haven't experienced what Serena experienced. So they're not afraid of ghosts either. See it, see it. Serena stood up from behind Lu Yin, pointed at the ghost and said, it's really a ghost. I didn't lie to you. She knew that she was wrong just now, but she was frightened and fainted twice. Okay. Okay. Lu Yin smiled and shook his head, stood up and said, let me explain this matter. Time quickly passed another 4 days. In the past 4 days, with more time together, Serena can finally treat DC with a normal heart, mainly because the latter often turns into a little loli, so it is easy for people to accept. On this day, the Leifeng Pagoda, where the Hengcheng Gym is located, suddenly became lively. Because today is the day when Ma Zishi, the master of the Dead Leaf Gym in the Elf World Guangdong Alliance, challenged Lu Yin, many Lu Yin fans and spectators who were interested in this game gathered here. Due to the high popularity of Lu Yin, this time, including tomorrow's match between Lu Yin and Camizli, the China League as the host is planning to adopt the method of live broadcast on the whole network. At that time, everyone in the world can enter the homepage of the official website of the China Alliance, and enter the live room with the video link. Addition to the live broadcast, on-site, there will also be a special person for on-site shooting, and the high-definition video of the battle will be posted on the internet for those who do not have time to watch the live broadcast. The time soon came to 9:55 in the morning, and there were still 5 minutes before the time agreed by Ma Zishi and Lu Yin. On the second floor of Leifeng Tower, the auditorium around the battlefield was already full of people. The VIP room, Lily, Serena, Zhengs, and Catalia, Mei, and Toko, who had deliberately rushed back from the elf world, were also here. Apart from these people, Zhang Bauer, who is already Lu Yin's real girlfriend, is receiving a woman who is tall and has a very attractive figure and a very good temperament. This person is Lu Yin's opponent tomorrow, the Elf World Union, Lei Wen. Gym Master, Camizli. Okay, Gym Master challenge begins. Now the rich and 2 trainers enter the field. Time soon came to 10:10. Under everyone's attention, the professional referee of the league stood in the middle of the arena to announce the start. The signal in the webcast room was turned on 10 minutes earlier, and now it has gathered tens of millions of water friends. The watchful eyes of these water friends in the audience, Lu Yin and Ma Zishi frequently came to both sides of the competition venue from both sides. When the two were ready, the referee began to announce a series of rules, and finally said, please challenge the pavilion owner to send the elves first. Chapter 165 _ The world's misunderstanding of the electrical system. Lu Yin is the first bullet to correct the name of the electric elf 3/5. The owner of Lu Yin Pavilion is so handsome. Lord Lu Yin, be my boyfriend. The rubbish Ma Zishi will definitely be hanged and beaten by the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion. Although it is a game without suspense, but I can see the owner of Lu Yin, I thank Ma Zishi with my real name. Seeing Lu Yin and Ma Zishi entering the stage, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively, and everyone expressed their optimism about Lu Yin. The atmosphere of the game was ignited, and many people were shouting Lu Yin's name. This is the advantage of home games. But the audience also gave Ma Zishi face, and did not deceive him. Ma Zishi looked at Lu Yin quietly, with a far-fetched smile on his face. He actually didn't want to challenge Lu Yin, because it would not do him any good. But this was the first important mission the Rockets gave him, and he couldn't refuse. The current situation makes him embarrassed, but he can only suffer. But thinking of his own cards, He firmly believed that when the game was over, everything would be reversed, and the positions of him and Lu Yin would definitely be swapped. At this moment, he heard the referee shout, "Please challenge one's gym." The Lord is the first to send the elves. Unlike trainers who challenge gyms in order to get badges, the battle between gym owners will have a challenge and send elves first. This is a battle of honor, and since you are going to challenge, be prepared passively. My first child is him. Ma Zishi decisively threw the first pokeball. With a flash of white light, a 3-in-1 magnetism appeared in the field. Name: 3-in-1 Magneto Attributes. Electric Steel Type Features. Magnetic Force is strong and no hidden features. Analysis has level. Elite Mid-Grade 49 Qualifications. King Level Intimacy. Carrying Items. Skills. Slightly. Lu Yin scanned the data of the 3-in-1 magnetite for the first time, and nodded in his heart. As expected of Ma Zishi's main force, his aptitude and strength are good, and the ability to make the 3-in-1 magnet monster have the strength of an elite mid-level before evolution shows that Ma Zishi's book trainer is not bad. At this moment, I saw in the 3-in-1 magnetic dynasty, the voices of some audience members reached Lu Yin's ears. Sure enough, it's a 3-in-1 magnet. Electricity elves are just a few things, they're not very strong. Yeah, electric-type elves, there are too few types that can evolve in 3 stages, and the training value is not high. I don't know if the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion will photograph Shi Ling. I hope it's the elf he used in Rampergi last time. That elf looks very handsome, and it should be electric. Hearing these remarks, in the VIP auditorium, Camsley's always dazzling eyes could not help flashing a trace of sadness. Lu Yin's eyes flashed a trace of determination. Have always been a misunderstood attribute in today's world. This world, there are very few people who specialize in electricity. So far, among the 4 regional champions in each region, there is no grass-type expert, general-type expert, and electricity-type expert. The reason is that there are few kinds of electric elves, and they are all considered to be weak. It's not some positive and negative electric pats that will not evolve, Pachi Liz, Dong Dong Mice, or some zebras can only evolve in the 2nd stage. Waiting for the elves. The 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric monster have been designated as the 2nd stage for the time being. In the 3rd stage of evolution, the electric dragon is okay, but few of the Ba Liang's qualifications can reach the standard, and Raichu is also okay, but Fei Lei Stone. In short, electricity specialization is not favored by people, and few people choose it. If it weren't for Zekrom, Kapoo Mingming, Lightning Bird, Thunder Lord, Zeraora, Thunder Cloud, etc. The electric beasts are at the front. This attribute is simply weak. It's a little uncomfortable. Lu Yin clenched the elf ball in his hand. Electricity is her mother Ji Yuying's favorite attribute, and it is also one of the attribute elf he has had the most contact with since he was a child. He wants to prove it for the electric elves. Not to mention that there will be new electric elves discovered in the future. When the fossil resurrection technology is born, the Thunderbirds, Dragons, Thunderbirds, and Beasts are also good. Electricity is definitely not weaker than any department. Now, let's rectify the name of the electric elves and start the first shot. Shish. Lu Yin threw out the pokeball in his hand. A flash of white light, and under the attention of everyone, a brand new elf that no one had ever seen appeared in the field. This elf does not touch the ground, it floats in the air, its whole body is metallic gray, and it has a similar oval body. Seeing this elf, there was a strange silence in the audience. Lu Yin didn't release the new elf that everyone was expecting to see that appeared in Lamperkey, nor did he send some kind of electric elf that everyone knew. Instead, it used a sprite that no one has ever seen. Camsley's eyes lit up instantly. She stared blankly at the self-exploding magnetic monster, and murmured, "This elf is so handsome, his whole body is shining, what kind of elf is this?" And her doubts, someone asked her for help. What kind of spirit is this? Little excited when he saw the self-exploding magnetic monster. Mention his personality and position, His love for the electric elemental elves is absolutely sincere, otherwise he would not become an electric gym master, and he would not be able to obtain the top-grade lightning stones that would allow the Ace Pikachu to evolve better. An electric dragon joins the Rockets. Don't worry, this is definitely an electric elf and meets the conditions of use. Luyan saw Ma Zixie's expression in his eyes, and a certain thought moved in his heart, but the most important thing now is the battle. Actually, it's not impossible to say. His eyes swept across the 3-in-1 Magneto, and Luyan smiled lightly. My elf, I named it Self-Exploding Magneto. Exploding Magneto. Ma Zixie was shocked in his heart, and he reacted abruptly. Is this the evolution of the 3-in-1 magnet monster? 3-in-1 magnetic monsters, there is actually an evolutionary type. The audience all cast their expectant glances at Luyan. Before the live broadcast room, countless people who were following the game also raised their hearts, and some elf researchers also raised their interest. You guessed right. Luyan has his own plan. He didn't sell off the secret, and said generously, this self-exploding magnetite is the evolution of the 3-in-1 magnetite. I have mastered the method to make the 3-in-1 magnetism evolve. Chapter 166 announce the evolution method. Luyan, but I have never been generous. 4/5. The evolution method of the 3-in-1 Magneto. Many power plant managers and employees who are watching the live broadcast are not calm. One of the most elves in the power plant is Magneto and Magneto's evolutionary 3-in-1 Magneto. These elves like to eat electricity, often hindering power generation factory work. In order to ensure the normal operation of the power plant, the factory manager appointed by the Alliance will spend a large sum of money every year to invite powerful trainers to come and clean up the Magneto and the 3-in-1 magnet on a regular basis. And if Luyan really mastered the 3-in-1 magnetism evolution method, then things would be different. The 3-stage evolution of the elves will not be weak, this is common sense and consensus. Of the self-exploding magnet will make the value of the small magnet and the 3-in-1 magnet soar, and there will definitely be many trainers who want to subdue and cultivate this kind of elves. At that time, the power plant does not need to regularly pay people to drive away the magnetite and the 3-in-1 magnetite, but can set up a door card to collect those. I want to collect the tickets of the trainers. Moreover, the elves used by the employees working in the power plant are generally these small magnets and 3-in-1 magnets. If there is an evolution method, their strength can also be improved, and no one will look down on them. Luyan's discovery instantly made the boss and employees of the power plant excited. Have you discovered a near-evolved type? Yifeng nodded. He was also paying attention to this game, but he didn't expect an unexpected joy. However, Luyan can find goblins. With this attribute, it is not surprising that he can discover an evolutionary type of fairies. Oh my god, it is the evolutionary type of the 3-in-1 magnet monster. The most exciting ones are those for trainers who like electric spirits and spirits with magnets or 3-in-1 magnets. Luyan's discovery, didn't this help them in one fell swoop? Excuse me, how will the 3-in-1 magnetism evolve? The battle scene. Ma Zixie did not rush to battle, but asked impatiently. His behavior is actually too much, because smarter people know that the method for the 3-in-1 magnetite to evolve into a self-exploding magnetite is a strategic resource. When asked so rashly, he thought what Luyan would say, especially now. If Luyan didn't talk about it live on the whole network, wouldn't he pour cold water on some people who just raised the flames? This is a very high moral kidnapping. The VIP area, the eyes of May and the other women changed, and even Camizli's eyes flashed a trace of anger. She disapproved of Ma Zixie's behavior, and the trainer who used the electric elf should not be such a villain. Ah, sorry. Ma Zixie quickly reacted, apologized sincerely, and hurriedly changed the subject. Let's start the battle first. Luyan glanced at Ma Zixie, but said, angry. He originally planned to announce the method. His wave was taken seriously by Ma Zixie's attitude, and he would ask that before, but he was just too excited. No hurry. Lu Yin waved his hand and said with a smile, I originally planned to announce the evolution method of the 3-in-1 magnetism. I will upload the relevant reports to the official website of the Alliance in the next few days, my personal page, and everyone can watch it when the time comes. Hiss. Everyone is surprised. Lu Yin is so generous _______ with all kinds of exchange of interests, huge fortunes, and the large-scale popularization of information. Lu Yin was passively announced that Lu Yin was going to benefit all mankind. At this moment, Lu Yin's image became in everyone's heart. He became taller and taller. And someone like Camsley, who loves electric spirits to the core, looks at Lu Yin's eyes completely changed, different. He didn't expect to be such a person. He also loves electricity elves very much. If Lu Yin knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely die of laughter. He is not so generous. The reason he did it was just to make more money. The first is his own reputation. Depending on the situation, he has earned it now. Second, it is very important to have more powerful electric spirits in order to rectify the name of the electric spirits. Third, make money. The money that can be made by selling information will be called black. Different from the situation in games and anime, the evolution of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster into a self-exploding magnetic monster is not in a special magnetic field, but requires a special magnet for communication exchange. Lu Yin has fully mastered the casting method of this special magnet, and has carried out patent certification within the Alliance. In this world, the Alliance attaches great importance to the protection of patents, and the severity of piracy is beyond imagination. So at that time, Lu Yin will be the only legal builder of magnets, and those who want to evolve their 3-in-1 magnet monsters must ask him to buy special magnets. This is where the real money is made, and it will be recognized by the public. This is the real gain of fame and fortune. Let's fight now. Lu Yin chuckled lightly. I'm welcome. Exploding magneto, lock. Hearing Lu Yin's order, the self-exploding magnetite acted, and the red eyes in the center emitted a strange light, shining on the body of the 3-in-1 magnetite on the opposite side. Exploding magnetic monster is an evolution of the small magnetic monster that Lu Yin obtained from the Hengcheng Research Institute some time ago, and now its strength has just entered the elite level, which is weaker than Ma Zixie's 3-in-1 magnetic monster. But he is the evolution of the 3-in-1 magnet monster, and it is hard to say who is stronger or weaker when two elves are fighting against each other. The commanding ability of the trainer will be valued very much. This game is interesting. It's going to be a simple electricity-based duel. The VIP area, Camsley fluttered her hair and folded her chest with both hands, revealing her slender figure under the wrapping of leather pants and a leather jacket. She licked her seductive red lips, and there was a strange light in her eyes. Hearing her words, the girls were thoughtful. Serena was the weakest and the one with the least knowledge storage. She didn't want to understand the key, so she asked curiously, why do you say that? This is. Camsley glanced at Serena, smiled lightly, and didn't give a shit. As long as you have a better understanding of the 3-in-1 magnet monster, this is not difficult to think of. Chapter 167 _ She was slapped in the face as soon as she finished pretending. Camsley, a face slap is like a tornado. 5/5. The 3-in-1 magnet is an electric type plus steel type elf, and the self-exploding magnet, from the outside, should have no attribute mutation after it evolves. If both parties are electric and steel elves, they will be twice restrained by fighting and fire elements, and 4 times restrained by ground elements. However, neither the small magnet monster nor the 3-in-1 magnet monster can't use these 3 attribute attack type tricks. Then, the self-destructing magnetism will not be able to do this trick to a large extent. Besides, at the same level, the 2 elves are completely immune to the poison system, 1/10 and 10% of the steel type tricks, and half of the other attributes, tricks. There are only water elements, ghost elements, and evil elements. These 3 types of tricks cause damage that is not doubled or halved, but these 3 type tricks, the magneto and the 3-in-1 magnet, can't either. then the self-destructing magnetic monster can also guess. To sum up, considering that the elves have the same proficiency and attributes in the mastery of electricity elves, in addition to, there will be some auxiliary tricks, most of them will rely on electric tricks to give the other party inflict damage. So, this is going to be a contest between pure electric elves. Analyzing this, Cammersley turned to look at Serena, who was stunned, and smiled slightly. Of course, this is based on the fact that the properties of the self-exploding magnetism remain unchanged, and the unique skills mastered are similar to the 3-in-1 magnetism. Down. Okay, amazing. Serena felt that Cammersley at this time, the whole body was glowing, it was really shining. In fact, not only Serena, Boa and the others all think so. Of the world's top model when she is on the catwalk, but also is so dazzling when it comes to electric spirits. Serena couldn't help clenching her fists. Her eyes changed. She suggested, "Is this the gym trainer?" "I'm still a long way off." The storage and distribution of knowledge, the analysis of the scene and the formulation of various plans in an instant. Not to mention the on-the-spot command and so on. I still have a lot to learn. Jency glanced at Serena, saw her serious expression, and pouted. "This woman only I can play tricks on. What the hell is that woman so shiny?" Thinking of this, James asked Cammersley, "You said that, so guess what the big guy will do next?" This is to test Cammersley's on-the-spot adaptability. "Big man, do you mean the owner of the Mazishi Pavilion?" That James seemed to be hostile to herself, but she replied politely, "I don't know the master of the Mazishi Pavilion, so I don't know his fighting style." Don't jump to conclusions. When if it were me, now would use, yes the trick is electromagnetic levitation. Mazishi looked at the self-destructing magneto with solemn eyes. Since he couldn't figure out whether it was very different from the 3-in-1 magneto, he planned to take a conservative defense. Buzz. Body of the 3-in-1 magnetite trembled, and a layer of special electromagnetic waves was created in the body. With the help of this electromagnetic wave, its body floated upwards for a certain distance. The VIP room, the girls all looked at Cammersley in surprise. She actually calculated exactly what Mazishi ordered. It seems that Mazishi agrees with me. The corners of Cammersley's mouth twitched into a beautiful arc, and she said with a chuckle, "Locking this move will let the self-exploding magnet monster's next move, such as hitting the 3-in-1 magnet monster. It is common sense not to use tricks such as defending at the beginning of the competition. That is to say, in cases where the next move cannot be avoided, priority should be given to reducing injuries. Everyone doesn't know about the self-exploding magnetic monster, and it is not clear whether it will be a ground-based trick. In this case, the priority must be to let the self-exploding magnetic monster float. And if Mazishi does this, then Lu Yin will definitely let the self-exploding magnetic monster use the most powerful electric trick. Electromagnetic gun. Speaking of this, Cammersley showed a complacent smile. If she was Lu Yin, she would definitely choose the electromagnetic gun. In the case that the ultimate trick must be hit, the electromagnetic gun can not only cause the maximum damage, but also 100% paralyze the opponent. And once the opponent's elf enters a paralyzed state, the rhythm is completely controlled by her. Hearing Cammersley's words, all the girls looked towards the battlefield. Only Catalia had an inexplicable smile on her mouth. It was here that Lu Yin shouted again, "Thunder!" Bang! The self-exploding magnetite slightly changed the angle of his body, raised his hands like electromagnets on both sides, and shot a blue electric current directly above the 3-in-1 magnetite. Boom! The blue electric current circulated and brewed for a while above, and then turned into a thunderbolt, which was extremely precise and slashed towards the 3-in-1 magnet monster below. Boom! The powerful electricity struck, and the 3-in-1 magnetite was directly hacked to the ground. Swish! All the girls swiped at Cammersley and cast inquiring glances. The electromagnetic gun. Cammersley. Papa 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 papa, what's the matter with the pain in the face? Why doesn't Lu Yin play cards according to the routine? The face slap came too fast. Like a tornado, she was caught off guard. You didn't expect it to be normal. Catalya, who had always been quiet, suddenly spoke at this moment, attracting everyone's attention. Oh, what to say? Cammersley asked curiously. She had seen this. The eldest lady of the Guardian family at the high-end gathering of the United States, she knew her identity and was very knowledgeable. Those who don't enter the Heavenly King level, don't try to speculate suddenly. Even me, it's just talk on paper. Catalya looked at Lu Yin in the arena, her eyes became very serious. You said that Lu Yin will command the self-exploding magnet monster to use the electromagnetic gun. This is actually a middle strategy. Those who use the worst strategy are all idiots. I won't say it. The middle strategy is, as you think, using the ultimate trick only considers the maximization of interests, to be precise, the maximization of what is visible in front of you. For example, now, consider using electromagnetic cannons to cause maximum damage, and cause the opponent to be paralyzed, expand their advantages in the later stage, and grasp the situation. The idea is very good, but it is too natural and not comprehensive enough. And Lu Yin chose the best strategy, the overall situation. Chapter 168 _ The king level is terrible, how about the champion? What about the master? 1/5. Cammersley frowned slightly, not agreeing with Catalya's statement. Let's not talk about the top, middle and bottom three strategies. I choose to use the electromagnetic gun, how can I take it for granted? Of course not. Catalya asked back. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, and the curvature of the corners of her mouth was just right. Before Catalya asked, she said, let me ask you, if you were standing at Ma Zixie's point of view and heard Lu Yin use the electromagnetic gun. No, you expected it in advance. But it's all the same, I ask you, what choice would you make? What choice would I make? Of course. Cammersley wanted to say that of course it was a bet on luck. After all, if it was locked, this move would definitely hit. When it was time to answer, she suddenly realized something. A thin layer of sweat was secreted on her forehead, and she fell silent for a while. Seeing this, Serena and Lily only felt that their hearts were scratched very much. So what does this mean? Mei Yi, who was on the side, touched her beautiful chin like Lu Yin, and suddenly clapped her hands. I understand. Now, if it's me, I'll let the 3-in-1 magnetite use the hold and defense trick. Alas. And hurriedly asked a question. But, didn't Miss Xiaojuer say before that it was common sense for trainers not to use guard at first? That means most of the time. Yayi waved her hand and explained. The reason for this common sense is that the success rate of defending will decrease as the number of uses increases, so it is generally regarded as a whole card and left behind. But it's different now. You also heard Leah's explanation. If Lu Yin lets the self-exploding magnetite use the electromagnetic cannon, it can not only cause great damage to the 3-in-1 magnetite, but also paralyze it and completely grasp the rhythm of the game. Analyzing this way, the electromagnetic gun will not only bring damage to the 3-in-1 magnet monster, but also affect the overall situation. As long as Ma Zixie realizes this, he will definitely let the 3-in-1 magnetite be used to defend it. As the saying goes, good steel needs to be used on the edge of a knife. Following May's explanation, everyone understood, and Cammersley also sighed. That's just. Such a small detail has already reflected her shortcomings. But Catalya seemed to think that they were not shocked enough, and continued, so you understand. If Lu Yin lets the self-exploding magnetite use the electromagnetic gun, Ma Zixie will most likely let the 3-in-1 magnetite use it to defend. In this way, Lu Yin's previous excellence in letting the self-exploding magnetite use lock and the next attack is wasted, and the effect achieved is only to let the 3-in-1 magnetite be wasted and defend. So, he will definitely choose a point and range that Ma Zixie is easy to accept to attack, instead of going too far at once. But that's not all. The girls were surprised. Not all. Catalya took the girls' expressions down, smiled and said, when we reach our level, we will make a certain distinction between trainers. Ordinary trainers can only fight with elves and know the unique skills of elves. They have different degrees of mastery and are divided into newcomers, intermediate and advanced. And elite-level trainers, like Miss Xiaojur, have already mastered their knowledge, and learned to think about problems from the other side's perspective, learn to predict, and learn the initial layout. But occasionally, it's still a little one-sided. According to the difference in mastery ability, it can be divided into 3 elite-level trainers: high grade, middle grade, and low grade. Miss Xie, it's probably middle grade or top grade. Cammersley couldn't laugh anymore. She knew for the first time that she was not so good among the elite trainers. Then, what about the Heavenly King level trainer? Serena asked curiously, and took out a small notebook exactly the same. Catalya smiled lightly, looked at Lu Yin, and said, Tianwang level trainers can already fully grasp the overall situation, combine all the elements that are beneficial to the battle, such as venue, air, spirit manifestation, speed, etc., analyzed at least a variety of options. For example, now, I can be 100% sure that when Lu Yin let the self-exploding magnetite use the lock, he had already guessed that Dao Mazishi would let the 3-in-1 magnetite use electromagnetic levitating. But even if Mazishi doesn't do that, he must have a preparatory plan. The second step is the thunder. Lu Yin must have already predicted how Mazishi will respond in advance, but I believe that he has definitely considered using the electromagnetic gun, and Mazishi asked the 3-in-1 magnet monster to use the guarded one. Series plan. Now he still chooses thunder. Either this plan is the safest, or this plan wins the fastest. And this is a Heavenly King level trainer. At their level, the amount of knowledge reserves and battle experience are terrifying, and the ability to respond on the spot is so easy. Unless you want to be caught off guard by Lu Yin's attack, otherwise, they are already looking farther than anyone else. Of course, I'm only talking about the real battle between trainers, and of course it depends on the strength of the elves and so on. Also, don't forget, the Heavenly King level trainer still masters the aura. Speaking of this, Catalya closed her mouth and said no more. Today, she said more than she said a month ago. But at this time, Bauer and the others were stunned. Their strength is not as good as Catalya, and they have a lot of backgrounds. Naturally, they don't know this. Now that they know how 5 they were before. The strength of the trainer. Elf strength is only one aspect, the trainer itself is also very important. Otherwise, why are the trainers who mastered Heavenly King level elves only the lower Heavenly Kings, and the trainers who mastered the aura are the median trainers who are not strong enough? Why should those powerful elves listen to you, Cell? Na and the other girls understood a lot. At the same time, she was also pondering, the Heavenly King level trainer was already so powerful, what about the champion level trainer and the master level trainer? On the field, when Catalya was teaching the girls science, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Both the 3-in-1 Magneto and the explosive Magneto deal damage to each other. At this time, the explosive Magneto and the 3-in-1 Magneto use 100,000 volts at the same time. Bang! 100,000 volts collided in the center of the field. Seeing this, Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile. The battle is over. Exploding Magneto, Electric Ball. Chapter 169 _ the name of the second bomb. Electric Shock Beast also has an evolution type. 2/5 cc. The self-exploding Magneto raised 2 magnet-shaped arms down in front of him, and quickly gathered a blue-purple energy ball. Unlike in the game, which depends on the speed difference between the elves to determine the power of the ultimate move, the power of the electric ball in reality depends on the electrical quality of the elves themselves. The electrical quality is related to the life level, aptitude, strength, props, environment, etc. of the elves. What a strong electric ball! Mazishi froze in his heart. As a trainer specializing in electricity, he could see at a glance that the electricity of the exploding Magneto was very good, so the power of the electric ball was definitely not weak. The main thing is that the penalty kick is a speed-type attack. The 3-in-1 Magneto, who had just engaged in a 100,000-volt wrestling with the exploding Magneto, didn't have time to dodge. And the game is now, it is time to decide the final outcome. Thinking of this, Mazishi immediately shouted, "Hold on." Magnetic monster. The 3 eyes of the 3-in-1 magnet monster lit up, and a layer of white light appeared around the body. Hooked. Corner of Lu Yin's mouth twitched, and he immediately shouted, "Shoot directly." Electromagnetic gun. VIP room. Gensi, who was half squatting on the seat, suddenly raised his head. "The competition is over." Her words were recognized by Catalia. "It's about to end." Mazishi has always been fighting with Lu Yin's rhythm. This defense is a failure. Not good. Mazishi's pupils shrank. He realized something, but now he can only stare blankly. Arena, the self-exploding magnetite stopped the movement of his hand, and threw the electric ball, which was not very bright and not very large, condensed to half. Swish. The electric ball flew in the direction of the 3-in-1 magnetite, and the self-exploding magnetite was in the position of the current action, gathering the power of lightning again. Bang! The small but faster electric ball slid through an arc in the air, hit the white light around the 3-in-1 magnetite, and exploded immediately. The power of this electric ball is not great, it just makes the light of the 3-in-1 magnet create a little rippling. Seeing this scene, many people wondered why Lu Yin was wasting this opportunity to attack. But he is smart, but he knows that Lu Yin's hand is very clever. In the case that the difference in strength between the two sides is not large, the elves can resist 100% of the opponent's attack by using the defensive trick. Even the unique tricks such as destroying the death light and the big explosion are the same. It is a one-time absolute defense in the same level. And Lu Yin, the reason now is this one-time move. Bang! The light around the 3-in-1 magnetite also dissipated immediately after the explosion of the light ball. At this time, the self-exploding magnetite had gathered enough power to shoot a strong blue electric beam like a cannon. 3-in-1 magnet monster. Use it again to defend. Guard is used continuously. The success rate is very low, but at the last moment, Mashi can only gamble, but luck is obviously not on his side. Magnetic monster. The 3-in-1 Magneto tried to recondense the white light, but the protective layer suddenly stopped when it was half condensed, and then dissipated actively. At this moment, the electromagnetic gun used by the self-exploding Magneto came to how young it was. Boom! The strong blue current hit the 3-in-1 Magneto, pushing it all the way to the wall behind Mazishi, and it exploded. For a while, the smoke screen filled. By the time the smoke screen dissipated, the 3-in-1 Magneto was already on the verge of dying, and the 3-in-1 magnetite flashing with lightning appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Lu Yin did not rush to pursue the victory, but just looked at Mazishi quietly. Feeling Lu Yin's gaze, Mazishi felt unwilling, but the paralyzed 3-in-1 magnetism had already disappeared, and he no longer insisted, and raised his hand to admit defeat. 3-in-1 Magneto admit defeat. The referee immediately raised the one in his hand and said loudly, "The 3-in-1 Magneto admit defeat, the self-destruction Magneto wins, and now ask the museum owner Mazishi to send a second elf. Come back and rest, 3-in-1 Magneto." Mazishi took out the pokeball and took back the 3-in-1 Magneto, then took out a brand new pokeball and threw it. "My second child, it's him." Swish. As a white light flashed, one body was mainly yellow, with a black electric symbol on the abdomen, and the whole body was like a tiger, with some black-skinned elves appearing on the field. CCC. This elf appeared, the two things on his head that looked like electrical conductors would emit an electric arc, which was an electric shock monster, and his head was his accumulator, which could help it store electricity. Name: Electric Shock Beast. Attributes: electric characteristics. Static electricity has hidden characteristics. Motivation has levels. Elite top grade 53 qualifications. Heavenly King intimacy. Skills. Lightning strikes, stares, kicks. Is the second one really an electric shock beast? yes. The second elf sent by Ma Zishi did not meet Lu Yin's expectations, but the elite top-ranked elf is indeed excellent. It is conceivable that Ma Zishi spent a lot of money on this electric shock beast. Strength. If this electric shock beast can evolve at the right time, it may be able to directly enter the threshold of the king level. I hope you have some eyesight, Ma Zishi. The rockets are not a good home. A deep look flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Under everyone's attention, he took out the pokeball to retrieve the self-exploding magneto, and had no plans to let him play the second game. Seeing this scene, everyone is not surprised. Lu Yin's behavior of not playing twice with one elf has long been one of his labels. Nothing to be surprised about. Everyone looked expectantly. What will Lu Yin's second elf be, and will it be a surprise? My second elf, it's him. His eyes swept across the body of the electric shock beast. Lu Yin showed a playful smile, and threw a pokeball at will. Shoo! Accompanied by the white light, it was the electric monster that everyone had been expecting to see before. Electric boom. Stretched out his fists and rubbed it against his chest, looking at the electric shock demon proudly. Shock. The electric shock beast's eyes condensed, and his eyes became very vigilant. For no reason, it could clearly feel that the electric shock beast's strength was not as good as him, but it made it feel like it was suppressed in turn. That's a difference in the nature of life. This is. Ma Zishi's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes swept across the electric shock beasts and the electric shock beasts, and he had a certain premonition in his heart. Next second, Lu Yin spoke to confirm the guesses in his and countless people's hearts. It's an evolution of Denchkaman. I call it Electric Shock Monster. Chapter 170_Pikachu. Hee hee, Ma Zishi, experience my experience. 3/5. Electric Shock Monster. Evolution of Denchkaman. Although when they saw the electric shock beast and the electric shock beast on the same field, everyone already had guesses in their hearts. Really got the accurate answer from Lu Yin's mouth, and everyone was still shocked. This is a new evolution of the elf, and it is the evolution of the electric elf Dengeki. Of the self-exploding magnetic monsters, and the electric monsters instantly added a lot of color to the electric elves. Think about it carefully. If you form a combination of electric dragon, self-exploding magnetic monster, electric monster, thunderball, Rentgen cat, and Mama Eel King, wouldn't it be a trainer who has 6 electric-type elves that have evolved in the second stage? Finally found a slightly perfect combination. Electric shock monster. The VIP room, Kamazli, Shua. He stood up from the sofa, walked a few steps to the window, opened his eyes, and watched the electric monsters on the field with excitement. Her current main 6 elves are Thunder Zebra, Electric Spider, Rentgen Cat, Electric Flying Squirrel, Mama Eel King, Mudfish. Among these 6 elves, Rentgen Cat and Mama Eel King are 2-stage evolution, but they are not too powerful, and the Lightning Zebra and Electric Spider are an evolutionary elves. And the Electric Flying Squirrel and the Mudfish will not evolve. To be honest, if you want to use this lineup to enter the king level, it is enough to think about it in your dreams. But now it's different. Recently, she continued to spend more than half of her purchase on a Tianwang level qualified Mian, and if she cultivated this Mian well, she will have a chance to have a real ace elf, who is expected to charge the Tianwang level. In addition, she also has the same 3-in-1 magnet monster and the rather rare electric shock beast. If you can make the 3-in-1 magnetic monster evolve into a self-exploding magnetic monster, and then let the electric shock beast evolve into the electric shock monster, then, when the time comes, the lineup of 6 electric dragons, electric monsters, self-exploding magnetic monsters, Mama Eel King, Rentgen Cat, and Thunder and Lightning Zebras will be enough for her to attack the position of the King of Electricity specialization. I'm going to be the first king of the electric region. A strong desire emerged in Kamazli's heart, and she looked deeply at Lu Yin. This man is so dazzling and charming, my heart is thumping wildly, as if I have a deep understanding of him. Court, Lu Yin didn't know that he was being stared by a world-famous model. Going up, he continued, I found a way for the electric shock beast to evolve into the electric shock beast. In a few days, I will announce this method together with the method for the 3-in-1 magnetite to evolve into a self-exploding magnetite. Lu Yin had the same idea when he announced the evolution of the electric shock beast. He made a fortune with props, and he has applied for a patent for the power generation device required for the electric shock beast to evolve into the electric shock monster. But no one knows what he intends to do now, and when they hear his words, everyone is in awe. This is a great man who benefits the world. In the VIP room, Serena came to Cammersley and asked eagerly, Miss Xiaojur, what do you think of this game? View. Cammersley looked sideways at Serena, and smiled slightly. The gun of harmony, that match was just the opposite. Just the opposite. 3 question marks appeared on Serena's head. Cammersley nodded lightly and looked in the direction of the field again. If there is no accident in the electric monster, it should be a pure electric spirit like the electric beast, then the 3 attributes of flight, steel, and electricity will be halved. And the weak point of the electricity type elves is only 1 ground type. Electric beasts don't use ground-based tricks. So if there is no accident, this game will be very exciting, with all kinds of tricks emerging one after another, and there is a high chance that the electric trick will not be used. So it is. Serena nodded clearly and wrote it down in her notebook with a pen. In the arena, Lu Yin stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, signaling Ma Zishi to take the lead. Now, let your electric shock beast try the strength of the electric shock beast. I can't ask for it. The expression on Ma Zishi's face became very serious. He believes in the power of evolution, and now he has the opportunity to feel the power of electric shock monsters. It can be said that he can't ask for it. High-speed star. Shock. The electric shock beast put away the fear of the electric shock beast in his heart, and opened his mouth to emit a burst of light from the stars. Are you sure to hit a trick at high speed? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Although he has many ways to make the electric monsters defend against medium and high-speed stars, but doing so is of little value. Anyway, the damage of high-speed stars is not high, and it is not as good as a wave of hard steel. Thinking of this, the expression on his face suddenly became a little weirder. I hope I won't be complained about using this trick. Electric shock monster, earthquake. Earthquake. Many people thought they had heard it wrong and showed stunned expressions. Is a well-known thing that the electric beast and the electric shock boy do not have earthquakes, or do not have any ground-based tricks. Could it be that the evolution into electric beasts has changed? But if you believe it carefully, this does not seem to be surprising. The evolution of elves, even familiarity will change. It is also a common thing to learn a few tricks that could not be mastered before. Electric boom. The electric monster raised its left foot to condense the khaki energy. After enough energy was accumulated, it stomped on the ground. The electric gym is on the 2nd floor of Leifeng Tower, but the location of the arena is specially dealt with for offense, and there will be no problem with the elves using any tricks, as long as the attack power does not exceed the championship level. Bang! The entire field began to tremble, and a strange wave spread around with the electric shock beast as the origin, and the ground split into cracks. Not good. Electric beast, jump up. Ma Zishi's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. With the strength of the electric beast, it can be easily done by taking off while maintaining the attack. But Lu Yin and Ma Zishi added an order almost at the same time, squeaky. Electric boom. The electric shock monster's scarlet eyes flashed, and a harsh sound came out from its mouth, and the sound spread throughout the venue in an instant. Noisy. It's so ugly. The audience at the scene instinctively covered their ears. Arena, the electric shock beast in the center of the attack showed a very uncomfortable expression, and involuntarily reached out to cover his ears, trying to isolate the stimulation of the sound from the ears. Bang bang bang. The high-speed star hit the electric shock beast at this time, and it stopped using the harsh sound when it was in pain. Sound stopped, and the electric shock beast remembered Ma Zishi's order and wanted to jump up, but it was too late, and the earthquake attack had arrived. Swish! The electric shock beast was directly hit by the earthquake attack, and its body swayed for a while before falling to the ground. See this scene. Ash's Pikachu gave a weird smile. Mazishi, have you experienced it, the fear of being crushed by a progressive type? In this world, there are not many existences like my skin god. Lu Yin, Pishin, your life is broken. Chapter 171_Camizli, Skull Pain 4/5. Kanto Region, Gold City, Spirit Center. Xiaoji and his party of 3 and many trainers gathered in the hall, watching the battle between Lu Yin and Mazishi's elves on the screen in the center of the hall. Mazishi, Lu Yin, and Xiaoji are all familiar with the 3. Xiaoji challenged Mazishi's temporary badge, and challenged twice in a row before he succeeded. When the first challenge failed, Ash shook his heart, and wanted to use the Thunderstone to help Pikachu evolve into Raichu, in order to gain more powerful strength. But Pikachu has its own persistence, it does not believe in evolution, it does not want to change. And, Xiaoji still chose to respect Pikachu's opinion. After some special training, they defeated Mazishi's Raichu with the weak, and Lu Yin was the one who Xiaoji wanted to challenge very much, because Lu Yin defeated Xiao Kai, the big brother in Xiaoji's heart. Now Mazishi and Lu Yin are fighting, naturally attracting their attention. Even Xiaoji did not rush to challenge the gym for the first time. This Lu Yin gym owner is so strong. Master Mazishi is not his opponent at all. Xiaoji stared at the screen with burning eyes, and his eyes flickered with longing light. He really wanted to fight with Lu Yin. On the side, Pikachu nodded in agreement, with a small expression of revenge on his face. Pikachu. Although he defeated Raichu at first, Pikachu was not satisfied. Traveling with Xiaoji for so long, he knows what a challenge temporary badge is, so he knows that the Raichu sent by Mazishi is only his second echelon, not the main force. Its Pikachu's strength is still far behind. Now, Mazishi's elf is clearly superior in strength, but because he has not evolved, he is at a certain disadvantage. Pikachu feels very happy in his heart. The glorious deeds of its skin god cannot be replicated. After the earthquake attack, the electric shock beast suffered a lot of damage, but still has a lot of physical strength, and slowly stood up from the ground. Mazishi restrained his heart and gave the anti-terrorism command, Electric Shock Beast, Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash. Do you want to make contact with your body and let my electric shock demon be paralyzed? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He still remembered the data of the electric shock beast. This electric shock beast has electrostatic properties. Of course. Electric monster. Plasma bath. We also use flash. Lu Yin once again gave an order that no one could understand. Plasma bath. This seems to be an auxiliary trick. The effect is to electrify the general type trick of the elf and turn it into an electric type, which Lu Yin used to command the electric dragon in the battle with Sha Yang. If you use this move, wouldn't all the common tricks used by electric shock monsters be electrified, but wouldn't the damage to the electric shock beasts be not enough? What is Lu Yin's intention? Cough cough. VIP room. Noticing the joking glances from the girls, Camizli coughed awkwardly. She was a little stingy in her heart. It was because she had a grudge against her, and she said that this game was going to become a duel between the flying electric system. Lu Yin came to do such a one-handed operation. It was just to slap her in the face, but Catalia made a slap in the face at this time. Don't try to figure out Lu Yin's mind, he is the upper king, you can't think of it. Camizli snorted noncommittally. When I challenge tomorrow, I will prove myself. In the arena, the electric shock warcraft swung the 2 tails behind it, and a layer of strange charged particles spread all over its body, followed by a dazzling flash of light from its body, and then disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Yin shouted again, the lightning flashes. Avoid. At this moment, the electric shock beast moved at a high speed with a white light, and the transfer was not far from the electric shock beast. Shock bang. The electric shock monster's scarlet eyes rolled, mobilizing the energy in the body. Swish. At the moment when it was about to be hit by the electric shock beast, the electric shock beast violently provoked it, turning into a yellow electric light and dodging to one side, avoiding it dangerously. Bang! Ran quickly on the field, holding a dazzling thunder light. The electric shock beast tried to catch up with him, but the distance was getting farther and farther. So this is Lu Yin's purpose. Camsley's eyes lit up and murmured, "The speed of the electric shock beast is too big, and the speed must be slower than that of the electric shock beast. Lu Yin uses this method to increase the speed. But why?" A question is solved, and Camsley has a new one. Lu Yin asked the electric monster to use the plasma bath first, and then use the electric light to flash, just to avoid the opponent's unique trick. Electric shock beasts may have electrostatic properties. Could it be for this reason that Lu Yin tried his best not to let electric shock beasts come into contact? Saying that, increasing the speed is not only to avoid this attack, but also to ensure the distance. How did Yin know that this electric shock beast has electrostatic properties? It's not just guessing. So, in fact, there may be other reasons to increase the speed. Ah! Camsley stretched out her hand to cover her head. She felt that her head was about to explode. She suddenly wanted to agree with Catalya's words. Don't try to ponder Lu Yin's thinking, she hasn't reached her realm yet. At this moment, Lu Yin shouted again, "Use the electrical field." Shock bang! Electric shock beast suddenly stopped, and the two tails behind it were inserted into the ground. Swish! A strange electric field instantly enveloped the entire venue. So that's the answer. Camsley's eyes lit up. Lu Yin is planning to use the electric trick to decide the outcome. This trick of the electric field can prevent the elves on the field from falling asleep, and increase the power of the electric attack by 30%. Then take into account the consistent addition of attributes. Shock beasts can now use the electricity system to ensure that the damage caused by electric shock beasts can reach the normal level. No. If it's just to use electricity-type tricks, you don't need to spend so much trouble. And the electric shock beast is also an electric spirit, isn't it the same benefit? What the hell is hiding in Lu Yin's gourd? Camsley felt a little pain in her head. She clearly didn't understand, she just wanted to think. Hee, Lu Yin, you made a mistake. The venue, Ma Zishi suddenly laughed. He and Camsley thought the same. Electrical field, it's not just your electric monster that can improve. Electrical beast, use thunder. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and smiled. The fish is hooked. Electric shock beast, destroy the death light. Remember to avoid thunder. 172nd battle _everyone. There is a familiar sense of sight. It's Lu Yin's taste. 5/5. Destruction of the dead light. Also avoid thunder. A series of instructions given by Lu Yin, few people can understand. Catalya couldn't help but frowned. Lu Yin, what are you planning? Whatever. How do you think? In the venue, the final confrontation starts. The electric shock demon crossed his hands on his chest, condensed an orange-yellow energy ball with lightning, and the energy ball continued to expand steadily. This is an electric destruction light. On the opposite side, the electric shock beast spreads its feet, concentrates the energy in its body with all its strength, and finally gathers it between the horns on its head. Swish! Almost at the same time, the two elves were getting ready at the same time. Swish! A golden bolt of lightning shot out from the electric shock beast's hand and rushed towards the electric shock beast. On the other side, observing the trajectory of the lightning beast, the electric shock beast emits the condensed and formed energy. Swish! An orange-yellow beam of light shot straight towards the electric shock beast, and the flashing thunder of the bearer was exactly staggered from the golden thunder beam. Boom! The electric version destroys the death light extremely fast, piercing the audience almost instantly. Before the thunder hits the electric beast, it comes later and hits the electric beast first. The electric shock beast was directly blasted out. Electric beast. Ma Zishi couldn't help clenching his fists. He was waiting for the moment when the electric shock beast's thunder trick hits the electric shock beast. At that time, for example, the electric shock beasts under the pane will stop using the destruction light, and the electric shock beasts will not suffer too much damage. Although the electric shock demon uses a plasma bath now, and destroying the death light is an electric trick for it, but it uses the destruction of the death light, and the body will still be in a state of rigidity. The difference is that the time it needs to recover is shortened. And just hold on to this moment. Electric shock beasts have the possibility to win. The next second, Ma Zixie's expression changed. The scene, many people stood up. Front of the live broadcast room, many people opened their mouths wide. Under everyone's attention, the electric shock beast's thundering trick successfully hit the body of the electric shock beast, and a golden light shrouded its whole body. But the unpleasant expression of the electric shock beast that everyone expected did not appear. Not only that, it actually showed an expression of enjoyment, and it also increased the output of the energy that destroyed the dead light. Boom! The more sturdy destruction of death light pushed the electric shock beast all the way to the wall behind Ma Zixie, smashing a big hole again. It fits with the big hole smashed by the 3-in-1 magnet monster in front. Swish! Energy is exhausted, the electric monster stops attacking. Electric shock monster, electric shock wave. Before everyone had recovered from the strange performance of the electric beast before, Luyan did another thing that was beyond everyone's expectations. He gave the electric shock monster a new attack order. But shouldn't the electric shock monster be in a state of stiffness now? Everyone looked at the electric shock monster in the arena and found that it didn't seem to be in a stiff state at all. It was waving its two tails, and a strange layer of strangeness gathered between the horns on its head. Of radio waves. Swish! The blue electric shock wave was launched by the electric shock beast, instantly passed through the entire field, and landed on the electric shock beast who had just climbed up from the smoke and was unable to dodge. Electricity. Being directly hit by the electric shock wave, the electric shock beast let out a scream of pain. The battle is over, the electric monster wins. The referee announced the result of the game immediately, although he was also shocked by the somewhat inexplicable scene on the field, but he did not forget his responsibility. The referee's voice brought everyone back to their senses, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. What's the situation? I don't know, the electric monster was hit by the thunder, why didn't it stop using the destruction light? Even if the electric monster can endure the damage caused by the thunder, and use the destruction of death light, I think it is understandable, but do you know what I saw? What? I saw the expression on the face of the electric shock monster. I can just see the front of the electric monster from my side, and I saw it too. It was so weird that he actually showed an expression of enjoyment at that time. Damn it. Forget it, why hasn't it entered a state of rigidity? No one understood what was going on in front of them. Of course there are smart people, including Ma Zixie, who is not stupid. After taking back the electric shock beast, he asked Luyan, what are the characteristics of the electric shock beast? A hell can't be a hell. So it can only be analyzed from a scientific point of view. Ma Zixie thought of a possibility, the characteristics of electric shock monsters. Your reaction is okay. Luyan took out the elf ball and retracted the electric shock monster, and said with a faint smile, the characteristics of the electric shock monster are the same as those of the thunder zebra. It's an electric engine. Electric engine. Ma Zixie showed a clear color, the electric engine, among the known Pokeballs, only zebra and its evolutionary thunder zebra may have, which is an unpopular feature. No one would have thought that the electric shock beast would have this characteristic after it evolved into the electric shock beast. What is that characteristic of an electric engine? Electrical attribute elves are exclusive. The effect is similar to the ignition characteristic and the water storage characteristic. It can absorb and immune to all electric tricks. As long as the opponent's strength does not exceed one's own level, it will also increase the speed. That's it, I understand. You understand what's so exciting. Why does the electric shock monster show an expression of enjoyment after being hit by thunder, and it doesn't fall into a state of rigidity? It is the characteristic of an electric engine, and thunder is simply a supplement to his ability. Why does he have a special sense of familiarity? My friend, you are not alone. Surprisingly, IQ is crushed, and knowledge is crushed. That is Lu Yin's common means of paying attention. Ha ha ha. In the VIP room, Cammersley scratched her hair fiercely and sighed, I've taken it, really taken it. The difference is huge. I'm hesitating now whether to withdraw from tomorrow's battle, otherwise I don't know how I was defeated. Serena wondered why Cammersley suddenly had such an idea. She hesitated and asked, Miss Xiaojur, although the master is very powerful, it won't make you lack the courage to fight, right? And even if you lose, you can improve yourself by fighting, right? Elevate yourself. Cammersley showed a bitter smile. It's really okay. But more likely, I will lose in a fog. Chapter 173_Little Jewel. Lu Yin is not a human being. King Ma Zishi. 1/5. Is the difference that big? Serena couldn't understand. Lu Yin was indeed very powerful, and she won the game directly with the unexpected point that the electric shock monster has an electric engine. These little Jewel now know that tomorrow's battle will be much less difficult, but... Catalia nodded in agreement and said, it seems that you already understand. Cammersley raised her head, closed her eyes, and showed a weak expression on her face. Tianwang level trainer, it's really so terrifying. You can't say that either. Catalia suddenly said, a Heavenly King level trainer who specializes in general attributes is not so terrifying. The scary thing is Lu Yin. Commies nodded. The other girls didn't understand the conversation between the two. Jensi said angrily, what are you playing? Hee hee. Cammersley chuckled twice, and opened her eyes again, with a still bright light shining in them. Let me explain it to you. In your opinion, is Lu Yin really just surprised by the characteristics of the electric engine just once? Isn't it? Baby is suspicious. Of course. Cammersley took a deep breath and explained, Lu Yin has already seen through the fact that the electric shock beast may have static electricity. Attributes, of course, may not be seen through, just guess. Then he had a plan. First, let the electric monsters use the plasma bath to make their body electrify, so that the general attribute tricks will also become electric attributes. In this way, the speed of the electric monsters using electric flashes will increase, even more than the electric beasts, so as to avoid in the electric beasts' contact, resulting in paralysis. Next is to use the electric field trick to increase the power of the electric trick. But this trick, plus the use of the plasma bath before, actually meant to give Ma Zishi a hint that he would choose to use the electricity-based trick to fight each other. Ma Zishi let the electric shock beast use thunder without knowing it. At this time, Lu Yin's cunning came out. The special training of the electric monster is actually an electric engine, which can absorb the ability of thundering tricks to supplement himself. At this time, he asked the electric monster to use the destructive death light to cause extremely high damage to the other colleague, and also use the energy of the thunder trick to replenish himself and get out of the state of rigidity. Then he attacked again. Look, plasma bath, flash of electric light, and death light of destruction, which one of these three tricks is wasted? Every decision made by Lu Yin can be linked to the later and earlier decisions. The result of this game was doomed when Lu Yin let the electric monsters use the plasma bath and flashes of electric light. Because we couldn't see it through, we thought he was a static that didn't want to be shocked by the possible existence of the electric shock beast. Characteristic effects. And this is actually just a series of actions by him. The purpose of leveling, it can even be said that he achieved the effect by the way when he completed the layout. But for that, there are a lot of people. And what about the next series? And I, from the perspective of a bystander, have been thinking, and I also figured out everything after Lu Yin showed the special training of the electric monster. I'm looking at you, I won't tell you, you can't think of this at all now. This disparity. If I really fight him personally, it's not an opponent at all. Yayi and other girls finally realized Lu Yin's terror. This matter, they felt that Nima burns their brains. How can a human make so many wrong layouts in an instant? No one trick can be connected with each other, and Lu Yin, who has an impact on the back, is really scary. Ma Zixishi was simply crushed by her IQ. When the girls were shocked, Lilia seemed to think that was not enough, and said, "Actually, Sister Xiaojue, you really don't need to challenge the museum owner. Because the most powerful electric dragon of the pavilion's brother has reached the level of a heavenly king." Girls. Lu Yin's current has reached the level of a heavenly king. This time, even Catalia was not calm. She knew how long it took for Lu Yin to get the electric dragon. It only took 2 years from the hatching of the Bali sheep elf egg to the present, and it only took 2 years to complete it. Few people can do it. Example, in the elf world, there are only Hyerna, Dahu Zvqi, Yulongdu. Those who have received world-class top training since childhood and cultivated feelings with the initial elves. At the age of 14 this step can only be done before the age of 16 after formally subduing the elves. And their elves are all quasi-god elves with championship-level qualifications. From resources to time, to elves, qualifications, they are all better than Lu Yin. If nothing else, just say Catalia herself, he obtained the championship qualification Lalora's elf egg at the age of 14, and it has taken 2 years to cultivate it, and his strength has not yet reached the heavenly king level. But Lu Yin actually achieved what an excellent level of cultivating elves. Catalia didn't know how to be shocked. The same goes for Camizli and other girls, and Bauer, who knows Lu Yin the best, doesn't know what to say. This man, excellent, is like a monster. On the field, Ma Zishi solemnly took out the last Pokeball. I'm not wrong. If it was a month ago, I would have just conceded defeat. But now, I want to ask Lu Yin's pavilion master to give me some serious advice. Fell, Ma Zishi threw the Pokeball. Swish. A white light shot out from the Pokeball. One is similar in appearance to a bipedal rodent, with dark orange fur and a white belly. A genie with 2 brown stripes on its back like Pikachu appeared on the field. This is the evolution of Pikachu, Raichu. Like Pikachu, Raichu has a long, slender black tail that is electro-optical, flat and yellow in color, but it does not have fingers like Pikachu, instead it has small round brown palms. In Raichu Black there are also yellow electrical pockets under the small eyeballs. Raichu's feet were huge and turned brown, and the same brown was on the outside of his bifurcated ears. Seeing this Raichu, Lu Yin's originally calm heart was a little turbulent. Fun. The King Level Raichu. Chapter 174 Battle of the Kings. The audience is excited. 2/5. Name. Raichu attributes. Electricity features. Static electricity has hidden features. Lightning rod has level. Heavenly King 65 qualification. Heavenly King skill, electric shock. Cry. Wagtail. Lightning flashed. 2 consecutive kicks of electromagnetic waves. The wall of light is 100,000 volts. Beat. Slightly. Fun. It has already reached the level of the king. Lu Yin's always calm face finally had another expression. The opponent is the king level Raichu. The next battle may not be so boring. It's Raichu. The elf center, Ash shouted excitedly, is this the one I fought with? It's not as powerful as my Pikachu, and it's definitely not the opponent of the Master Lu Yin. But he ignored him, calculating that Pikachu also glanced at him. Pikachu showed a solemn expression, and fighting intent emerged in his eyes. Who was sitting beside Xiaoji, was speechless and turned his head more and more, and sighed, it's that one, and it's not that one. If you fight against the pavilion master Ma Zishi now, Xiaoji, you will be hanged and beaten. Oh why? Ash turned his head in doubt, his Pikachu is very strong, right? Last time Pikachu beat Raichu and also won the game. Pishan's strength is indeed very strong, the kind of cheating. Strong. It is obviously only a Pikachu, but it already has the strength of the elite middle class, which is stronger than the ace elf that many trainers have traveled for 2 or even 3 years. At the beginning, Xiaoji challenged the temporary badge of the Dry Leaf Gym, but Ma Zixi's character was relatively bad, and he used the ace Raichu to fight. In the first battle, he did completely abuse Ash and Pishin. But he didn't know there was a kind, behind the thing called the protagonist halo. Ash took Pikachu to challenge again and successfully won. It was precisely because of this failure that Ma Zixi was determined to join Team Rocket and seek more power. Xiaogang looked at the screen in the hall solemnly, and said solemnly, because this Raichu has entered the Heavenly King level. It comprehends the profound truth of the Thunder system. Lei. As soon as Raichu appeared on the stage, he hooked Lu Yin with a provocative hand. With a confident smile on his face, his powerful aura spread to the audience. Everyone felt the momentum. Many people showed expressions of surprise and awe. This momentum. It's the Heavenly King. This Raichu's strength has reached the Heavenly King level. So, the owner of the Ma Zixi Pavilion already has a king spirit. The owner of Ma Zixi is a lower king. The master of Lu Yin Pavilion is the nine-tailed and the giant stinging jellyfish, and his ace electric dragon seems to be the king of heaven. Master Lu Yin is in danger. I finally understand why the owner of the Ma Zixi Museum dared to challenge the owner of the museum Lu Yin. No one would have thought that the strength of Ma Zixi last elf was so huge that it reached the Heavenly King level. This world, there are very few people who take the path of specialization in the electrical system, which makes few people able to train the elves of the electrical system to the Heavenly King level, not to mention the champion level. The forefront of the expert trainer. Compared with the Heavenly Kings in various regions and some long-established Heavenly Kings, Ma Zixi is nothing, and even he is not as good as Lu Yin in terms of trainer ability. If it was a normal battle, under the circumstance that Lu Yin could use the strongest combat power, no one would think that Ma Zixi could win. Now it is the gym challenge, and the strongest elf that Lu Yin can use is the electric dragon, so his winning rate will be much higher, but it is not impossible. An elite-level elves commanded by an elite-level trainer defeat an elite-level elves commanded by an elite-level trainer. This kind of thing is rare, but it happens occasionally. This moment, Ma Zixi has the possibility of winning. Of course, this is the idea of most uninformed people, and some people don't think so. Example, in the VIP room, the girls who just heard about Lu Yin's strength from Lily's mouth. This time, the last game, it's going to be interesting. On the field, Lu Yin was holding a pokeball, and his aura began to rise. This opponent is quite qualified. It gave me a little serious thought. I thought the last game would be boring. Voice fell, and Lu Yin threw the pokeball out of his hand. Swish. White light flashed, and the handsome electric dragon stood on the field, looking down at Raichu, with a powerful aura emerging from his body. Boom. The momentum of the two elves had a substantial confrontation first, and finally they were evenly matched. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They were not shocked, but simply stunned. Lu Yin's electric dragon is actually a Heavenly King level elf, which is more terrifying than Ma Zixi having a Heavenly King level elf. After all, Ma Zixi was at that age. At the age of nearly 30, he had a Heavenly King level elf. At this level, he could only be regarded as quite satisfactory. But Lu Yinkai calculated that this was not a Heavenly King level elf that he relied on to conquer by some method. Rather, it is a Heavenly King level elf that has been cultivated. What a genius! At this moment, in the hearts of countless people, Lu Yin's image is constantly rising. Maybe, this is really a genius who can be in the Olympics era. Lu Yin doesn't care about this. In the first two games, his two elves were at a disadvantage in terms of strength, and he wanted to use the electric shock monster and self-destruction. Magneto's charm is shown in the audience of all people, so the wisdom fight is used. But things are different now. All of them are Heavenly Kings. He still uses the signature electric dragon. Then let's have a super burning battle. Lu Yin took a step forward, His black hair was windless, and he was handsome, making many of the girls watching the game look like nympho. This time, he took the lead in issuing the attack order. Electric Dragon, Electric Ball. Ah! The electric dragon raised his hands and quickly condensed an energy ball composed of lightning energy in front of him. Swish! Energy ball took shape, and the electric dragon immediately threw it towards Raichu. Use the hole digging trick. Mazishi waved his arm. Really? Raichu raised his hands, condensed earth-colored light, and then threw himself in front of him. Bang! A pothole appeared in an instant. Raichu turned his head into it, and the electric ball landed in the standing position just before it, and missed a hit. Using a hole to avoid the attack, while waiting for an opportunity to launch a double power attack. Seeing Mazishi's thoughts in an instant, Lu Yin responded calmly. Plasma Bath. Electrical Venue. Chapter 175 Lu Hidden Attack Mode. Quickly decide the winner. 3/5. Ow! The electric dragon didn't panic because it lost Raichu's target. Hearing Lu Yin's order, it waved its tail vigorously, and the red beads at the end emitted strange charged particles, which quickly spread all over its body. After doing all this, the electric dragon slapped the ground with its tail again. Swish! Since the second floor was originally built as a venue suitable for electric elves to fight, when the electric dragon moved, a strange electromagnetic field instantly spread throughout the venue. Bang! At this time, a big hole suddenly appeared behind the electric dragon, and Lichiu broke out of the ground and slammed into the electric dragon's back, hitting a straight face. The electric dragon was attacked, and suddenly staggered, dashed forward, and took several steps before stabilizing its pace. At this time, Raichu had once again dug a large hole into the ground. The VIP area, Serena nodded thoughtfully and quickly wrote it down in the small notebook. When using certain tricks, the energy will spread all over the part where the elves attack, so even if they come into contact with elves with electrostatic properties, they will not be paralyzed. Serena became an apprentice in the gym, and she wanted to become a fire-specialized trainer and performer. She also wanted to learn Lu Yin's concepts and ideas, as well as training methods. The cultivation of elves is powerful. But that doesn't mean she doesn't need to learn other knowledge. Any knowledge is very useful. No matter is to deal with any opponent, or to enrich performance knowledge, there should be no shortage of accumulation. Speaking of which, the situation of this competition is very similar to the first one. Both sides are pure electric spirits. Considering the scene, the environment and attributes have the same bonus effect, and there are double the electric cars, which use the electric trick. Best. This can be seen from Lu Yin's use of the plasma bath and electric field when Lu Yin sees the gap between Raichu and launched an attack. In addition, both sprites have electrostatic properties, which means that both must be in contact with each other. But both elves will also double restrain the ground-based tricks, which is a special point. Cocooning yourself. Although I'm laying the groundwork for the power system trick, it doesn't mean that I only intend to use the electricity type trick. Lu Yin not only didn't worry about the electric dragon being hit and lost the trace of Pikachu, but showed a relaxed smile instead. From Raichu's attack just now, he had a way to get the electric dragon to avoid it, but he just didn't want to. He has better decisions. Tread again. Soon as the electric dragon stabilized his body, Lu Yin's order reached his ears. Ow! The electric dragon raised his right foot, condensing khaki energy. Not good. Mazishi and Dianlong heard Lu Yin's voice almost at the same time, and his expression changed suddenly. Raichu, come out. Really? Raichu was on the ground preparing to find another sneak attack on the electric dragon, and suddenly Mazishi's order. It was stunned for a moment, but it quickly followed the word. But it was still too late. Boom! A strange wave was transmitted from the location of the electric dragon to the ground, followed by spreading all around, and the whole earth was shaken. Not far from the electric dragon, a big man appeared, and Raichu had just drilled out half of his head, and it was too late to leave the ground. Swish. Raichu was hit at close range, and a strange vibration spread throughout its body, bringing it a huge return, and at the same time making it slow down again, which was not so fast. Bang! Raichu was shaken out and flew backwards and landed on the ground beside him. Seeing this, Luyin did not intend to hold back his hands at all, and shouted again, "Mount Tai is on the top." Taishan pressing the top is a general trick, and the current electric dragon display is an electric trick. Ow! The electric dragon ran towards Raichu, with electricity flashing from his body. Definitely can't fall for this trick. Mazishi could not help clenching his fists. If the elf is hit by the trick of Taishan's top, sometimes it may fall into a state of paralysis. Now that this move by the electric dragon has become an electric-type ultimate move, once Raichu is hit, he will be paralyzed. Once he is paralyzed, he will completely lose the rhythm of the game. Dig a hole. Mazishi no longer thought about the layout, and just wanted to avoid this blow quickly. Rayleigh. Up from the ground with some difficulty at this time, and when he heard Mazishi's voice, he did not hesitate, and immediately performed the trick of digging a hole and rushed forward. Swish. Lichiu entered the ground, leaving only a large hole. At this time, the electric dragon called, pressing down on the cave with great force, and the entire field was shaken. Raichu avoiding at the last moment, Mazishi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the previous situation. He shouted again, "Raichu, come out quickly." Mazishi's reaction was fast enough, but it was not as good as Luyin, who had already considered this situation and made a plan. The latter's order almost followed the former's order. Turning. Echo, usually a sound-type trick, the effect is to launch an attack with singing, and now it is performed by the electric dragon, which is also an electric-type trick. The electric dragon didn't get up, just maintained the current posture, opened his mouth at the cave, and began to sing. A burst of figurative singing with arcs flashing directly into the cave, spread across the entire ground in an instant, and emanated from other caves created by Raichu. On the ground, Raichu tried to cover his ears so as not to listen to the sound, but the sound came from all directions, and the sound was still charged, and it was accompanied by a heavy echo. It couldn't resist at all, and because of the light system in the cave, it was damaged twice and 3 times. Boom! A cave suddenly burst out from a ground, and Raichu's figure shot out of it, fell to the ground beside him, and fainted directly. The audience. Girls. Referee. Bye, the game is over. The referee didn't react for a while, and it took a long while to wave the flag to announce the result. Hearing the referee's voice, everyone came back to their senses. It's over. So fast. What speed is this? So, in the previous 2 games, did Master Luyin really play? Big, maybe. Everyone was stunned. There were still turning points in the first 2 games, and Mazishi could go back and forth with Luyin a few times. As a result, I now use the Heavenly King level elf, and the defeat is faster and more straightforward. Looking at Luyin. Fuck, is this an expression of unfinished business? Chapter 176_Camizli was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. 4/5. In the live broadcast room. I'm stunned. Who can tell me what I found to cover my face? Seeing that the owner of the Mazishi Pavilion released the King level Raichu, I thought the last game would be very interesting, but he lost even faster. So in the first 2 games, the pavilion owner Luyin didn't take it seriously, did he? Such a show has not seriously forgiven my weakness. I'm still here. The shocked pavilion owner Luyin raised the electric dragon to the level of the king, and he has already won the game. The king level trainer is so terrifying. The pavilion owner Luyin hasn't even used his aura. Mazishi, I have no power to fight back. Luyin, don't use your ordinary thinking to guess me. Upstairs, leave your address. The challenge competition has now ended. The result ended with Luyin's 3 victories in 3 battles. Mazishi looked at Lichiu, who fell to the ground and couldn't recover for a long time. Originally, he thought that he would take advantage of the danger of challenging Luyin. After all, Lu Yin's strongest is the Nine Tails, a fire elf. And he is a trainer specializing in electricity, and he also has a king-level elves. He couldn't refuse the order of that organization. He did not expect that the final result would be like this. He was defeated, completely defeated. Especially in the last battle, he saw the gap between himself and Lu Yin. He could feel it, and only in the last battle did Lu Yin take it seriously. I don't even have the strength to let you fully grow. Ma Zishi felt a little bitter in his heart. The feeling of losing to a genius like Lu Yin was completely different from losing to Xiaoji. That kind of powerlessness. Come back, Raichu, you've done a good job. Marzish took the Pokeball back to Raichu, and at the same time held an orange badge made of crystals. According to the rules of the Union, temporary badges are silver badges, which will be recycled after being used once, while permanent badges are gold badges that can be reused permanently, and it doesn't matter if the gym owner changes them. The crystal badges are only given out when the gym owners compete against each other, and they are fully recognized by the gym. I lost. Ma Zishi looked at Lu Yin, and he was convinced about the result of the game. Admit. Lu Yin smiled slightly and reached out to take the badge. Master Ma Zishi. Handing over the badge, Ma Zishi was about to turn around and leave when he heard Lu Yin's voice again. The voice was so soft that only he could hear it. If you don't like it there, you can come to me, and I have a way to help you get out. The evolution of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric monster requires special props. Like the evolution stone, the props are different, and the effects are different. When the time comes, you can come to me. Ma Zishi took a step, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Lu Yin, he actually knew about him and Team Rocket, but he didn't tell him, and said that there was a way to help him with what he was going to do, as well as the evolution of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric monster, so he still needed props. No wonder Lu Yin was so generous in props. It is the big head, and the method is popularized, so that everyone will choose the electric spirit, and also make a lot of money. In the minds of smart people. Various complicated thoughts flashed in Ma Zishi's mind, but he did not express his emotions on his face, but nodded to indicate that he heard Lu Yin's words. In fact, if Lu Yin wanted to recruit him, he would also turn to him. It's not that he's cowardly, it's that he can't. Otherwise, how could Lu Yin be stronger than him? Lu Yin also knew about his relationship with Team Rocket, which was like grabbing his lifeline. In this case, Lu Yin threw out the tempting condition of evolution props. The deterrence of power, the handle, the coercion, the temptation of interests. He can only promise, can't he? Lu Yin Pavilion Master. The door of the VIP room was opened, and after a long while of a pleasant voice, a figure slowly walked out from inside. In the direction of the voice, and the men were all excited. It's Xiao Juer. Miss Xiao Juer, the world's top model. Miss Xiao Juer, it's so beautiful. Wow, seeing Sister Xiao Juer, today is another day full of electricity. I didn't expect to see Miss Xiao Juer here. What's so unexpected? Isn't Miss Xiao Juer going to challenge the pavilion owner Lu Yin? That's right, Sister Xiao Juer, I love you. Coming out of the VIP room was Camizli. She was not wearing as sexy as you usually see on the catwalk. Her hair was not dyed blonde, but waist-length black hair. She was wearing a pair of tight black leather pants on her lower body, which made her already slender long legs look sensual and more eye-catching. She was wearing a small floral skirt on her upper body, and a cotton yellow coat was draped over it. This is a woman who is at the forefront of fashion. She is born to be on the stage, and even now, under the light of the gymnasium, she is so dazzling, so radiant. Seems that wherever she is standing, it should be where the light is focused and where the focus of eyes is. On the scene, no one can be more dazzling than her. No, this time, on the spot, someone can shine brighter than him. Even Camizli couldn't take away Lu Yin's attention. How many men pay attention to Camizli, and how many women are crazy about Lu Yin? But the point is, Luyan still has the strength, the powerful strength, which can make everyone look at him. Hello, Miss Xiaojue. Luyan rushed to the front of him and Camizli smiled slightly. I'm sorry I haven't had time to entertain you yet. Now come out, what's the matter? If you want to fight ahead of time, I don't mind. The smile on Camizli's face stagnated, and she found that the smile of the man in front of her was a bit nasty. If she could, she really wanted to punch her. Of time, she is clearly going to admit defeat. Camizli can be sure that Luyan definitely guessed what she was going to do and deliberately provoked her. This is a black-bellied man. In this regard, Luyan said that he was wronged. How did he guess what Camizli wanted? He obviously thinks that Ma Zishi is too naive and boring, so he has a dual-purpose superpower and gossip about what the girls in the VIP room are talking about. Can you hear, Ma Zishi? I am too naive, I am so sorry. Please flowers, what condolences to the evaluation votes. Chapter 177 Crazy Camizli. Ask. 5/5. Master Luyan, you just finished a game. I won't take advantage of people's danger. Camizli said with a smile, that she would not take advantage of others' dangers so ignorantly, but in her heart she was beating Luyan's villain madly. But Luyan didn't seem to understand her words, and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, in fact, my elves didn't suffer any injuries before. I know that Miss Xiaojue is a world-famous model. She is very busy, she should be in a hurry. As far as people are concerned, it's convenient for me. Convenient Pete. Camizli's teeth tickled with hatred. Why is this man like this? Before she pretended to be in the VIP room, she was slapped in the face several times, and now she is still black. Can I beat someone? I don't need a lady image, I can. I hope that tomorrow's headline will be, Camizli beats Luyan's stinky face. Ah, Ma Zishi, big sister, you're okay, didn't you realize that I was taken out and whipped? Camizli didn't want to talk to Luyan anymore, she was afraid that she couldn't help herself, so she said straight to the point. After watching the battle between Master Luyan and Master Ma Zishi, I feel that my strength is not enough. It's not enough. I don't think the trainer's own command ability is as good as Luyan's master. In terms of elves, strength, I don't even have a king-level elves. Tomorrow's game, I will definitely lose. So I'm going to throw in the towel. After speaking, Xiaojue took out a crystal volt badge from somewhere and put it directly in Luyan's hand, without giving him a chance to refuse. Get it, here it is for you. After speaking, Xiaojue walked towards the VIP room without turning her head. She won't. Let's take a look at Luyan's stinky face. Luyan's expression froze, then shook his head amusingly, and could only put away the volt badge. Camizli said so, what else can he do? The audience who are watching the live broadcast are not calm. Why don't you watch tomorrow's game? Damn, the labor and management have asked for a home for 2 days, and they plan to take this game well, no more. Actually, it's understandable, Miss Xiaojue can't possibly be the opponent of Luyan Pavilion Master. That's right, Miss Xiaojue admits defeat in the public eye, which requires even more courage. Miss Xiaojue doesn't even have a Heavenly King-level elf. Now she may not even be able to beat Ma Zishi, let alone the opponent of Pavilion Master Luyan. This is a very wise choice. Although I have to watch one less game, it is understandable. After all, my opponent is the pavilion owner Luyan. Does anyone think that the owner of the pavilion Luyan and Miss Camizli have a good look when they stand together? Camizli, with your sister. Regarding the decision made by Camizli, it is obvious to all that the vast majority of people chose Jing Luyan's strength. When he fought against Ma Zishi, he didn't show much strength. Camizli is the strongest, just like Ma Zishi, why is she still looking for abuse? As for saying that failure is the mother of success, you can't challenge it privately. To be said that the public is always tolerant towards women, especially beautiful women. And Camizli is also very smart. She declared herself to admit defeat in front of the public, and the reason is also to charge. there is really nothing to spray. 2 games, in ends the same day. Lu Yin is still there. Ma Zishi has planted a seed in his heart, waiting for him to find him. Next, he plans to go to the elf world Ziwan town, where there is a big play waiting for him to participate. But before that, the game was over, it was just lunchtime. At the dining table, Lu Yinchao asked Camizli, who was sitting opposite him, knowingly asked, Miss Xiaojue, why are you still here? Camizli. Why is this man so hateful? The main point is, why are there so many good girls gathered around such a hateful adult? Are they all blind? The owner of the pavilion, Lu Yin, doesn't seem to be a gentleman. The corners of Camizli's mouth twitched forcefully. Gentleman. Lu Yin frowned in doubt, he glanced at the dining table and pretended to realize it suddenly. Miss Xiaojue, where did you hear the news that the food here is delicious, so you want to have a meal? Yes. Welcome, welcome. It's not. Camizli stood up excitedly. I'm staying to guess it's not because of this. I'm not hungry at all. Gouda. An untimely voice rang out. Swish. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiaojue, and the atmosphere became awkward for a while. Camizli's fair and pretty face instantly flushed red. It's so embarrassing. What should I do if I slap myself in the face with my stomach? It's just because I didn't eat breakfast to keep my body in shape, and the food in front of me just looked delicious. Is this Lu Yin my nemesis? She felt that Lu Yin treated her like this purely because she knew the purpose of her stay and her character, and was deliberately teasing her. Okay, let's eat first. Lu Yin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Miss Xiaojue, come with me too. As for what you want to talk to me about, you can wait until after the meal. No problem. Hearing that Lu Yin was willing to talk to herself, Camizli instantly swept away the displeasure in her heart. But then, she reacted again. Master Lu Yin, I know I have something to say. Yeah, is it true that Miss World's famous model is not bad for this amount of money? Then do you know what I want to talk about? I just want to know the evolution method of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric shock beast in advance. Anyway, I will announce it. It doesn't matter if I tell you in advance. This is your idea, right? That's right. Wait. You know it all. Of course. Lu Yin nodded, and at the same time picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in his mouth. Not bad. Lu Yin gave Serena a thumbs up. This sweet and sour pork ribs has learned 70% of the heat and is delicious. Sweet and sour pork ribs is a dish that Serena recently learned from Boa. Wait a minute. Camizli stood up again and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin, since you know my purpose, why do you act like you don't know? Why? Lu Yin showed a smile. He put down his chopsticks, grinned, and gave Camizli a bright smile. I said, I just want to see what the world's top model, Miss Jewar, who always maintains a calm aura, will behave when you are mad. Do you believe it? Chapter 178 Camizli was misunderstood. I am. 1/5. Camizli stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was directly opposite her, her mouth slightly open, and she didn't know what to say for a while. So, Lu is such a nasty person. How black does he have to be to toss himself for such a boring reason? The word cough and toss is not a very good use of the word. You should be kidding yourself. Camizli hated her teeth and glared angrily at Lu Yin. She gritted her teeth and asked, just for such a boring reason? Lu Yin shook his head. Camizli thought he was denying it, but she didn't want him to show a playful smile and say, if it's for ordinary women, it's really boring. But if this woman is you, Miss Xiaojue, it will be different. Implication is that Camizli has various halo bonuses on her body, and she is still a world idol. When teasing, it makes people feel more accomplished. I really thank you for your affirmation. Camizli was furious. She decided to leave here. Lu Yin is too bad. It's not that I can't get the evolution method of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric shock beast later, it's just a little bit later. But just as she turned around, Lu Yin's voice came over again. Miss Xiaojue. The evolution method of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric shock beast is very simple, just need to carry special props for communication exchange. Camsley stopped. Without turning her head, she asked, what props, with some difficulty. The 3-in-1 magneto needs a special magnet. Electric beast needs a power amplifier. Lu Yin didn't hide anything, and answered the question so quickly that Camsley thought he had suddenly changed to another person. Thank you. A word, Camsley planned to leave. Although she hadn't heard the names of the special magnets and power amplifiers, she didn't find it strange that there were so many magical items in the world, and she couldn't remember them all. After returning to the hotel, find someone to investigate and buy it. In addition, for Lu Yin's so generous sharing of this information, the previous matter is forgot. But it's best not to see each other again. This nasty man. Anyway, Camsley won't admit it, she is afraid of the feeling that Lu Yin is leading by the nose in everything. But Camsley forgives Lu Yin or forgives too early. No wait, she took a step, and Lu Yin's voice came again. Special magnets and power boosters are equipped with my invention, and now only I have. Girls. As soon as Lu Yin said these words, even the girls in Liliai who were having trouble stopped their movements and looked up at him one after another. I knew. Delia whispered. As a superhuman, she has an amazing memory since she was a child. Born into a big family, the training she received far exceeds that of ordinary people. But she found that she hadn't heard the special magnet, Lu Yin said. And power amplifier. At that time, she was thinking, either Lu Yin was playing with Camsley again. Either this prop was invented by him. It now appears that the answer is the latter. When are you going to invent? Bauer looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Although this childhood sweetheart has always been synonymous with genius in her heart, how did she cross over to the invention industry? There are so many things you don't know. Lu Yin smiled, but thought in his heart, of course you don't know. He doesn't even know himself. This item was the item that his game machine searched for during the dungeon, and now it seems that it should be a low-level black technology left by ancient humans. Because of finding these two things, the game console has also awakened a synthetic manufacturing function, which only requires her to put in the corresponding materials to synthesize some technological props. Special magnets and power amplifiers are one of them. Therefore, Lu Yin is not afraid of piracy at all. Because those who have the ability and technology to pirate must be those big families or local organizations. With his invention protected by a patent, the big family will not risk offending the alliance and him thankfully to piracy, and as for the parts they need, they don't lack the money to buy props. As for private organizations, Lu Yin has never done business with them. Speaking of which, making this thing also involves the success rate. Others make it, and the price-performance ratio is not too high, and it is still the most common level of props. And he, Lu Yin, was able to make it 100% successfully. It's no wonder that the museum owner, brother, you are so generous in publishing the method. Lily looked at Lu Yin with eyes that saw through everything. You just made a wave of free advertisements through live broadcasts, so that everyone is interested in electricity elves, and at the same time, you haven't sold props to pave the way. Sure enough, the big brother of the pavilion owner won't let himself suffer. The girls all smiled. Lu Yin was completely exposed by Lily, and a black heart was exposed. You can't stop your mouth even if you eat. Lu Yin took a chopstick and put the meat in Lily's bowl, annoyed. Look at how many people in our family are eating now. Can I not rack my brains to find a way to make money? Cut. Girls cut in unison. They are so thin, where can they eat? At this time, Camsley turned around again with great difficulty, and looked at Lu Yin with a face of despair. Lord Lu Yin, tell me, how much are you willing to sell me the props for? Camsley understood. Lu Yin was playing with her 7 inches, she was powerless to resist. She can also buy it later, but this time she has learned how to behave. and she feels that Lu Yin still has a backhand in the matter of props. If she really leaves like this, she will regret it later. Let's eat with us first. Lu Yin tapped the bowl with his chopsticks and said with a smile, I heard that a meal with Miss Xiaojuer needs to be reserved for money, so I will also enjoy this treatment. Don't. Cammersley sat down obediently, and said silently, what money to make an appointment is just a joke from friends. I only eat with friends, strangers, and I don't do anything with money. Cammersley didn't want Lu Yin to misunderstand her, thinking she was someone who could be cheap for money. Then this meal is even more delicious. This friend is even more precious. Lu Yin smiled, making Cammersley in a trance. This is what the black-bellied man in front of him would say. How do you have a kind of feeling? Do you have the sexuality to feel moved? Chapter 179 Lu Yin, the strongest item vendor in the future 2/5. Call. Delicious. In front of the dining table, Cammersley was lying in the position, feeling her stomach comfortably. She couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a famous food area in the Blue Star world, the food of the China District Alliance. It was delicious. After this meal, I need to go days without food to stay in shape. Saying that, Cammersley glared at Lu Yin fiercely. It was this guy who made her eat such delicious food. Originally, she just wanted to understand the following, but every dish was delicious, and she couldn't stop for a while. Stay in shape. Lu Yin looked at Cammersley, his eyes swept over her, and he shook his head. You're too skinny, it looks like you're looking down your bones. Just a little fatter. Now, I don't like it at all. Cammersley rolled her eyes immediately. She didn't want Lu Yin to like it. By Lu Yin is not a good thing at all. This man is too scary, no matter what. What is it? Master Lu Yin, can you sell me the props now? Cammersley did not answer Lu Yin's words, but asked the question she cared about most. Of course. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded with a smile on his lips. Seeing him like this, Cammersley suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. As for the props, it's okay to give you a set. Lu Yin said very generously, making Cammersley unable to believe her ears. Don't, let's buy it. Buy it yourself and I will use it at ease. Cammersley rejected Lu Yin's kindness for the first time. She was completely afraid of this man. Bauer and other girls all cast pity on her. This is because Lu Yin was frightened. Lu Yin was speechless. He realized that he seemed to have overplayed. Listen to me first. Lu Yin didn't have a good air. These two props, depending on the materials used, I can make 3 different quality props. There are also different qualities. The girls showed unexpected expressions one after another. It was the first time they heard that there is a difference in the quality of artificial props. Generally, the quality and effect of artificial props are not the same, the difference is only durability not. What are the different qualities of props? Seeing Lu Yin talking about business, Cammersley couldn't help sitting upright and recognized 3 effects. Lu Yin stretched out 3 fingers, smiled slightly, and said, if you give an example, the effect is similar to that of the evolution stone. The materials for making primary special magnets and power boosters are easy to find. I can basically mass produce them, so the price is not high, only 50,000 alliance coins. The effect is simply to help the elves evolve and improve their strength a little bit. 50,000 alliance coins, half the price of the primary evolution stone, but the effect is the same as the primary evolution stone. After helping the elf plan, it only increases the strength of the game console by a little bit. However, for many trainers, it is already very good for elves to evolve, and the improvement of the essence of life can significantly improve their strength. Cammersley nodded. Lu Yin's price can be said to be very light. After all, the evolution stone can be used as long as you find it, but this item needs to be made by yourself, and the price is cheaper. This is nothing to say. Seeing that Cammersley has already understood, Lu Yin continued, the materials required for intermediate quality props have been greatly improved, and the effect has also been improved. It can help colleagues in the evolution of elves and improve their strength. The most important thing is that there is a 10% chance of helping the elves improve their qualifications. As soon as Lu Yin's last words came out, the girl was stunned. What? Camsley couldn't help but exclaimed. Also improve qualifications. Don't look at the 10% chance, even if it's 1%, it's still surprising. This is aptitude, except Lu Yin, this guy who is open. There is no one in this world who does not pay attention to aptitude. Even some powerful trainers can subdue elves with high aptitude. Of any qualification is a kind of improvement of life level. I can guarantee this. Lu Yin nodded and said with a smile, even if it can't be completely transformed, there will be some improvement. For example, it is very easy to learn electrical tricks. This can be checked. And for such props, I will charge 1 million alliance coins. Compared with the 50,000 Federation, it has skyrocketed by 20 times. However, no one here thinks that the price is high, or even a little low. After all, ordinary 3-line mid-grade evolution stones are only at this price, and there is no function to increase elf qualifications. Camsley felt a little bitter in her heart. She had already guessed about the third quality Lu Yin said, but she knew even more that she couldn't afford it. Spending 2 million to buy 2 mid-grade props can use up most of her savings. Sure enough, Lu Yin continued, the third type, that's amazing, it can greatly improve the strength of the elves after evolution, and there is a 50% chance of helping the elves' aptitude evolve. I'm lucky, my self-destructing magnetic monsters and electric monsters were elite-level qualifications before evolution, and now they are all heaven-level qualifications, which can be verified. This kind of prop, haha, I will announce it, but I won't price it. The girls couldn't help but take a deep breath. This high-end item is truly terrifying. There is actually a 50% chance of changing his aptitude, and Lu Yin's too have also changed because of this. If you have money, your worth is guaranteed to be at least 10 times higher, which is even more powerful than the top-grade evolution stone. 10 million is the lowest price for this item. Lu Yin said that he would not sell it, and everyone understood that this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. It is usually placed in auctions for ranking. If you want to ask Lu to buy it privately, there is not enough relationship to be thought of. Even if you pay the money, you still owe a favor. In fact, not only high-quality props, but even mid-grade props, it is estimated that Lu Yin will be issued in limited quantities. First, because, what is rare is precious. The truth is, but it is to master this kind of strategic warrior. Of course, there is also the reason why the materials for making such props are fortunately scarce. Sure enough, it's a penny. Camsley sighed in her heart, but had nothing to say. If Lu Yin is willing to sell her a mid-grade item in advance, even if she pays, she still owes Lu Yin a favor. Chapter 180 Lu Yin took in Xiao Juer. Isn't she sweet to get 2 secretaries? 3/5. I knew that this man really had his back. Camsley looked at Lu Yin deeply, as if to remember this hateful face. She was very fortunate that she had a premonition of this affirmation before, and then chose to stay, otherwise she would wait for Lu Yin to announce the props. She's not afraid of not having low-quality items, but she doesn't have much. I am confident that I can grab middle-grade items while wolves are around. And in the case of mid-level, she can afford it, and she will definitely not be willing to let her 2 elves use low-level items. Now because she stayed, she could completely ask Lu to buy it privately, and if it was a big deal, she would owe him a favor. At this moment, Catalya suddenly said, Lu Yin, 2 kinds of props, I want 10 sets for each of the middle-grade items, and 1 for the top-grade items. Catalya suddenly wanted to buy props, except for Lu Yin's accident, everyone else was confused. Lily asked curiously, Sister Catalya, why are you buying this? Habit. Catalya smiled lightly. Any props, the family will reserve, no matter. It can be used for backup, to make friends, to win over talented trainers to develop personal connections, etc. Quote. Girls. Well, women from the world's top families are really not easy. They buy 10 sets of things that others can't afford, and they also prepare a set of things that are priceless. Sure enough, top is top. Lu Yin looked at Catalia, a touch of warmth flashed in his eyes. He understood another meaning of Catalia. She was raising the price of her things, otherwise she could ask herself to buy it in private. Why should she say it in front of Cammersley? Have a spiritual, in-depth exchange. Woman. Don't be so troublesome. Lu Yin waved his hand casually. As long as you speak, I can take it out. I can take as much as I want, and any quality is no problem, and I believe that with the background of the Guardian family, I can take out the materials I need at any time. Just kidding, this girl is affected by her own superpower. Sooner or later she is her wife. The family still say 2 words, Catalia nodded, and didn't mean to insist. Lu Yin's remarks had already made her understand, and the man understood her deep meaning. Cough cough. Cammersley cleared her throat. Catalia's move to buy really stimulated her. This top-tier giant is like this. Is it the same for other regional giants? Money has no strength. Businessmen who think about investing in potential trainers all day long. Hurry up, they must hurry up. Cammersley showed a bright smile to Lu Yin and asked the Lord, I wonder if you can sell my 2 sets of mid-grade props in advance. Of course you can. Contrary to Cammersley's expectations, she agreed very succinctly. She originally wanted to say that she could owe a favor, but she didn't say it in time. Thank you. Although I don't know why Lu Yin is so straightforward, Cammersley is still in a good mood to thank you. This time, I owe you a favor to Lu Yin's pavilion master. Whenever you need me in the future, as long as I can, I will not refuse. Don't be so polite. Lu Yin waved his hand. He didn't rush to take out the 2 items, but continued to ask, isn't the owner of the Cammersley not interested in high-grade items? What do you mean? Cammersley was a little confused. She didn't understand what Lu Yin meant. Of course she wanted top-grade items, but she couldn't afford them either. If she wanted, Lu Yin could still give it to her, but Lu Yin was willing to give it, and she didn't dare to take it. After all, for such an expensive item, she would be able to afford one of them if she worked hard for 10 years without food or drink. The girl also looked at Lu Yin unexpectedly, not knowing what her plan was. Actually so. Lu Yin tapped on the table with his finger and smiled, I have a proposal. If Miss Cammersley agrees, I can give you these 2 items as a greeting gift. What? Give it to me as a gift. Lu Yin's words made Cammersley lose her composure completely and stood up from her seat. Gifts so expensive, and you have to give 2 props that add up to more than 100 million alliance coins. Lu Yin is not trying to plot against her, but it is not right, although she has a bit of posture and a bit of fame, but in this strength Waizoon's elf world could not be worth 100 million. This is terrifying, but Cammersley didn't know it was. Lu Yin was really plotting against her. Want to take my advice? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Please speak. Cammersley knew that Lu Yin's proposal would be very harsh. After all, it was about a meeting gift worth 100 million union coins. 100 million, if there is a relationship, you can even buy the weakest champion-level elves, and you can even go to the black market to buy 2 or 3 elves, which are very valuable to cultivate. But Cammersley still couldn't help but want to stop, in case she could grow bigger. Actually, I want to take you as a disciple. Lu Yin expressed his thoughts. As long as you sign an agreement with me, you will resign from your gym in Raven City and be my apprentice at Lewin Gym for 10 years. I'll give you this gift. That's right, this is Lu Yin's plan. He wanted to take Cammersley as his apprentice. Of course, it can only be an apprentice, not a master. What is the purpose of the apprentice to develop into his own daughter-in-law? Lu Yin would have this idea, or because he saw Serena beside the road. He has 2 gyms under his command, a fire-type flame gym, and a thunder-type thunder pattern gym. The Thunder-type gym is also closely related to Kamsley's gym. Serena, when she becomes his daughter-in-law in the future, Lu Yin intends to train her to become the master of the gymnasium, specializing in handling the affairs of the Fire-type gymnasium, and he himself only takes action at critical times. As for Kamsley, he also intends to catch up, and then he will be trained as the gym master of the Thunder Gym, and he will specially manage the affairs of the Thunder Gym Master. In this way, the two gymnasiums are managed by their two daughters-in-law, and they only need to manage their two daughters-in-law. Nice to think about. That's it. 2 senior secretaries. Something. Secretary, it's alright, isn't it? Chapter 181 Catalia is the best cheerleader. Kamsley promises. 4/5. This. Master Lu Yin, are you serious? Kamsley looked at Lu Yin with an unexpected face. She didn't understand the man's brain circuit. Also, why do you think that she has a good gym owner instead of being an apprentice in another gym? It's because the 100 million alliance coins are very tempting and she is very tempted, but her status has already is it different. Of course. Lu Yin changed to a comfortable sitting position and nodded lightly. I'm serious. Then Lu Yin Pavilion Master thinks it's possible for me to agree. Kamsley asked back. This is the gym master position of the alliance. With this position, I can enjoy many privileges in the alliance, such as the right to information, such as purchase discounts, and $1 million annual salary. If I become a Heavenly King level gym trainer, I'll be able to earn an annual salary of 5 million. Master Lu Yin, do you think I will promise you? Why not? Lu Yin stood up from his seat and looked down at Kamsley's eyes. He said confidently, Little Jewel, you don't seem to have listened to my words. I just said that those 2 props are just a greeting. You haven't listened to the treatment I gave you. Kamsley raised her beautiful eyebrows, raised her hand, and motioned to Lu Yin to speak. First of all, you said that the alliance gave you the privilege. Lu Yin stepped ahead of Kami's. In terms of information, I can tell you that I am about to become a researcher. My uncle is a doctor, and I have a good relationship with Dr. Damu. Dr. Damu, you have a good relationship after meeting twice. In terms of information, I have more information than the alliance, and I can know it as you like. For example, I know that there will be a fossil resurrection technology soon, and I have mastered a lot of fossils, 2 of which are thunder elves. For example, I discovered a new elf attribute, which will be announced soon, and if you follow me, you can know in advance. Girls, excuse me, is this man bragging right now? He's about to become a researcher, discovering new attributes, discovering fossil resurrection technology, and knowing that there are new thunder-type spirits and 2 doctoral backers. Everyone doesn't know what to say. Okay. But Lu Yin felt that this was not enough, and continued, as for the annual salary, I can give you twice what the league gives you. The Heavenly King Gym will have a certain degree of independence. Unlike the Elite Gym, Lu Yin's recruitment is also in line with the rules. At this time, Lu Yin had come to shower, looked into her eyes, and said seductive words. Think about it, Little Jewel. Join me, join the Tianwang Pavilion. Your gym workload will be reduced by at least 50%, and I will help you. Join me, you don't have the duties of the gym, leave this to the next Raven City gym owner. Join me, you can do less work for more money, and enjoy better information resources without responsibilities. Not only that, but I will also give you a gift worth 100 million yuan. This is the money you can earn by working as a part-time model for at least 5 years, so you don't need to eat or drink. Join me, you have more time to do things you like, you can train house elves, and you can enjoy better resources. Maybe, it won't be long before you can become a Heavenly King level trainer. At that time, you can see a completely different scenery. Do you still need to hesitate? Hesitant shit. Kamsley is completely in a mess now, and the other women next to her can't sit still. So good treatment, why don't you find me? Miyuki burst into tears. Could it be that she doesn't love Lu Yin enough? Of course, Yai is just joking, she still wants to travel for a few more years, I'm a little moved. Tuzi sighed with emotion. This is her real idea, but if she is really allowed to choose, at least for the time being, she will not agree. It's not a question of treatment. It's that she has her own pursuits and her own dreams. Until she realizes her dreams or reaches a certain age, she will not choose to stay somewhere as a gym trainer. I suddenly found out that being a police officer is not so good anymore. Bauer sighed. Of course, she was just joking, because she was Lu Yin's woman. Her whole life belongs to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin will never treat her badly. So, she can do whatever she likes. Lily and Boa also have similar thoughts. Well, don't get me wrong, she is definitely not too young to make a decision in a hurry. Serena was very calm, because she was already shocked. Yesterday, Lu Yinyu signed a contract with her long ago, and the liquidated damage was as high as 1 billion. Anyway, she has sold herself. It doesn't matter to Gensi either, because she is also Lu Yin's elf. Catalya doesn't care in her heart, the eldest lady of the cattle family, what is not the top in with her relationship with Lu Yin. This condition is definitely the top in the world, right? Catalya took a deep look at Lu Yin and assisted again. Our cattle family only uses this level to recruit talents. If I break up with the family in the future, I will come to join you, Lu Yin. Welcome. Lu Yin made an embracing gesture. He knew that Catalya said it on purpose, to cooperate with the performance. Cough cough. The corners of Camisley's mouth twitched, and she suddenly realized that she didn't seem to need to think about it. Get more money, do less work, have a harder backer, and have more time to realize your dreams and accompany the elves. Hesitating what to say, the only reason for the hesitation should be to leave the hometown of Raven City. But she is a world model. In order to make money, she didn't spend much time in Raven City, and she also took time off from work in the gym from time to time. Lu Yin's condition the life she dreams of pursuing. I only have one question left now. Camisley stared at Lu's looming eyes and asked seriously, why did you choose me? Yes, such a good treatment is only used by the Guardian family to recruit high-level talents. In the past, the Guardian family had also recruited Camisley, and they used a high-level treatment contract, similar to the gym owner. Why did Lu Yin choose her? Lu Yin smiled and asked back, if I say, I just like you, Xiao Juer, and then I want to bully you every day, so I recruit you to me, do you believe it? Just like the rhetorical question before the meal, the voice was joking. But this time, Camisley was not angry. She even wanted to laugh. If you are bullied, you can get such good treatment. I really want to try it. Chapter 182_Ziwan Town. Cooperation Xiao Kai. 5/5. Camisley finally agreed to Lu Yin's invitation. In fact, with Lu Yin's generous offer, few people could refuse. In this regard, Lu Yin didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage. Anyway, as long as he bullied this woman as his daughter-in-law, wouldn't everything come back to him? As daughter-in-law. As for whether or not Camisley can be developed into a daughter-in-law. Kidding, staying in Leifeng Tower still wants to leave. After signing the contract with Lu Yin, Camisley left without rushing to get the props, and now she has to take her assistant back to Hezhong to deal with the resignation. I believe that when this news spreads, the whole world will be shocked. Lu Yin actually digs the corner of the Hezhong alliance. Lu Yin said that he even dared to dig the granddaughter of the strongest person in the Hezhong. After Camisley left, Lu Yin explained that Lily had something to do. You can contact at any time, and then leave with DC, and move directly to the light ball square near Ziwan Town. Wow, what ability do you have? Zhang Cixi looked at the surrounding environment in surprise. It had been here recently, and she still remembered where it was, so she was surprised. Lu Yin actually took her from Leifeng Pagoda to the vicinity of Ziwan Town in an instant. Is it something that humans can do? Even if it isn't elves, it is estimated that Celebi and Palkia can do it. Secret. Lu Yin smiled. The game console is a secret that he will never tell. Even if DC is subdued by her in the future, he will not tell. Let the ghosts figure it out. Cut. Zhang Cixi frowned in dissatisfaction at the end, and then his body flashed, turning into a shadow and merging into Lu Yin's shadow. Of her discussion with Lu Yin. Even if she is subdued in the future, she will not go to the Pokeball, but only hide in Lu Yin's shadow. In this way, if Lu Yin is in danger, it will be protected immediately. At the same time that Lu Yin arrived at the Light Ball Plaza near Ziwan Town. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ziwan Town, Spirit Center. In a box, Haruko asked Xiao Kai beside him, "Xiao Kai, how is the situation outside?" The two have been coming to this place for almost a week. When they first arrived here, they encountered the rockets blocking the town. Originally, Xiao Kai wanted to fight against the rockets, but after he noticed that Amda, one of the 4 generals of the rockets, was also present, he put away this idea. The 4 generals of Team Rocket are recognized as Heavenly King level trainers. Do you understand the aura? But it is stated on the Alliance Wanted order that they have more than 1 Heavenly King level elves. Although Xiao Kai is confident, he does not blindly think that he can defeat the Heavenly King level elf. Instead of resisting being caught, he didn't come, and waited for an opportunity behind him, so he took Haruko to find a place to hide, and if he hid, it would be 7 days. During these 7 days, he would go out from time to time to inquire about the situation, and now he has almost figured out all the information. Team Rocket stole all the elves in the town of Van. Team Rocket dispatched a lot of people this time, and it seems that the leader of the team is the Viper instructor on the League's wanted list, who is said to have champion-level strength. Everyone dare not resist. For everyone's safety, Miss Joy can only report the safety situation to the outside world every day. The Alliance may not have any problems here. Occasionally, trainers passing by here will be controlled by the rockets. Finally, I asked Gengar to take me to sneak into the Elf Tower, and found that there are many people guarding the last floor. Their purpose is probably the same as mine. Recently, Xiao Kai has been hiding here, and Xiao Kai no longer hides from Haruko that he wants to enter a time-limited passage at the top of the Elf Tower to go to the spiritual world. Just like you. Haruko's expression froze, and she asked worriedly, "Then do you still want to go?" A hesitant expression appeared on Xiaoqi's face, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute look. Look at the opportunity. If I can get the thing I found, I can help Fire-Breathing Dragon and Gengar enter the Heavenly King class. Be sure to give it a try. Okay. Haruko knew that she couldn't dissuade Xiao Kai, so she could only persuade, "Then please be careful." Xiao Kai nodded to indicate that he knew, and at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Xiao Kai, you found something good, or share it with me." Who? Xiaoqi's pupils shrank suddenly, she turned her head sharply, and her right hand instinctively grabbed the Fire-Breathing Dragon's elf ball. Lu Yin Pavilion Master. After seeing the appearance of the person behind him clearly, Xiao Kai couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Lu Yin was no longer the one he challenged. A young genius who had just started running a gym, but a powerhouse who had already mastered the Heavenly King level power elves, and was a high-ranking Heavenly King. Lu Yin also did not deal with the rockets. With him here, the crisis in Ziwan Town will likely be resolved. Don't get excited. Lu Yin reached out and patted Xiaoqi's shoulder, smiled and said, "I have a general idea of the situation here, how about it, let's cooperate." How to cooperate? Little Kai raised his eyebrows. When the passage is opened, after the top forces on the top floor enter, we will first capture the Pokemon Center and grab those trainers' Pokeballs back. When the battle strength on our side is over, we will first grab Ziwan Town back, and finally surround the Elf Tower. At that time, we can contact the top forces of the Alliance again. And we went in on the grounds of exploring and saving people, and by the way, we explored the spiritual world. Lu Yin spoke out the plan that he had thought of temporarily. Looking for Xiaoqi to cooperate, it is not that he intends to be a nanny, on the contrary, he happened to hear the conversation between Xiaoqi and Haruko, and learned that Xiaoqi has been to the spiritual world. Isn't this a ready-made guide to the spiritual world? Every time it is opened, it will be guarded by elves, and it will be closed after a certain period of time. If the existence in the spiritual world can freely enter the world, it will have a great impact on the world. Lu Yin believes that no matter what, it's the Rockets or Juzi's mother-in-law knows, so they don't care. For what purpose, it will definitely return before the channel is closed. Since time is limited, Lu Yin certainly doesn't want to waste time on exploration, and by partnering with Xiao Kai, he can save a lot of time. Good. After listening to Lu Yin's plan, Xiao Kai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, I have been to the spiritual world once, and I have some understanding. I know that there is a place where there are fire-type profound truth crystals and ghost-type profound truth crystals. We can go there first. Chapter 183 _ The spiritual world channel is open. The truth. 1/5. Fire element profound truth crystal, ghost element profound truth crystal. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and the crystals of profound meanings were good things. For any qualified elves, this is a precious item that can be encountered but cannot be obtained, which means the key to the king level. Who have swallowed the crystals of profound meanings will inevitably comprehend the profound meanings. As long as the elves of strength are enough, it is only a matter of time before entering the heavenly king level. Of the crystals of profound meanings is measured in billions. This kind of item, even the top family where Catalya belongs, will not have more storage than the 5-finger technique, which shows how precious and rare it is. This is the protagonist's halo. Lu Yin took a deep look at Xiao Kai, with envy in his eyes, and sighed in his heart. The protagonist's halo is, well, if you meet a high-quality elves, you will meet them, if you want to conquer them, you will conquer them. Fortunately, he is more protagonist than the protagonist, and he can take advantage of the protagonist's opportunities. Okay, we'll settle this matter. Lu Yin nodded. He was quite curious, where can the fire-type profound truth crystal and the ghost-type profound truth crystal be born? The time soon passed for about 5 hours, about 4 p.m., the sun had been blocked by the tall mountain, the sun gradually became weak, and Ziwan town began to be shrouded in darkness. Elf Tower, top floor. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, who was closing her eyes and resting on the side, couldn't help opening her eyes swept around, and finally stopped on the poisonous snake. Viper, it's almost time, let's start. As long as the sun disappears, the spiritual world channel can be opened, and then it must be closed before the sun comes out the next day, otherwise it will never be closed. Once the passage to the spiritual world is blocked, every night, human ghosts and elf ghost drivers living in the spiritual world can come out to make trouble and destroy reality. There may also be ghosts who lure real people into the spiritual world and lose them at that time. Therefore, in order to ensure more activity time, it is best to open the channel as soon as the sun sets, so that when the goal is achieved, it can come out earlier. Good. The Viper and mother-in-law Kikuko had similar thoughts, and he nodded to Lambda beside him. Yes, instructor. Lambda understood, walked to the side of the old man Fuji with weird steps, and sneered, "Old man, we don't need to say more." You. The Fujiman opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He actually had a secret in his heart. The location of the Elf Tower is extremely special, the chi is very heavy, and it is born to attract ghosts to come, but there is no natural spiritual world passage here. Hundreds of years ago, someone who discovered the problem here created an acquired spiritual world channel. This spiritual world channel can only be opened at certain times, otherwise, the ghosts crowded here are too right, and bad things may happen. If there are some evil spirits, they may even destroy the present world because they cannot enter the spiritual world. Back then, there was an ancestor who left a special key to the old man of Fuji, and he only knew so much after passing it down from generation to generation. Therefore, the passage of the Elf Tower must be able to be closed, and his danger will only appear if it is not opened. But this is the secret that the old man Fuji has always guarded. This also led to him now having to open a channel for these people in front of him. Otherwise, it is a small matter that these people can't enter the spiritual world, and those ghosts who can't see with the naked eye and are preparing to enter the spiritual world will have a big problem if they can't enter. Now the old man Fuji is afraid that once this incident is exposed, the power in his hands will be controlled by Team Rocket. If Team Rocket masters this spiritual world channel that can be opened regularly by people, the spiritual world will really become their back garden. This is the reason why the old man of Fuji can't get off on a tiger. It was precisely because of this secret that he told Team Rocket that Granny Chrysanthemum would also come here to prepare for the spiritual world. He wants to use the name of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum to scare away Team Rocket. Who knew that Team Rocket had come to the Viper instructor, but because of this, he was more interested in the spiritual world. It is also the reason why he used the name of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum to scare the Rockets. And now, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum also promised to cooperate with the Rockets, which was something he did not expect. He was afraid of being exposed. But there is no way, now he can only do it. But he wasn't completely desperate yet. Hopefully, that boy will also come this time. A figure appeared in the mind of the old man Fuji. This person is Xiao Kai, who is now with Lu Yin. Last year, Xiao Kai traveled here by chance, and the old man Fuji noticed that this young man was a little special, and it seemed that he could inherit the power of that item. Therefore, the French cuisine with no descendants chose Xiao Kai, hoping that he can come to the Elf Tower regularly to open the passage in the future. Of course, he hasn't said these things yet. I know. The old man Fuji got up from the ground and rubbed his legs that were a little bit because he had not exercised for a long time. He didn't play tricks to delay time. He walked to the most important position on the top floor, took out a strange-looking disciple, and played at a huge stone tablet. Drip. A strange tune came from the flute, and rippled on the top floor of the Elf Tower. Soon, a purple spiral light that was directly about 10 centimeters appeared, and it continued to enlarge as the flute continued to choose. By the time the flute ended, the purple spiral light had grown to 2 meters and no longer expanded. Immediately after, a ghostly figure with a basically black body flashed out of this purple spiral light door. As soon as this figure appeared, everyone was attracted by the 2 marks on his torso that looked like almond-shaped eyes. There is also a yellow horizontal fold line on this mark, which opens up from time to time to reveal a face-like existence, but this is actually an illusion. This figure has a gray column reveal, a yellow band on the top of the head and a large eye with a yellow iris and red pupil, which shoots a stunning light in the current environment. The elf also has ragged edges on the collar, which, the collar tied into a shawl at the front of the chest, adds a cool look to it. This elf is the night demon with the title of the messenger of the spirit world, and there is a yellow tentacle on the head of this night demon, which emits a purple light at this time. Through this tentacle, the night demon can receive signals from the spiritual world, obtain signals from the spiritual world, and know where to take different ghosts, or know where to defend. Dark night demons, like soul-enchanting messengers. Swish. The red eyes of the ghost of the night demon swept across the scene, and finally stopped on the body of the old man Fuji. Night. Chapter 184 _ The Night Demon is Coming. The Truth of the Spiritual World Channel. 2/5. Cough. The old man Fuji was stunned by the evil spirits of the night, but thinking of Team Rocket's habits, he could only force himself to calm down. Dark Night Demon. These people around me, they want to enter the spiritual world, but they promise to exit before the passage is closed. I don't know if they can. Dark Night Demon did not speak, it neither agreed nor agreed, but turned to face the door, and the horns on its head began to flicker. Looking at it like this, it seems to be communicating with the spirit world. Seeing this scene, both the mother-in-law and the poisonous snake narrowed their eyes, and both of them secretly grabbed a Pokeball. If the situation is not right, they will take action immediately. I don't do it now because the old man Fuji told them in advance. After the portal is opened, a dark night demon will appear. This dark night demon spirit world channel guards the world. If human beings forcibly enter the spiritual world without its consent, they will be attacked by it as an enemy. It is worth mentioning that the strength of this dark night demon is at the championship level. So the mother-in-law chrysanthemum and the poisonous snake have some fears. In addition, the old man of Fuji also said that if the dark night demon finds a problem, it can forcibly close the channel. 4. This, no matter what. Neither mother-in-law chrysanthemum nor viper instructor completely believed it, but the dark night demon was a champion, nominally in charge of the spiritual world passage, and it was difficult to conquer but unable to subdue it. If they can enter the spirit world without any risk, they don't want to risk it either. Night. The light from the corner of the dark night demon's head suddenly dimmed, and it turned around and nodded to the old man Fuji, and made a gesture. Okay, I understand. The old man of Fuji breathed a sigh of relief. The dark night demon agreed with the rockets to enter, but asked that they must leave before 6 o'clock the next morning. This is the best result. As long as there is no conflict between the two sides, then the biggest secret of the channel will not be easily exposed. The dark night demon means. The old man Fuji informed Viper and the others about the meaning of the demon of the night, and told them to come back before 6, or they might be trapped in the spiritual world forever. I know, this time we are just making a fortune. Instructor Poisonous Snake waved his hand indifferently. He didn't know the secret of the passage. He only thought that the initiative to open the spiritual world was in the hands of the night demon, so he never thought of taking this place as his own. From the very beginning, his purpose of entering the spirit world was to forcibly capture some ghost-type elves, so as to provide usable elves for the next batch of rocket recruits. This kind of action is, at best, a first-level mission within the Rockets. It's just that Team Rocket knew very little about the spiritual world, so it was an accident that he came in person. Otherwise, for a mission of this level, even the fourth general, Lambda, may not come. Lambda, according to the plan, you will take someone to guard here, just in case. Others come with me. The Viper instructor skillfully gave instructions, then waved to a few, crossed his chest with both hands, and walked into the door of light first. Team Rocket's minions followed closely behind. After all these people were gone, Grandma Juzi leaned on a cane and walked slowly into the Guangmen. After leaving such a person at one time, the light door became deserted. At this time, the old man Fuji said to the night demon, "You start to finish your work now." Night. The dark night demon didn't care about the rest of Lambda and the others. His scarlet eyes stared, and a red light was shot around. The next moment, the rockets who stayed here were almost scared to pee, and Lambda's scalp was numb for a while. After the dark night demon sent out a beam of unknown effect, a large number of human figures and elves appeared, and these individuals gave people a transparent sense of sight in the world, and they were obviously ghosts. The area at the top of the elf tower is not large, but it is not small, but these ghosts are filling every corner, as if to burst this area. The members of Team Rocket are surrounded by spirit ghosts, even on their bodies. There was also a wave on Lambda's head, but he couldn't feel the slightest weight. There are so many ghosts here. In shock, Lambda could not help frowning. As one of the 4 generals of the Rocket team, a Heavenly King-level trainer, of course he couldn't be an idiot, and he quickly realized that this was unusual. Why are there so many ghosts gathered here? This time, it was a purposeful action. Team Rocket has collected a lot of information over the years, one of which is about the Elf Tower in Ziwan Town. According to the collected information, there is a spiritual world channel that is opened regularly every year, and the old man Fuji is the guardian of this channel. Every time the passage is opened, he will come to the top floor to patrol, and while sending some free ghosts away, he also cooperates with the Dark Night Demon to prevent the ghosts from running out of the spirit world, and he can wait until the passage is closed. But now that doesn't seem to be the case. Combined with the current situation, why this old man of Fuji is more like the person who opened the door, sending away the specter of scrutiny accumulated on the scene. Also, I was suspicious just now. Lambda thought about it, realizing that something was not easy. He cast a cold light on the old man Fuji. Before, the passage didn't seem to be open because of the dark night demon, but because of the old man's flute. After the sound of the old man's flute appeared, the passage began to appear. When the flute ended, the passage was stable. At this time, the demon of the night appeared. The rhythm of the appearance of the dark night devil cannot be so cleverly stepped on the rhythm of the flute. Then is it possible to speculate that the passage was actually opened by this old man, and the night demon just waited here on time, so it appeared after the passage to the spiritual world was completely opened. The assembly scene, the existence of so many ghosts. Lambda couldn't help showing a weird smile. Be interesting if the truth was as he guessed. Meanwhile, in Ziwan town. Somewhere in the center of the elf, Lu Yin, who was hovering cross-legged in the air, abruptly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "It's time." Most of the rockets and mother-in-law Juzi have entered the spiritual world, and now only Lambda is left to guard outside with a small number of members. It's time to take back control of Ziwan town. Saying that, Lu Yin threw 666 pokeballs at will. Come out. 9 tails, flaming monkey, flaming chicken, electric dragon, electric monster, self-exploding magnet. Swish. Soon, 6 elves appeared in the clearing. You get out of here now. If you see someone wearing clothes, you will be dizzy and caught. I prepared a big gift for Sakagi. Sakagi, I am so easy. Chapter 185 _ Lu Yin makes his move. Buckle the black pot. Shao Kai. 3/5. Ziwan Town, Spirit Center. The lobby, Miss Joy is confronting a squad leader of Team Rocket. What are you going to do? I have to say it several times. There are elves here in emergency and need medical treatment, and I need to urgently contact Joey or the Alliance in other areas. There are many people gathered around Joey. These people are trainers, although they don't have Pokeballs now, but they still haven't succumbed. Hee hee. The Rockets squad leader sneered. Who knows if there is anything between you, Joey? Secret codes and so on, absolutely can't let you call. But I can tell you now that our Rockets operation is about to end, so just wait. Coming soon. A strange look flashed in Joey's eyes. Although she didn't know what the Rockets were going to do in Ziwan Town, she could guess that they were not here to do good things. I didn't expect them to be close to success, which is not good news. And the Rockets will definitely withdraw after success, and they will definitely take away all the powerful elves at that time. This is not allowed. Can't wait any longer. Joey reached out and grabbed the arm of the squad leader and said firmly, "Let me contact." If there is no medicine, the children who are being treated will be life-threatening. You can watch me operate the whole time. I just want supplies. Joey decided to send out a distress signal desperately. No matter what, he couldn't let the Rockets leave so safely. Although she is very likely to sacrifice, she can't care so much now. But she underestimated the cold-blooded nature of some of the Rockets. Some Rockets members, that's real social scum. A few elves may die. What's the matter with me? The Rockets squad leader laughed wildly. It's not just a few dead elves, what's the fuss about? I didn't expect to have you Joey begging me one day. It feels really good. If only one day Junsha could beg me too. This squad leader was originally a small gangster in a big city. Because he used elves to raid and rob, he entered several rounds, and because of this, he was deprived of many trainer privileges, such as the rights and interests of the Elves Center. So he hated Junsha to the bone, and by the way, even Joey didn't like it. He never thought that this was what he deserved. Joey was in a hurry. As a doctor who saves lives and heals wounds, she never imagined that someone would be so cold-blooded. The trainers around Joey were also outraged. Why are you like this? He's cold-blooded. Team Rockets are really trash. Bastard, there is a way to give me back the Pokeball, and I have 300 rounds. Hearing these voices, some Rockets members also showed ugly expressions. Among the people who joined the Rockets, it was also because they were desperate for the Alliance family and hoped to find another way out. They were not bad in nature. What are you yelling about? Seeing that the crowd was so excited, Team Rocket's heart skipped a beat and threw a Pokeball. Swish! A snake spitting out a long letter appeared in front of everyone. This is an elite-level ABO snake, and it is also a testament to the illustrious achievements of the Rockets squad leader in the Rockets. ABO snake's icy gaze swept over everyone, making them all shut their mouths in fright. Manpower, in front of elite elves, is too weak. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Wind speed dog, shoot flames. Roar. A huge pillar of orange-yellow fire seemed to fall from the sky, falling from one direction, and directly hit the ABO snake under the watchful eyes of everyone. When the flames disappeared, Abi Snake, who was full of momentum in front of everyone, had turned pitch black and passed out in a coma. Elite level top grade, Quasi-King level Abi Snake was killed in one move. Who is it? Everyone looked in the direction of the flames, and found a handsome young man sitting on the back of a handsome wind speed dog, rushing in from outside the spirit center. Soon, someone recognized the youth's identity. This guy looks familiar. It's the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion. The owner of Lu Yin Pavilion is the one who saved Lampiulchi and Hangcheng. That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to come, we are saved. No, I remember that in the morning, the screen in the hall of the Elf Center was still playing, the battle between the Master Lu Yin and the Master Ma Zishi. Why would he appear here at night? It may be that you have something to do in Ziwan Town. What do you do with so much and know that we are saved? Under the gazes of the crowd, Lu Yin commanded the wind speed dog to easily solve the scene, all the rockets, and then he threw a bag of Pokeballs at Joe in front of Yi. Miss Joy, I found this from the rocket team's temporary small base. It should be everyone's, so I'll trouble you to return them one by one. Joey stared blankly at the bag in front of him, knowing that he only recovered at this time. Master Lu Yin, have you dealt with the rockets? No, I am partnering with another trainer named Xiao Kai. Right now I've only dealt with the rockets in the temporary base of the rockets and the Spirit Center. Next, I'll trouble Miss Joy to contact the Alliance, and everyone present to rescue the other townspeople in the town. I'm going to the Elf Tower first to see what the hell the rockets are up to. After speaking, Lu Yin instructed the wind speed dog to leave, rushing towards the direction of the Elf Tower, without taking any clouds away. And at this time, the outside world of Ziwan Town has already turned upside down. "Cuz" was a message posted by Lu Yin's official 4-person 4-Weibo. During this period of time, Lu Yin first announced the will of the world, and then became the youngest gym owner, became a Heavenly King level trainer, and rescued Ramper from the giant jellyfish and Lugia's voyage, saving mankind. Relationship with the sea spirits. Handsome appearance, glory, identity, youth, these. Lu Yin is all the same. In a short period of time, he already has a number of fans who are looking at it, and the number of followers on Weibo has already exceeded 20 million. Moreover, these people are also active fans who have been added by Shinrahu, and they have set special attention to Lu Yin. Just now, these people all received a Weibo push. The Lu Yin you follow has released the latest news. So everyone opened Weibo and found that Lu Yin had posted a selfie video. The first sentence of the video is, "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yin. I was invited by my friend Xiao Kai next to me to come to Ziwan Town." Xiaoqi, why did I invite you? I don't know if you came by yourself. Camizli, this feels familiar to me. Chapter 186_online Chaos. Kanto League. 4/5. Everyone must be wondering, what am I doing here in Ziwan Town? In the video, Lu Yin put away the smile he had at first, and his expression suddenly changed, very serious. This change made netizens who were watching the video unconsciously infected, and a heart was lifted. Friends, the Kanto Alliance Ziwan Town has been captured by the rockets. According to the information provided by my friend Xiao Kai, Team Rocket has been occupying this place for a week, but no one has been waiting for anyone to come to the rescue. The purpose of Team Rocket seems to be to do something in the famous Elf Tower in Ziwan Town. And, according to my friend, the ghost-type King Juzi mother-in-law, one of the 4 kings of the Kanto Alliance, is also in the tower. Not only did she not help, but she seemed to have established a cooperation with Team Rocket. Of course, there may be something here that I don't know about. So next, we're going to find the truth. When you saw this video, I had already started to act with my friend Xiao Kai. The reason I posted this video, I can honestly say, because of mother-in-law Juzi, I don't trust the Kanto League, so I think let everyone know. Hope to see this video and someone who happens to be able to help takes action. Rescue Ziwan Town. The video ends here, but the impact is just beginning. I'm dreaming. Can anyone tell me what's going on? I know this little Kai. He's from Kanto in the elf world. He seems to be the first trainer to challenge Lu Yin's Pavilion Master. He was the strongest rookie in the Kanto League last year. Who wants to know this? What I want to ask now is the owner of Lu Yin trying to pierce the sky to actually publish such information? Fool upstairs, it's Team Rocket who's going to pierce the sky. They openly occupied a town for a week. I'm referring to Lu Yin's blunt statement that the Kwantong League and the Rockets colluded, and he's not afraid of being banned. Blocking Lu Yin, the patriarch, to tell the truth, he should be respected. I am not sure if the Kanto League and the Rockets colluded. Then may I ask why mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, one of the 4 kings of the Rockets, and the Rockets get along so well together? May I ask why the League hasn't found out about Ziwan Town for a week? May I ask the strongest newcomer in Kanto, why did Xiaoqi ask Lu Yin for help? The torture from the soul is sent from the upstairs. But it doesn't prove that what the Pavilion Master Lu Yin said is true. Yeah, after all, the words of the Patriarch Lu Yin are only one-sided words, and he also said that this is a guess, and he only sent information to the public just in case. Everyone, don't make random guesses. I'm in Golden City, not far from Ziwan Town, and I decided to check it out. Upstairs to confirm the situation, remember to post a video. I'm following you. Lu Yin's videos are constantly posted on the internet. There are those who are angry, there are doubters, and naturally there are conspiracy theorists who think the alliance is dark after being rhythmized by Lu Yin. That's right, Lu Yin brought the rhythm. With his ability, he can actually save the entire Ziwan town by his own strength, and immediately notify the Kanto Alliance to come to the rescue. At least he can call Dr. Damu. But he didn't do it. There are 2 reasons for not doing this. The first one is to stir up public opinion. The reason why you want to stir up public opinion is of course to teach mother-in-law Chrysanthemum a good lesson. This time it's not. I'm making trouble for you. It is indeed your choice to cooperate with the Rockets. I'm just acting as a good person who exposes the truth. A cold light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. There was no real conflict between him and mother-in-law Juzi, and he also went through with Dr. Damu, but the last time mother-in-law Jin threatened him with mother-in-law Juzi, letting him know that this person could never be his own. In this case, of course, when it can be open and upright, it must be pitted. Moreover, his real target is not the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, but the Rockets. At this time, the trend of online discussions has completely changed. Lu Yin had already taken action and rescued some trapped people in Ziwan Town. After he got out of the trap, he took back all the communication equipment that was originally controlled by Team Rocket. These have gone online and spread the news here. Finally out of trouble, 7 days of worrying, many thanks to the master of Lu Yin for taking action. Damn Team Rocket, I will never forgive you in this life, but you actually stole my elf. Thank you Lu Yin, the Pavilion Master. Thanks to the Master Lu Yin's timely action, otherwise my elves will be robbed. God, so to speak, Ziwan Town was indeed trapped for 7 days. There is really a problem with the Kwantong Alliance, isn't it so dark? What about the Alliance headquarters? Don't be silly upstairs, Miss Joy of Ziwantown has posted on her blog to clarify that the Alliance doesn't know because she can only cooperate with the elves in order to protect everyone's lives. Miss Joy is such a lovely person. I don't think there is a problem with the Kwantung Alliance, but what about mother-in-law Chrysanthemum? That's it, the Rockets did this, and said no one would believe it. Please come out of the Kanto Alliance and give an explanation. Meanwhile, the Kwantung Alliance has long been overwhelmed by Lu Yin's Weibo post, so the chairman Dama Lanchi called Dr. Damu as soon as possible and contacted all the counselors in Kwantung to open it up. Online video conference. What the hell is going on here? The headquarters of the Alliance, in the president's office, Dama Lanchi kept tapping on the desk with a pen. This was already a manifestation of his restraint in suppressing his anger. Damalanchi was really angry this time, otherwise he wouldn't be so rude, who has always been very kind in front of people. Has the message been proven correct? Dr. Damu asked in a deep voice. He actually received the news earlier than the Alliance and many people. Under Lu Yin's instruction, Xiao Kai called him in advance. But that call was only a notification, not a consultation. Dr. Damu wanted to stop it, but he was unable to change it, and found that the cooperation between Juzi and the Rockets was not Lu Yin, but the younger generation he was optimistic about, Xiao Kai. If it is Lu Yin, he can still say that this is a public revenge, and he can speak up. But it was Xiao Kai who discovered the situation, and without any evidence, he didn't know how to speak for mother-in-law Juzi. Although he could guess that there must be something hidden in it, because mother-in-law Chrysanthemum never left her hand in dealing with the Rockets in the past. These, absolutely cannot convince anyone. 187th Battle _ Kanto Union Urgent Discussion. Boss Sakagi wants to cry. 5/5. The matter has been investigated. In a certain screen, a member of the council reported the situation. I have confirmed the situation with Miss Joy from Ziwantown. She did not know that mother-in-law Juzi was involved. The Alliance did not receive the news because she was threatened by Team Rocket and helped to conceal it. She has helped. It can only be an external cause. An angry voice sounded, interrupting the congressman's report. In a certain scene, Yulongdu, who had been closing his eyes since the video was switched on, suddenly opened his eyes, full of momentum. Even if Joey is forced to help conceal it, it is impossible for the Alliance to not receive even a single message. There are definitely insiders to help conceal it. This time, it must be thoroughly investigated. Second. Ice King Kenna nodded with a cold face. She agreed with Yulongdu's suggestion. This time, the face of our Kwantung Alliance is lost. Although Joey has helped clarify it on the internet, we must also clean up the worms and quell public anger. Second. The Fighting King Shiba followed closely. He said in a low voice, as the headquarters of the Alliance in Kanto, we have always been in an embarrassing position, and we must set an example. Speaking of which, isn't there a way to contact King Juzi yet? Hearing Shiba mentioning mother-in-law Juzi, the scene suddenly turned cold. Everyone actually knows that mother-in-law Kikuko can't go with the Rockets, but now the situation is that she is indeed working with the Rockets. Cooperation is actually nothing. The Rockets are very powerful, although there are many objective reasons, but it can survive and develop under the double team of the Kanto Alliance and the Chengdu Alliance. It is indeed not easy. Occasionally, the Alliance will also cooperate with the Rockets' top management on some secret realm mining matters. If only a few people knew about this matter, and mother-in-law Juzi's own position was fine, no one would care. The point is, this matter has now been exposed on the internet, and everyone knows it. What should I do? What does Lu Yin mean? After a moment of silence, a congressman in a suit suddenly spoke up. He said in a very disgusting tone, this is all his own thing, and he can tell us why he stabbed it on the internet. He is not afraid of being blocked by my Kwantung Alliance. But to the embarrassment of the congressman, no one took his word. Even everyone laughed inwardly at the ignorance of this congressman. It's an indisputable fact that Lu Yin helped the Kanto Alliance solve the Lamperkey incident before the time was up. He has a really high reputation among the people, especially in some people in the Kanto region. Now he has exposed the matter of Ziwan Town, and initially rescued Ziwan Town from the rockets. At this time, block him, believe it or not, the people will spray you to death, of course, and public opinion can be guided, and that's fine. Of the Kanto Alliance and the rockets. At this time, if Lu Yin is blocked, everyone will think that this matter is true. At that time, the credibility of the Kwantung Alliance will decline. What kind of hammer is there in this world? There are so many alliances in the world. Not to mention banning. The best way for the Kwantung Alliance to deal with it now is to reward Lu Yin, so as to prove his innocence. Seeing that no one spoke up, the congressman seemed to realize this, and his face became embarrassed for a while. Dama Lanchi was speechless, so he had to help change the topic. Can I contact King Juzi? We must at least know what she's up to before we can think of a countermeasure. Can't get in touch. The congressman in charge of the Kanto Union Department shook his head. The highest level emergency contact has been activated. It stands to reason that King Kikuko can receive the information even if he hits the level, but she did not respond, indicating that he has entered the secret space above the level. Damn it. Many congressmen scolded their mothers in their hearts, and this time they were really slapped by mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. I can guess a possibility. Dr. Ogi spoke again, attracting everyone's attention. The rumor that the Elf Tower has a passage to the spiritual world is no secret to everyone here. She should have entered the spiritual world. She is the king of the ghost system. It is very likely that she will go there to improve her strength. Congressman was silent, and then nodded. There was only one explanation left for the matter. Damalanchi pondered for a while and set the final tone for the video conference. In this case, the specific countermeasures will be discussed after we can contact King Kikuko. But just in case, Kona, I know you don't have time, Bendu and Shiba, you can go to Ziwan Town and arrange for Junsha to go there. This can temporarily restore the reputation of Guangdong. This is the first step. When Chrysanthemum comes out, first determine if she has any problems. If not, join her to arrest the poisonous snake and Lambda. This is the second step and the key. That's it. Yes, President. All videos shut down immediately. But soon, a new video conference opened, and the people who appeared on the screen were Yulongdu, Kona, Shiba, Dr. Damu, Damalanchi, and a few counselors who had appeared in the video before. These people are their own people that Damalanchi and Dr. Damu can be sure that they have no connection with the rockets over the years. Inside the league, it's really that clean. Get ready. The new video conference started, and Damalanchi only said one sentence. No wait, after this incident, prepare for internal cleaning and Team Rocket's cleanup plan, don't let any of them go. Forcing the alliance to make up its mind to deal with the rockets, this is Lu Yin's real intention. La Kikuko's side, it's really just by the way. Sakagi. Nijima, in the special conference room, Sakagi looked at the content playing on the computer screen in front of him, but did not speak for a long time. What was playing on the computer was a video of Lu Yinlai taking Xiaoqi's selfie. Although in the video, Lu Yin will, truth. It's very clear that everything was caused by Xiao Kai, he was just a helper who was recruited. But I don't know why, Sakagi is definitely Lu Yin doing this. If Xiao Kai knew what Sakagi was thinking, he would be moved to tears. This is a person who understands. He Xiaoqi is swindled, and he prefers not to explain. Looking at Lu Yin's face on the screen, Sakagi's eyes flashed with extremely cold light. This person may become a stumbling block for our rockets. A first-level mission, he picked this height. Damaranchi and Damu will definitely not be able to bear it this time. It happened at this time. If that's the case, then change the plan. Everyone's local bases will make trouble for me, and then all the teams will be relocated to the Chengdu area. As soon as I get the hang of it. Humph. Chapter 188 Dr. Oki's Call. A fan of the Rockets leader. 1/5. Countless netizens on the internet, as well as the Alliance and the Rockets, started to riot because of Lu Yin's many videos. At this time, he, the culprit, just arrived at the gate of the Pokeball with a depressed Xiao Kai, and used a sneak attack to directly deal with the Rockets who were guarding the gate. The two stepped into the Elf Tower, and the surrounding atmosphere changed instantly, it became cold, giving people a cold feeling. The two walked upstairs together. On the way, Lu Yin felt a little bored. Seeing Xiao Qi's expression, he decided to have some fun, so he joked, "Why don't you look happy?" Xiao Qibin's cold expression suddenly turned cold. Knowingly asking. Xiao Kai was a little angry. Can he not be angry? Before posting a video, Lu Yin put all the discovery of the Rockets on him, and called him not to take credit for him. Please be yourself. Is this not taking credit? This is simply giving him everything that offends people. Although Xiaoqi was angry, she didn't hate Lu Yin for it. The things that Lu Yin said, except the matter of coming to Ziwan town, has nothing to do with him, other things are really discovered by him. Now whoever Lu Yin tells the truth, he is just angry. The goods did not keep secrets. I just don't know what Xiao Kai would think if he learned that Lu Yin knew this information long ago. It is estimated that he will fight Lu Yin in minutes. Drip drip. The mobile phone on Xiao Qi's waist suddenly rang. He picked it up to check, and found that the note displayed on the screen was Dr. Damu. It's Dr. Oki. Xiao Kai did not rush to make a phone call, but exchanged glances with Lu Yin. When Lu Yin was bored, he talked about the gossip between Dr. Damu and mother-in-law Juzi when they were young. After knowing the relationship between Dr. Damu and mother-in-law Kikuko, Xiaoqi is more cautious now. Seeing Lu Yin nodded, he pressed the answer button. Hey, doctor. It's me, Xiao Kai, how is your situation now? On the phone, Dr. Ogi's still kind voice came. Xiao Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We have already paid attention to Lu Yin and solved all the Rockets in Ziwan town, and all the townspeople in the village have been rescued successfully. Now Lu Yin and I have just entered the Elf Tower, and we plan to see what the Rockets are doing." That's it. Dr. Damu on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something, and then spoke again after a long while. "Tell Lu Yin that Yulongdu and Zaiba have led the team to rush over. The people from the Alliance are also rushing over, and they will be in the outer circle of the Elf Tower. If you meet Kikuko, no, she is a champion trainer, and you still don't have the strength to fight her. But do remember to watch her to see if she has really joined the Rockets, and although I believe in her personality and right and wrong, there can be any sloppiness on the issue of absolute stance. If she takes action against you, you will mention my name. Do you know?" Dr. Ogi's voice is full of sincerity and concern, and Xiao Kai was very moved. In fact, not only Xiao Kai, but Lu Yin could also feel the sincerity in the old man's words. This is a master-level trainer, the most famous elf doctor in the elf world, and the head of the top family in Kanto, the Damu family. People like him, who can say these words, are more sincere and precious than ordinary people. Give me the phone. With Xiaoqi's confused expression on his face, Lu Yin grabbed the phone in his hand. "Dr. Damu, I'm Lu Yin." Hearing Lu Yin's voice, Dr. Damu looked angrily and said, "You kid. This time, it caused us a lot of trouble. I see that many people have the intention to kill you. Hee, people who really have this kind of mind. Dr. Damu, you still haven't kicked out the Alliance team anyway. President Damalanchi and several heavenly kings are probably admiring me. You kid is a sensible person, and I don't know how you know so much at such a young age. Don't learn badly when Xiao Kai follows you." Xiao Kai, thinking of a deal Lu Yin negotiated with herself, Xiao Kai is very ashamed. "Doctor, I'm sorry. They already learned badly. By the way, what kind of grudges do you have with the Rockets? As for this targeting, we'll be targeted. That's not going to happen." Lu Yin smiled confidently and said in his heart, "I know how your Quantung League will deal with the Rockets next. Even if there is an accident, with what I know about the Rockets, I can just pick something for you. Of course, Lu Yin also thought about these words in his heart, but he did not hide the reason why he was hostile to the rockets. I deal with the rockets because the rockets and the disappearance of their parents are inseparable. It turns out that Dr. Damu understood. It turned out to be the hatred of his parents. Lu Yin is. It's not an exaggeration to completely destroy Team Rocket. This means that Lu Yin and Team Rocket have irreconcilable contradictions. No wonder he was so relentless every time he made a shot against the rockets. Thinking of this, Dr. Damu felt that there were some things that he could talk to Lu Yin. Then you did it a little too early this time. Dr. Damu shook his head and sighed. We have not solved the most critical problem so far, which is to find the leader of Team Rocket and several founders. Now I'm forced to close the net. Although the rockets can be vigorously attacked, the core people have not been caught. In that case, the rockets can still make a comeback. The leader and founder of the rockets could not be found, which is why the top of the league has not taken action. Ordinary rockets, no matter how much they cut down, are like the weeds, cutting one batch and opening another batch. It turns out that Lu Yin suddenly realized, he thought it was some kind of tacit understanding between the Alliance and Sakagi, or the evidence that the Alliance has not yet been confirmed. In the Kanto League, if the rumor that he is the leader of the rockets spreads, it will have a great impact on the prestige of the League. I didn't expect that the Alliance would have no clue at all. But think about it, if the Alliance knew Sakagi's true identity, fear would be one thing, but with Yulongdu and Damu and others around, it's more likely that a strong man would break his wrist. Thinking of this, Lu Yin grinned and uttered a sentence that shocked Dr. Damu into extreme shock. No, it should be said to be horrifying. The chief founder of the rockets. For some special reason, I happen to know their identities. Chapter 189_Gala, Gi, The Souls of the Dead. Cola Cola Special Evolution, 2/5. You know who the leader and founder of the rockets is. That had been calm for so many years, and there was a hint of horror in his voice that could not be concealed. Who? For the leader and founder of Team Rocket, Dr. Ogi is curious from the bottom of his heart. No matter what. Whether the rockets have now developed into an exposed organization that leans toward evil, but its strength and success are unquestionable. Team Rocket's 3 beastmen, 4 generals, major doctors, major cadres, and some hidden personnel are all powerful forces. Then the person who holds these powers, or who are those people who are so powerful? Honestly, Dr. Oki has always been curious and eager to know. As for that rocket's leader, he has been in love for a long time. And now, Lu Yin actually knew this secret. How could he not be shocked? Dr. Damu was speechless and even a little annoyed that Lu Yin refused to tell him the secret. I can't tell you that yet. Why? I have my reasons. Lu Yin raised his head, a look of longing flashed in his dark pupils. After knowing that the disappearance of my parents has a lot to do with the rockets, no matter what. Right or wrong, he never thought of letting the rockets go. And he knows many secret bases and plans of the rockets, and even knows the powerful trainers of the rockets that have not yet been exposed. As long as these are exposed, the rockets will definitely be hit hard. But he was in no hurry to do so. Why, of course, is to get Mewtwo. As long as Mewtwo is created, he has a chance to conquer it. It'd be better to completely destroy the rockets at that time. Dr. Damu, this is the end of the chat. There are some things I can't say for now. But I can tell you that it won't be long before these things come to light. Also, apart from Yulongdu, Kona, and Shiba can be completely trusted. You'd better not trust others. The rockets can hide so well, and their power within the alliance is stronger than you think. Said, Lu Yin hung up the phone directly. Dr. Damu. He was actually hung up by someone first. This kid doesn't understand what it means to respect the old and love the young. Xiaoqi. He seemed to have answered a phone call from beginning to end. What did he say? Is it? Tukao returned to Tukao. Dr. Damu called and called, although the matter of getting along was very short, but he already knew something about Lu Yin's character. This is a very domineering person, and when he makes a decision, he will not change it easily. To deal with the rockets, he obviously has his own plans, and it is useless to persuade him. But what did he mean to me in the end? The League, far more rotten than I thought, the rockets, far stronger than I thought. Looks like I'll have a few days to spare with my old bones. ... In the Elf Tower. After finishing the call, Luyan and Xiao Kai walked unobstructed all the way to the stairway from the 4th floor to the 5th floor of the Elf Tower. They found that the atmosphere here was a little weird. Xiao Kai looked around vigilantly and asked Luyan, "Have you noticed that the temperature here is much colder than before?" "Of course. I still know why." Luyan smiled indifferently and stretched out a hand forward. His eyes, for some time, had already shone with blue light. Superpowers. Noticing Luyan's movements, Xiao Kai knew it in his heart, and took a step back and watched silently. Swish. Under the control of Luyan, the powerful superpower quickly spread to the surrounding area and spread to every corner. Found it. There was a smile on the corner of Luyan's mouth, and he pointed his hand to a certain position and slowly clenched his fist. Following his movements, a dazzling blue light sphere appeared in the middle of the stairs, and began to shrink, and the illusory figure of the light sphere shook clearly. And, the blue light attached to the figure, outlining its body. Xiao Kai threw out the identity of the elf. "This is, Gala Gala." "That's right, quack quack." Luyan nodded lightly, took out a pokeball from his waist and threw it. "This Gala Gala was brutally murdered by some of the rockets 7 days ago in order to protect her child." Swish. As Luyan's voice fell, a white light shot out from the pokeball, and a Cola-Cola appeared in front of Gala Gala's soul. Mother and son met, they burst into tears. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi's heart softened, and he said with some emotion, "I didn't expect you to be meddling with such a business." "Just by chance." Luyan smiled indifferently. He usually doesn't meddle in his own business, but when he encounters it, he doesn't know how to be cold-blooded, and of course he is willing to help. It was also because he was late when he encountered this incident, otherwise he would never have let Gala Gala die. At this moment, Xiao Kai changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how did you know what happened 7 days ago? You have been to Ziwan town 7 days ago." Feeling Xiaoqi's suspicious gaze, Luyan's heart froze. This is the rhythm to be exposed. Kai Yi really has an IQ online. If this is Xiaoji, then he must be fooling as he wants. Of course not. Although he was a little flustered in his heart, Luyan was still very calm when he appeared. "You stay in Ziwan town and can't access the internet, so you don't know what's going on outside. I just did a big thing in Hangcheng 7 days ago. You can check it out by then. Cola-Cola was the one I met today in the suburbs outside Ziwan town. I asked about its experience through telepathy. You know that I am a superpower. By the way, aren't you curious about how I got back to Ziwan town? It's because Cola-Cola told me about the situation here, so I will come." "Oh." Xiao Kai gave Luyan a deep look. There was nothing wrong with Luyan's statement, he couldn't find any flaws for a while. But think about it, if Luyan had known the situation here, he should have taken action earlier. Why did he wait for so many days to be bitten by Luyan, a little overly vigilant? Xiaoqi thinks that he is too sensitive. Call. Seeing that Xiao Kai seemed to be fooled, Luyan breathed a sigh of relief. If the things that pit people overturned, it would not be beautiful. Chapter 190 _ A special evolution of Cola-Cola. The ruthless old man Fuji. 3/5. Cola, Cola-Cola. On the stairs, Cola-Cola and Gala Gala said their final goodbyes. In order not to worry her mother, she wiped away the tears from her eyes very strongly. Gala. Gala Gala looked at Kayla Kayla with deep nostalgia in her eyes. Although Cola-Cola told her that it had been captured by a very reliable trainer, she was still not very relieved. Luyan could actually understand their conversation. Seeing them reluctant to part, it looks like they don't want to be separated. He thought about it and gave a suggestion. I actually have a way to keep you together forever. I just don't know if you guys are willing to try. Swish. Gala Gala and Kayla Chi turned their heads and looked at Lu Yin eagerly. Well, I think I know your options. Lu Yin shrugged his shoulders and took out a black stone. Attachment stone. Xiao Kai had a strange expression on his face. Lu Yin's hand is called the attachment stone, which is very cheap and can be bought in any store. The effect is to help the elves fix the props on the body. To put it bluntly, this is a fixer. This is the attachment stone. Lu Yin threw the stone directly to Cola Cola. As long as you keep this attachment stone on your helmet, Cola Cola, the soul of your mother, Gala, will be able to attach to it, and it will disappear temporarily after attachment. But when Cola Cola is strong enough, you will evolve into a ghost type and a fire type Gala Lala, then you will get a bone, that. There will be 2 ghost flames on the bone, that is you when the mother changes, her consciousness will wake up, and you can still communicate. Speaking of which, Lu Yin didn't say any more. But Gala Gala and Cola Cola already understood. Gala. Gala Gala signaled Kila Kila to quickly absorb the absorption stone. As long as you can stay with Kila Kila forever, but not sleeping for a while, it's better than being separated forever. But Cola Cola was a little hesitant. During the time with Lu Yin, it has also grown a lot and gained a bit of experience by playing games. Although she didn't want to be separated from her mother, she couldn't bear to let her mother become her permanent strength. She thought that her mother could go to the spirit world and turn around. Gala. Gala Gala reached out and tapped on the skull of Kila Kila, her eyes were very kind. Cola. Cola Cola understood what she meant, and her eyes were wet again. Is nothing happier for a mother than watching her child grow and live a good life. Cola. Cola Cola places the absorption stone on her skull. Swish. A strange force is generated, and a strange groove appears inside the skull of Cola Cola, where there is a strange space force, which can place a volume no larger than a solid. Accommodate the soul of Gala, naturally no more. Gala. Gala, without any hesitation, plunged her head into the small groove. When Cola Cola becomes Gala Gala, it will be the day when their mother and daughter will see each other again. Xiao Kai saw all this in his eyes, and his heart was deeply touched. This is the power of a mother. I have always heard that everything about Cola Cola is inherited from my mother, but I didn't expect that even the special evolutionary type is. The special evolution of Cola Cola refers to the ghost type and fire type Gala Gala, which is completely different from the ground type Gala Gala. The research community has not yet figured out how this evolved. So far, this special Gala Gala has only been found in the Alola region, so the research community believes that it may be related to the region. But now, Xiao Kai can be sure that this is the power of inheritance. You know so much. Xiaoqi cast an admiring look at Lu Yin. The longer the contact, the more unfathomable Lu Yin felt to him, as if he knew everything. Some things that Dr. Damu didn't know, he also knew. So. Lu Yin pretended not to care and waved his hand, but his heart was a little fluttering. It's really cool to be watched with admiration by an outsider Kai Yi. Kayla walked to Lu Yin's feet, her eyes were a little sad. Come back, Kayla. It won't be too long to meet your mother. The trainer I found for you, she will be very satisfied. Lu Yin took out the Pokeball and pulled Cola Cola back. He didn't plan to cultivate this Cora, but planned to give it to Serena as a gift. In the future, Cola Cola will evolve into a fire type and ghost type Gala Gala, which will have mysterious, weird, gorgeous, explosive, etc. elements. This elf is not suitable for use as a battle elf, it is more suitable for the stage of performance. At the same time, the top floor of the elf tower. Lambda walked up to the old man Fuji with scrutiny eyes. The old man Fuji was a little guilty, and instinctively turned his head. Seeing his performance, Lambda firmed up his guesses and asked aloud, "Old man, are there some things you haven't explained yet?" What can I have that I haven't explained? The old man Fuji flatly denied it. Stop pretending. Lambda smiled coldly and looked at the flute in the hands of the old man Fuji. If I guess correctly, the passage to the spiritual world is not opened by the night demon, but by the flute in your hand playing a specific tune. Mastering this flute means mastering the key to opening the passage here. There are so many ghosts gathered here, there must be something special. What happens if the channel doesn't open? The expression of the old man of Fuji suddenly changed. He had read the family records and knew the consequences of the gathering of ghosts. It was good for a year or two, but the consequences were unimaginable. Noticing the expression of the old man Fuji, Lambda was very proud. The gathering of ghosts should be a bad thing, right? Then it is very important to open the spiritual world channel. Tisk tisk, so it seems that the person who holds the key to this spiritual world channel can have the power to control this area, right? Old man Fuji's pupils shrank suddenly, and the secret he didn't want people to know was finally exposed, and it was exposed in front of a careerist like Team Rocket. No. There must be absolutely nothing wrong with the channel. This thing can't be exposed. In that case. The eyes of the old man of Fuji suddenly changed. He became ruthless, reaching out and biting his own fingers. Seeing his strange behavior, Lambda had a bad premonition in his heart. Old man, what are you doing? What to do? Of course it will kill you all. Chapter 191 _ The Sacrifice of the Old Man Fuji. The Messenger of the Spirit World. Stop, old man, what are you doing? Lambda took out the elf ball and wanted to release the elf to stop the old man Fuji's actions, but his movements were still a step slower. Tick. The blood was left along the hands of the old man Fuji and dripped onto the ground. The old man Fuji's eyes were resolute, and he had the momentum of seeing death as if he were going home. The secrets here must not be controlled by the rockets. The old man Fuji could totally imagine what the rockets would do when they mastered the method of opening the spiritual world, and they would definitely announce the situation here, so that the Alliance would be wary of rats. In order to avoid the gathering of ghosts and harm the world, the Alliance will definitely agree to Team Rocket's request to open a passage into the spiritual world every year. At that time, the spiritual world will not be peaceful, and it will still affect the present world. When that happens, he is a sinner. I swear by my blood. Summon the spirit world messenger to come. Shish. A strange six-pointed star formation appeared on the portal of the purple spiritual world, shining a strange light. The light hit the old man Fuji's body, and an inexplicable message appeared in his mind. Summon the messenger of the third level god level. It was obviously not the first time for the old man Fuji to do this. He glanced at Lambda, thinking of Lambda's strength, he quickly made a choice. Immediately after, the purple light on his body shot back above the portal. Shish. The six-pointed star array emits more dazzling light. At this time, Lambda has released a double bomb gas. Target that old man and try the venom attack for me. Gas. The double bomb gas opened its mouth and aimed at the old man Fuji and shot out a stream of purple liquid at a fast speed. Swish. Seeing these, the purple liquid was about to hit the old man Fuji's body, and a strange black light appeared in front of him out of thin air, easily blocking this wave of attacks. Dark Knight. Cry came from two. It was the champion Dark Knight demon from the spiritual world who appeared in front of the old man Fuji. After it appeared, apart from directing the ghosts to enter the spiritual world, there was no other action, but now I don't know why it suddenly took action. The messenger sent by the spirit world happens to be you, Dark Knight Demon. The old man Fuji seemed to know some reasons, and there was a trace of relief in his eyes. In this case, the ability to teleport is saved, and I may have a few more years to live. But it's just luck in misfortune. You people, you must pay the price. Dark Knight Demon, kill all these people for me. 5 minutes later, Luyan and Xiao Kai arrived at the intersection of the 6th floor leading to the 7th floor of the Elf Tower. I didn't expect the 6th floor of the elf tower to be so vast. Completely different from what you see outside. Xiao Kai looked at the surrounding environment with some novelty. Of the first 5 floors of the elf tower is similar to what can be seen outside the elf tower, but the 6th floor is a little different. After he and Lu Yin came up from the 5th floor, they used the elves to travel, and they used nearly 3 minutes. As for the remaining 2 minutes, it is to deal with the Rockets members upstairs. This 6th floor is of course different. Lu Yin looked around, speechless. Only now did he know that the 6th floor of this elf tower was actually a broken space. Is not a complete secret realm space, but a broken space. I don't know what kind of power has been arranged to the 6th floor of this elf tower, and it is perfectly integrated. These things are not visible at all. If he hadn't entered this place now, he wouldn't have known that this place was so magical that it could still be recorded by the game console. I knew that the game console could record the spatial fluctuations of the 6th floor. I should have come up last time, so when I come again, I can instantly move to the 6th floor of the elf tower. Lu Yin is also extremely lazy, and he absolutely does not want to walk where he can move in an instant. However, I always feel that this space is a bit weird. Lu Yin found a feeling in his heart, I can't tell. Outside before, he used his superpower to pay attention to the situation on the top floor of the 7th floor, so he knew when it was best to take action. At that time, he clearly sensed that the situation on the 6th floor was similar to that of the downstairs. But now it has become like this, and the sound of the game console can also confirm that this is not an illusion or hypnotism, but has really entered a relatively stable space. So, the one I sensed with my superpower. The 6th floor, is it an illusion, or? Lu Yin's heart was covered with a thick layer of suspicion. He tried to clear this cloud of doubts to find out the truth. But at this moment, a huge explosion sounded from the 7th floor above the stairs. What's the situation? Lu Yin and Xiao Kai looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they ran upstairs immediately. Go to the 7th floor. What came into view was a scene full of gunpowder smoke. All kinds of elves were lying on the ground, slouching, their bodies exuding strange black air. These elves have all passed out. What makes people feel even more weird is that there are still a lot of Rockets uniform residues at the scene, but there is no one. In a huge space, there are only 2 people standing in front of a constant purple light door. These 2 people, one is an old man. Lu Yin recognizes him, he is the old man of Fuji. One of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. At this time, he was very embarrassed. Looking at his body, it seemed that he had suffered a lot of injuries. Only 2 elves were left standing in the audience. One is the night demon in front of the old man Fuji, and the other is the double bomb gas in front of Lambda. 2 elves are facing off. Dark Night. Dark Night Demon raised its hands and created a circle of shadow balls on its body. This is one of the domineering powers of the champion elves to change a number of unique moves. Double bounce gas, same fate. Lambda's eyes were full of fear, and after leaving an order for the double bomb gas, he did not dare to stop, turned and ran towards the passage. When he turned around, he happened to see Lu Yin and Xiao Kai. Seeing the outsider appear, he was stunned for a moment. How come there are outsiders here? Where's the Rockets guard? Did something go wrong? There are countless questions in his mind, but the heart on Muta's face is full of surprise. Any case, if someone shows up, he may not have to die. Of a champion is too powerful. Chapter 192 Champion Level Power. Lu Yin, Damn Protagonist Halo. 5/5. Hey, on the opposite side, send out the elves. That old man is crazy, he wants to kill everyone here. Lambda ran towards Lu Yin and Xiao Kai, and seemed to remind them very friendly. The Dark Night Demon noticed this situation, moved his finger, and controlled the shadow ball to fly out, one of which swept over the double bomb gas, and shot it directly towards Lambda's back. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai instinctively wanted to see the commanding fire-breathing dragon to save people. The education he received from a young age told him not to watch elves hurt humans. Let alone watch someone get killed, even if this person is a member of Team Rocket. But before he could speak, Luyan had already made a move. Electric Dragon, Electric Ball. The electric dragon appeared from the elf ball and shot directly to condense an energy ball that gathers lightning energy and the profound meaning of thunder. Swish. The flashing thunder energy ball passed the lambda and the shadow ball touched each other, and the two energy balls began to wrestle with each other. But the fight didn't last long. Boom. The lightning ball exploded, and the shadow ball passed through the smoke and pursued lambda again. However, Luyan had obviously already guessed this situation and had already added new instructions. Discharge. Swish. The dazzling electric shock shot out from the body of the electric dragon, and finally gathered together, and the electric current blocked the shadow ball again. This time, the two unique moves stalemate for a long time. The result has not changed. Shoo. All the current dissipated, and the shadow ball broke through the discharge barrier and shot towards lambda again. So strong. Luyan's pupils shrank. This is also the first time he has seen a champion elf make a shot, and it is also the first time he has played against each other. This first time has really taught him a lesson. Whose strength was at the peak of the Heavenly King level, could exert a strength comparable to that of a champion by relying on its huge body. The difference is too far. Relying on the huge advantage of the body, the giant stinger jellyfish may have a greater effect in destroying each other, but in terms of the power of the ultimate, it is still much worse than the champion elves. Example, most of the power of the night demon is now used to deal with the double bomb gas. It creates so many shadow balls in one breath, the energy is scattered, and the power must be weakened. But as a result, under the same attribute bonus and profound meaning bonus, the electric dragon still failed to stop it by using the two electric type tricks with all his strength, and could only consume part of the energy. Seen that although the champion level is only one level higher than the king level, the gap in strength is huge, far exceeding the gap between each level before. This is the realm of the third level god. Luyan felt yearning, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Electric Dragon, use electromagnetic waves to fight against that person. Luyan gave the order to the electric dragon again, but this time the target has been changed. At the very beginning of the fight, it wasn't because of his sympathy that he rescued people, but because he was very curious about what the Dark Knight demon could do, what did this lambda do, or what secrets he knew. As for the remaining shadow balls, he's not alone. Boom. In front of Shao Kai, the fire-breathing dragon spewed out a hot pillar of fire and the shadow ball collided, and the two unique moves exploded at the same time. The shadow ball was finally blocked. Almost at the same time, the electric dragon emitted a special electromagnetic wave, and the electromagnetic wave visible to the naked eye enveloped lambda. After a twitch, he fell to the ground. Luyan took out a rope from the space watch in his hand and tied the person. Wait until he's done all this. Dark Knight Demon has easily dealt with the double bombing gas, and turned his gaze to the three of Luyan. Dark Knight. Dark Knight Demon raised his hand, looking at this posture, it was preparing to attack. Wait a minute, Dark Knight Demon. Luyan tried to persuade the Dark Knight Demon to stop, but looking at it, he had no plans to stop. It was the old man Fuji who noticed Shao Kai beside Luyan at this time, and hurriedly shouted, Dark Knight Demon, stop attacking first. Dark Knight. The Dark Knight Demon immediately stopped what he was doing and did everything according to the old man Fuji's orders. Call. Luyan breathed a sigh of relief. The Dark Knight Demon was very powerful, he had communicated with the game console in his mind just now, and was ready to run away at any time. Name. Night Demon Attribute. Ghost Feature. Oppression has Hidden Feature. Perception has Level. Champion Level 79 Qualification. Champion Level Intimacy. 25 Skill. Shadow Fist. Heavy. Fire Fist. Frozen Fist. Lightning Fist Immobilization. Tie your eyes tightly. Shadow Attack. Scare. A little. Special note. This is the leader of the spiritual world messenger, who manages all the extradition matters of the spiritual world in the Kanto region. This is an elf who has stepped into the god-level domain and has mastered the profound meaning. One has only a game console. The special description of the night magic spirit shows how powerful it is. Anyway, after the collision just now, Luyan knew that he couldn't beat him. Especially after seeing the double bomb gas of Lambda's Heavenly King level peak 69 using the same life, it only reduced the stamina of the night demon. He already understood that he couldn't handle this elf. I guess it's enough to get into the game. It is very likely that the Dark Knight demon has one move in seconds. This level of elves, who have become emperors and master the secrets, use ghost-type tricks. For elves below the Heavenly King level, the power will be quadrupled, and for the Heavenly King level elves, the power will also be doubled. Not an elf of the same level, it's easy to suffer losses. But what makes Luyan even more surprised is that with such a powerful night demon, he actually listens to the orders of the old man Fuji. This old man is a little hidden. He clearly used his superpower to observe the top floor before. At the time of the situation, the old man still behaved very badly. Could it be that he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Or, is it because Kikuko and Viper are both champion trainers? Luyan secretly guessed in his heart. Shao Kai, you are here. The old man Fuji stepped in front of Shao Kai, reached out and patted his shoulder. A kind smile appeared on his slightly old face. Everyone can see that he has a good impression of Shao Kai. Grandpa Fuji, I'm here to trouble you again this time. Shao Kai said hello politely. He and the old man Fuji met last year, and the two were friends. The old man Fuji nodded, then looked at Luyan and couldn't help frowning. He's Luyan, yes. Shao Kai introduced the identity of Luyan to the old man Fuji. The old man Fuji kept frowning. No matter what. Hearing the identity of Luyan's Taoist Pavilion Master, Luyan's Heavenly King level strength, or how talented he was, the expression on his face did not change. Until Shao Kai talked about what Luyan had done in Lampulchi not long ago. Only then did his frowning brows relax, and he said with a smile, so, little brother Luyan's character is worthy of recognition. Then I have something to say here, but I can let you listen to Shaoqi with you. Luyan, I thank you. Shao Kai, the goddamn protagonist Halo. He actually dares to attack Lao Su who wants to listen, he is not uncommon. I don't know what to say. Chapter 193 Waveguide Power. Luyan, I'm pretending again. 1/5. So, what are you going to tell us? Luyan showed a curious expression, and he had a faint feeling that what the old man Fuji wanted to say was the reason why he insisted on killing Lambda. What secrets should be kept, and people must be obliterated. He is very interested. What's not to say? Don't listen to someone and a dying old man, do you say it? It's the way it is. The old man Fuji raised his head, flashed memories in his eyes, and kept himself a little bit. 10 years of secrets are all told. This matter, I have to talk about my ancestors hundreds of years ago. And now, I have no descendants. But the ocarina of the spirit must never fall into the wrong hands, so I think I'll hand him over to you now, Shao Kai. The old man Fuji put the flute in his hand on Shaoqi's hand. Shao Kai took the disciple with some heavy weight. Under the narration of the old man Fuji, he and Luyan have understood the cause and effect. It turns out that this spiritual world passage is actually controlled by humans, and the ghosts who have gathered here need to be sent away on a regular basis. It turned out that this elf tower was not built by humans, but built by a certain elf with incredible power. It turned out that the line of the old Fuji has always shouldered the responsibility of protecting the elf tower, and they also have magical powers. They can use the blood in their bodies as a medium to communicate with the spiritual world, and seek temporary help at the cost of their lifespan. Don't look at the old man's clothes now, but he is only almost 60 years old. In the elf world where the average age of natural death is 100 years old, 60 years old is nothing at all. However, the old man Fuji already had a twilight. Especially this time, at the cost of the remaining lifespan, he asked the spirit world to send champion-level elves to help. There is not much time to live. If the spirit world had not chosen the Dark Knight demon who happened to be there to help the old man Fuji, instead of sending an elf from somewhere in the spirit world, his lifespan would have been even more. Lu Yin looked at the heavy atmosphere of the old man Fuji and Xiao Kai, and was a little speechless. Isn't this matter easy to solve? What did the old man of Fuji think? Let me ask, can Xiao Kai get this flute? Can he also use your ability, Mr. Fuji? Lu Yin asked a question that he was more concerned about now. According to the old man Fuji, he does not need to pay the price of lifespan for summoning elves below the level of the king, which is a day off after each summoning. Summoning the king-level elves will cost you a year of life. Summoning a champion elf will cost you 5 years of life. He has never summoned a master-level elf, but his predecessors seem to have called him, and he needs to pay the price of 15 years of life. Although it is longevity, it can be regarded as a kind of life-saving. In case of any danger, the master-level elf can come over and be invincible. Of course, Lu Yin doesn't look down on him with this ability, and he has the means to save his life. He was simply curious. Because the old man Fuji chose Xiao Kai, there must be a reason. He can't have this ability. The old man Fuji shook his head, his eyes a little sad. This is the power that remains in our blood, and it's all my fault that I don't have children, so this power spread to me is about to end. I chose Xiao Kai because of his quality and the seeds of the waveguide in him. The seed of the waveguide, what is this? Xiao Kai frowned in confusion. He didn't know he had that kind of thing. So Xiao Kai has the possibility of activating the power of the waveguide. Xiao Kai didn't know, but Lu Yin knew very well what a waveguide was. It was an ability that the human body could master, and he had already initially mastered this energy. Could it be that the power of the waveguide is needed to blow this flute? That's right. The old man Fuji nodded with a surprised expression on his face. Compared with the well-known superpowers, there are not many people who know the power of the waveguide. He didn't expect that Lu Yin's knowledge is quite profound. Only those who have the power of the waveguide can blow this flute to summon it at a specific time. Out the channel. Because Xiao Kai has a waveguide seed in his body, he has the conditions to awaken the power of the waveguide, so I chose him, and I hope he can do this job for me in the future. He doesn't need to guard the elf tower, as long as he comes here regularly to open the passage once a year. Finished. The old man Fuji looked at Xiao Kai eagerly. This. Xiao Kai seemed a little hesitant. Although this was an opportunity, it was also a responsibility. But soon, his expression changed, resolute. He originally intended to take on this responsibility, but he just spent a year here every year. Seeing his expression, Lu Yin couldn't help shaking his head. If this opportunity was placed on him, he would be able to take advantage of it in minutes. Now he can understand why the old man Fuji wanted to kill Lambda and the others. It is very easy for Team Rocket to find someone who can fluctuate the power. If they have mastered the passage to the spiritual world, they don't know what they will do. What? I didn't expect to use the power of the waveguide. Lu Yin touched his chin. He actually had a suspicion in his heart. That, Mr. Fuji, you don't seem to have the power of waveguide. Lu Yin raised his head to observe the expression of the old man Fuji. How do you know? The old man Fuji was obviously taken aback, but he never disclosed that he did not have the power of waveguide. Sure enough. Smile appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. He stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Xiao Kai, and the two of them, exerting a little force, a blue energy ball gathered in the center of his palm. Because I own the waveguide. This. The old man Fuji was shocked and couldn't believe it, looking at Lu Yin's upper wave missile in disbelief. Waveguide. He did not expect that Lu Yin actually had a waveguide. Waveguides are better than superpowers to awaken. Everyone has a waveguide in their body. As long as they find the right way to condense the waveguide seeds, anyone can activate the waveguide. The method of condensing waveguide seeds has been lost. The method of awakening the waveguide is similarly poorly understood. So now the waveguides are far rarer than the superpowers. The old man Fuji didn't expect that Lu Yin was actually a waveguide. This was even better than the quasi-waveguide Xiao Kai, and the eyes of the old man couldn't help flashing a light of thought. Why don't you change your target? Xiao Kai may be about to cry and faint in the toilet. Chapter 194_mutation. The demon of the dark night was instantly swept away. 2/5. Actually, I have a question. Dissipating the gathered power at will, Lu Yin showed an expression that saw through everything. If I guess correctly, it doesn't take the power of the waveguide to play the flute. It takes special power, right? That's right. The old man Fuji nodded and admitted that when he admitted that he did not have the power of waveguide, the secret could not be hidden. Ordinary people play this flute, only to wake up sleeping elves. And when someone with special abilities plays this flute, it can sometimes attract some special elves. If it is played on the top floor of the elves' tower, it can summon the spiritual world passage at special times. Sure enough. Lu Yin lowered his head slightly and reached out to support his chin. In that case, you don't need to keep this elf flute at all. You don't need to give it to Xiao Kai either. How to say? Fuji showed a puzzled expression. Lu Yin showed a smile and pointed to the dark night demon. You can play the flute, give it to it. Any elf possesses magical power. As far as I know, the exit to the spiritual world from here is fixed, right? You can completely hand over the flute to this night demon, and ask it to go to a fixed place on time to open the door, right? This is his job as a messenger of the spirit world, and it's even safer. Elder Fuji. It makes sense. He was speechless. Words, why after so many years, no one of his ancestors thought of this method? Is it also to master this portal and plot something? The old man Fuji secretly guessed, but quickly vetoed it. Even if the portal key is handed over to the elf, the time to open the door will never change. If you want to do something, you just need to keep the time when the spiritual world channel opens, right? In the end, he can only come to a conclusion. His ancestors were so stupid. In fact, not only his ancestors, but also him. Didn't he think of such a simple method in 60 years? Fuji turned his head to look at the demon of the night, and couldn't help asking, the demon of the night, can you play the flute? He couldn't help fantasizing. Maybe, the elves actually can't play the flute, but the answer from the night demon shattered the last fluke in his heart, and kept rubbing it on the ground. Night dark. Dark night demon raised his hands, the lines on his chest began to crack, and a blue light shot out of it, falling directly onto his hands. The blue light dissipated, a flute similar to the one on Xiaoqi's hand appeared in his hand. Dark night. The dark night demon waved to the old man Fuji. Lu Yin helped translate. He has several such flutes. Each flute corresponds to a spiritual passage. It stands to reason that this spiritual world key should be controlled by their night demon clan, but I don't know that there is an accident in the passage here, and it is in your hands. According to the rules of their dark night demon clan, whoever owns the flute is the master and is responsible for managing the passage. Unless it is voluntarily transferred, it cannot be robbed. Fuji. Mr. Fuji is completely dumbfounded. He is really stupid. No, everyone in their family is stupid. This is simply taking on responsibilities that did not belong to them. Are they robbing the work of the dark night demon? The point is that this work is not paid yet. It's ridiculous. For some reason, the old man Fuji felt a little sad in his heart. Contrary to him, Xiao Kai sighed. If Lu Yin hadn't been there, he discovered the secret of the flute, and almost, he would have gone down the old path of the old man Fuji. Although it's only once a year, it's still stupid. But, Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. If the old man Fuji gave him the elf flute, he would definitely give it to him. Say this discovery. Although he is not the rockets, but if the benefits are taken, he will definitely not send them out. Since it was Xiao Kai who got this benefit, let's talk about this discovery. Look at the grateful eyes that Xiao Kai looked at him next to him. Isn't this uncomfortable? Xiao Kai, give the flute to the demon of the night. The old man Fuji said to Xiao Kai in a depressing tone. Good. Xiao Kai immediately handed the flute in his hand to the Dark Night Demon. Dark Night Demon did not refuse. This is the mission and responsibility of their clan, and it is obligatory. But at the moment when the finger of the Night Demon touched the elf flute, a mutation suddenly occurred. Shoo! A strong black light suddenly erupted from the elf flute. After the black light appeared, it immediately gathered into a black energy ball, and then slammed into the Night Demon. Boom! The Dark Night Demon didn't seem to expect this situation at all, and the black energy ball was so close to it, it didn't have time to react and was hit by diameter. The black energy ball exploded, and the Dark Night Demon flew out instantly, smashed into the wall beside it, and then fell to the ground, not getting up for a long time. This scene happened so suddenly that even the Night Demon couldn't escape, let alone Lu Yin and the others. Fortunately, the black energy ball was not aimed at them, they were only affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and they were pushed back several steps and stopped by the shock wave. They didn't react until this time. Seeing the fate of the Night Demon, even Lu Yin couldn't help taking a deep breath. Nima, is this still the powerful Dark Night Demon from before? Isn't he blind? One of the several shadow balls that the Dark Night Demon created at will, it takes the electric dragon to block it several times with a unique trick, which shows its strength. Then the power emerging from the elf flute can actually knock the demon of the night away and keep it from getting up. What level of power is this? Exaggeration. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Didn't he just want to enter the spiritual world to make a fortune, and by the way, find the demon of the night to solve the problem of the Maiden Gorge? Why did he encounter so many strange things before entering the spiritual world passage? But Lu Yin was obviously surprised now that it was a little early. He could figure out the situation. The night demon climbed up from the ground tremblingly, then flew directly to the elf flute and knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowing and chanting words. Dark Night. Dark Night. Lu Yin. Is it so weird? What should I do if I suddenly panic? Is it too late to go now? Chapter 195_Pang El Lanmu Spirit Flute. The Priesthood Medium. 3/5. Fuck. What the hell is going on here? Apart from Lu Yin, Xiao Kai and the old man Fuji and Lambda who was pretending to be dizzy were equally stunned. All these things that are happening now, Nima is too weird. The plots are staged one after another, and there is no chance for people to react at all. Xiao Kai was at a loss anyway. Thinking of Lu Yin's erudition, he subconsciously asked, Lu Yin, what's the situation? Lu Yin. He really wanted to ask a question. You asked me, before I asked who. He could know what the Dark Night Demon was talking about, because the superpower and waveguide ability were activated in advance, and the Dark Night Demon did not refuse its exploration, so he was able to know. Now the Night Demon seems to be panicking, and has absolutely no intention of communicating with him. He doesn't know Elvish either. Where should he go to know what's going on now? Wait, Elvish. Lu Yin immediately chopped off and stomped his feet. Gisi, come out quickly, Gussie. Lu Yin's inexplicable performance made Xiao Kai and the old man Fuji a little confused. Could it be that Lu Yin didn't know what the two were thinking? Otherwise he must let them experience what is real fright and stupid. But when the ghosts appeared, they were not much better. Come. A cloud of black air floated out from the shadow under Lu Yin's feet, and finally turned into a ghost. Gisi still looked like a hippie smile, as if he didn't feel the dignified atmosphere around him at all. There are really ghosts. Xiao Kai and the old man Fuji couldn't help but open their mouths. They thought that Lu Yin was frightened, but they didn't expect a ghost at his feet. And, how can this ghost actually talk about what the hell is this day today? How did things happen? One is more abnormal than the other. Lu Yin has no interest in connecting with Xiao Kai and the two inner thoughts. Pointing to the Dark Night Demon, he asked, Gisi, what's the situation? I listen. DC laughed and flew to the Dark Night Demon for a few laps, then flew back and said, "It's nothing, it's just paying homage to their king." King. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at the flute floating in the air, with an incredible look in his eyes. Could it be that this is the elf flute controlled by the king of the Night Demon clan? It's a bit big. The Night Demon clan manages various portals from the spiritual world to the world, and it is definitely a relatively powerful group of ghost elves. The third-level god-level night demons were almost instantly killed by a shadow ball stored in the elf flute. How strong would the king of this group be? However, how could the flute of the dark night demons be in the hands of humans, and it seems that it has existed for several months and a half? A huge doubt appeared in Lu Yin's heart. After pondering for a while, he couldn't figure out a clue, and he decided to let DC come out. DC, you can help me ask the Dark Night Demons and see if you can know what happened to them. Lu Yin gave DC a look, but the latter shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so troublesome, I know about it." You know. Lu Yin was stunned, and then reacted. DC has lived for thousands of years, and was born in the spiritual world. He almost became a messenger of the spiritual world. It seems that it is not difficult to understand the matter of the Dark Night Demon King. Probably hundreds of years ago, Wang has long disappeared, and this matter is not a secret in the spiritual world. I heard that you haven't come back yet. Missing. Lu Yin frowned. He felt as though he had caught something. Summarizing what he now knew. The missing Ghost King of the Night disappeared 100 years ago. The ghost flute of the Ghost King of the Night. It is now known that the passage to the spiritual world here is not created by anyone, but exists naturally. The ancestors are in control. Speaking of which, why did the flute keep silent, but attack the demons of the night? Also, the elf tower also appeared out of thin air hundreds of years ago. There is a kind of coincidence here in the strange abilities of the old man Fuji and his family. Wait. Light flashed in Lu Yin's mind, and he thought of a possibility. But if this may come true, it would be too shocking. If so, then this matter is a big deal. It's terrifying. But it's not right. If it's the same as what I guessed, how could the old man Fuji be so bad? Did something happen during the period? Lu Yin had a gloomy expression on his face. For the first time, he found that his mind was not enough. Seeing him like this, Xiao Kai couldn't help but care. What's the matter with you? I'm fine. Lu Yin raised his hand towards Xiao Kai, indicating that he was fine. He decided to use the game console in his mind to confirm his guess. Although that could lead to unpredictable consequences. But it could also be big money. Tread. Lu Yin walked up to the elf flute and stretched out a hand to hold it. The elf flute doesn't reflect anything. Call. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly closed his eyes and released the superpower in his body. It is not a prop in the dungeon of the secret realm. It needs to be touched to view it with the game console. It can also be touched by superpower and the power of the waveguide. Shoo! The blue light enveloped the elf flute, and immediately, a message appeared on the screen of the game console in Lu Yin's mind. Prop, elf flute. Effect, one can wake up all the elves that are sinking. When blowing a tune, you can open the designated channel when blowing 3 different energies, which can attract different elves. The power of the clergy of the spiritual realm, and the ghost type trick is doubled. 3 summons any spirit in the spiritual realm. Fuck. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and his heart was shocked. This elf flute is a bit cocky, and it is a priestly medium like the 3 beads of the 3 gods on the island of Asia. Lu Yin didn't believe that such a thing was given to the ancestor of the old man Fuji by an elves and killed him. This is absolutely a leak. If my guess is right, that the king of night demons isn't dead yet, otherwise the elf flute wouldn't be able to attack after touching the night demon. This dark night demon king is definitely sealed somewhere in this elf tower. Wait, somewhere. Chapter 196 _ Little Nebula is here. Enter a special space. Master Ball. 4/5. There shouldn't be the king of the Night Demon clan there. Lu Yin thought of the special 6th floor of the Elf Tower. This 6th floor is very strange. What he personally entered and what he saw with his superpowers was two. Obviously, this 6th floor has two spaces. And this 6th floor, or the entire Elf Tower, is very special. It is clearly within the perception range of his spiritual power, but he cannot use teleportation. That's why he and Xiaoqi walked up from the 1st floor step by step. Couldn't use teleportation, and he couldn't enter that. The 6th floor of the relatively small Elf Tower. Now it seems that there may be an exiled space, forget it. Lu Yin pressed his temple with some headache. He's going to leave it alone for now. This thing is too much unknown information, and besides, he can't enter the 6th floor of this Elf Tower. It is best to wait until he is strong enough to talk about this matter. But at this moment, something suddenly moved in the position of his chest. Immediately after, a pair of blue ears appeared, and Cosmogu sprang from his collar, yawning loudly. Ah! Cosmogu blinked, looking at the strange environment around him in a dazed way. Little Nebula. I'm outside, you'd better go back and sleep for a while, and I'll give you candy when you get home. Lu Yin smiled, and he reached out and touched Cosmogu's head. This little guy has been sticking to him more and more recently. Eating, drinking and sleeping together, Lily has been completely abandoned. He is like raising a daughter. Hoo. This time, Cosmogu didn't listen to Lu Yin's words as usual. His eyes swept around, and finally locked on the elf flute. Seeing this elf flute, it just wanted to see something interesting, so it flew over immediately, and stretched out its two ears to touch it. Woo! A strange blue light emerged from Cosmogu's body, enveloped the elf flute, and then spread to Lu Yin. Swish! The blue light changed in an instant. Very dazzling. Xiao Kai, the old man Fuji and the ghosts all closed their eyes instinctively. When they opened their eyes again, Lu Yin and Cosmogu had disappeared with the elf flute. What about people? Xiao Kai immediately stepped forward to investigate, but there was still a trace of Lu Yin. Ghost. Good, so he was left behind. She's not in a very beautiful mood now. In the meantime, under the leadership of Cosmogu, Lu Yin entered a special space, where there was boundless silence and no dust. After carefully taking care of the surrounding environment, he determined that he was entering another 6th floor. This discovery left him speechless. Well, I was going to let it go, but it came in instead. It's just Cosmogu's words, but it's understandable. After all, this guy can move instantly with one move, and eat all over the world with one move. It seems that in the future, if there is a place that can't get in, you can trouble it. Cosmogu seemed to know what Lu Yin was thinking, turned his head to look at him, the corners of his golden eyes narrowed into a slit, looking very cute. Seeing it like this, Lu Yin surrendered. No, short candy reward. I don't know how you like this one. Isn't it obvious that you can grow as long as you absorb light? Lu Yin hugged Cosmogu in a funny way, and took it up the stairs next to him. The 6th floor of this elf tower seems to be more like the top of the elf tower, with a long upward staircase in the middle, with about 30 steps. There are symmetrical graveyards on both sides of the world, and I don't know what spirits are buried. Scared. Lu Yin quickly walked to the end of the corridor, where there was a huge high platform, not like a tombstone or stone monument, but more like an altar. There is a circle and triangle pattern on the altar. There are round beads on the three corners of the triangle, a moment like a white crystal, a moment like a silver medal, and a stone ball like a khaki. However, what attracted Lu Yin's attention the most was the elf located in the center of the triangle and circle. This pokeball, Lu Yin felt as if he had seen it there. I'm going. Isn't this a master ball? Taking a closer look, Lu Yin suddenly realized that the purple hemisphere and the capitalized letters were not a master ball that only appeared in the game. How come there is a master ball here that claims to be able to directly capture everything? And isn't this something only in the game? Lu Yin was confused in his heart. What should I do if there is a problem? Lu Yin said. Ask the game. He didn't rashly touch the elf that was suspected of being a master ball, but released superpowers from the air to wrap the periphery of the elf ball. Swish. A message appeared on the console screen. Props. Imprisonment cage middle grade function. The environment in the Pokeball is like a steel cage, which can forcibly trap any Pokemon below a first-level god. It has the power of the seal exerted by the supernatural beast Arceus in the heyday that Arceus gave to human beings to check and balance powerful beasts in ancient times. Note, this cage has been used, and there are second-level gods and night demons in it. All go. Lu Yin couldn't control the shock in his heart, and instinctively burst out a foul language. This tool is also insane. Not a Pokeball, but a cage. A cage that can imprison any elves below the first-level god. Doesn't it mean that the highest level can directly trap the second-level gods? And this is only middle grade, so is there still high grade? But seeing the origin of this cage, Lu Yinyu thinks all this is very reasonable. This item is actually related to meteorites and Arceus. Arceus's sealing ability, just look at Hoopa, who still doesn't know where it is sealed, and you can know 1 or 2, it has not been officially shot. The power of meteorites is also very strong. Chang, the leader of the Galaxy team in the Sinnoh region, Kai Riwailai, will snatch some from the Curtain City, and extract special substances from it to create a red chain. This red chain is an item that can trap Palkia and Diaruga. But now, these two abilities are added together, and it is no wonder that a prison that can trap a second-level god has quality. It is estimated that the cage of high quality can already trap a first-level god. It's so powerful. Lu Yin sighed, then held his chin and began to ponder. There is actually a night demon trapped here. That's pretty much what I guessed. Then should I let it out? Chapter 197 _ The Dark Night Demon King is out of trouble. Ghostly Mystery Orb. 5/5. Fear of an egg. It's all trapped, and I'm worried about this and that, it won't make a fortune. And I have to go to the spirit world in a while, so let's settle things quickly. Lu Yin finally decided to release the night demon. This is not only to satisfy curiosity, but also to see if he can order something good from the king of the night demon family. Back 10,000, if this dark night demon king should not be banned and let him go, he will still be worth a Pokeball that can directly catch a second-level god, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yin picked up the prison ball and pressed the top S switch. Swish. A strange purple ray of light shot out, and in the ray of light, there was a dark figure looming, and it was constantly magnifying. When the purple light dissipated, a night demon that was about twice the size of a normal night demon appeared in front of Lu Yin, and the huge scarlet eyes shone with golden light. This must be Dark Night Demon King. Dark Night Demon King looked at Lu Yin, and the yellow stripes on his chest suddenly opened, releasing a black gas. These gases quickly turned into a human appearance, and he made a leisurely voice. Human, you are finally here. This sentence shocked Lu Yin. You know I'm coming. Yes, isn't this our agreement? The Dark Night Demon King showed a puzzled expression. I give you strength and token, after you become stronger, break the barrier and release me. Have you forgotten? Lu Yin. He feels that this Dark Night Demon King may be a naive person, and it is estimated that all human beings have a face in front of him. Why there is such a guess, please see the human appearance simulated by the Dark Night Demon King with black gas. It has a nose, eyes, and a mouth, but it gives people a faceless feeling, which is very weird. However, the words of the Dark Night Demon King made Lu Yin realize that the reason why this guy was trapped might be different from what he had guessed before. Feeling a lot more relaxed, Lu Yin decided to chat with the Dark Night Demon King. Dark Night Demon King, how long have you been trapped? 350 years. The Dark Night Demon King replied. 350 years. Corner of Lu Yin's mouth twitched, and his thoughts became more and more firm. This Night Demon King must not know much about human beings. How can humans live 350,350 years old, but the human ghost in the spiritual world maybe, so it will have such a misunderstanding. The history of the Elf Tower should also be 350,350 years old. Dark Night Demon King, I just celebrated my birthday not long ago, and I'm from the Blue Star world. Do you think I'm the person you agreed on? No. Dark Night Demon King, but it doesn't matter to any human being. You release me, and according to the agreement, I will reward you. After speaking, the Dark Night Demon King stretched out his hand and put it in front of his stomach. A black light shot from it, and a beautiful black bead appeared in his hand. This is the ghost-type Profound Truth Orb, the reward for my promise. No matter what. Was that person you at the time, and now you release me, he belongs to you. The Dark Night Demon King threw the beads at Lu Yin. I go. Lu Yin immediately wrapped the orb with his superpower and carefully controlled it to fly over. Although he knew that this thing could not be broken, he was still so careful. This thing is a ghost-type Profound Truth Orb, a good thing that is many times more precious than ghost-type Profound Truth crystals. Occasionally someone can find the crystals of profound meanings, and the top families may also have a little reserve. Mystery orbs are very rare. In the world's top auctions, there may not be a one for several years. Every time it appears, it must be beaten to death. Because the Profound Truth Orb can help the elves master the profound truth, which means that the elves will enter the champion level sooner or later. And having another champion elves means the birth of a champion trainer. Champion level trainer is the top combat power of the human society in the two worlds. This wave of earning. Lu Yin used the ghost-type mystery orb to receive it in the game console as soon as possible. In case the Demon King of the Night regrets what to do after finishing all this, he asked the Demon King of the Night curiously, "You can take the liberty to ask, what happened back then that you were trapped here? Also, did you make any promises with that human? You set me free, these questions can tell you." The Dark Night Demon King did not reject Lu Yin's request, and recalled, the spiritual world is different from the present world, because both humans and elves have endless lives, and neither will die, except some reincarnations. Outside, the specter of pushing in it began to grow more and more. Ghosts don't die naturally, but they can be swallowed. If you want to become stronger, you still need resources. So wars break out in the spiritual world every once in a while. And our Night Demon clan is the appointed messenger of the spiritual world, in charge of the priesthood of the spiritual world. No ghost will provoke us, but we also have the responsibility to guard the various spiritual world passages. I am the king of the Night Demon clan. I can appear anywhere and open any channel through my exclusive elf flute. 350 years ago, there was an accident in the spiritual world passage here, and a powerful ghost wanted to go out. I came to stop it, and only then did I know it was a conspiracy. Conspiracy. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Isn't this the plot of fantasy novels? The ghost was abducted into the spirit world. There are many ghosts of evil nature. The Dark Night Demon King Ji continued. There are human ghosts in the spiritual world and a master-level death coffin at the entrance. Wait for me, and ambushed me. But I have the main force of the priesthood and can exert the strength of the sect master, so they inspired the relics of the Elf Tower here, sealed me with a prison, and placed me in the special enchantment on the 6th floor. In the past 10 years after that, a human who awakened the waveguide got my elf flute and happened to enter the range of the Elf Tower. After I talked with him, we made an agreement. He helped me get out of trouble, and I repaid him by giving him 3 benefits after getting out of trouble. One of them is the ghost-type mystery orb on me. The other 2 benefits, I have given him in advance. Chapter 198_3 Holy Pillars. Is the Elf Tower a secret? 1/5. Gives 2 benefits in advance. Lu Yin raised his brows, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. If these 2 benefits are not given in advance, will he be unhappy? And soon he will know, he thinks too much. I bestow the blessing of this human spirit world, so that he can use blood as a guide to summon the spirits of the spirit world. The strength of summoning the spirits depends on the price he pays. Even below the Heavenly King level, he can summon unlimitedly, and each summon requires a day off. Heavenly King level elf, he needs to consume the ability in the evolution stone. All kinds of low-grade evolution stones can be used. Champion level elves need to consume mid-grade evolution stones. Master level elves need to consume high-grade evolution stones. Evolution stone. Lu Yin was a little confused. Isn't it his lifespan? He asked the Dark Knight Demon King this doubt. Lifetime. Shook his head with a puzzled look. I don't know either. Maybe it's because the consumption is not enough. It will absorb the blood of your body. The lifespan of human beings is not fixed, it mainly depends on the body. In ancient times, some people lived for hundreds of years. Fuck. Lu Yin said that he has learned a lot. It turns out that there are people who can live for hundreds of years. What is the situation in ancient times? There are black technologies far beyond the present, and human lifespans far beyond the present. Speaking of lifespan, Lu Yin couldn't help showing a strange expression when he thought of the old face of the old man Fuji. If this poor old man knew that he could complete the summoning with only evolutionary stones, but he has been consuming human blood essence, I don't know how he would feel. Don't tell him about this kind of thing, but don't be angry. The second benefit is the right to use the elf flute. Dark Knight Demon King continued. This elf tower is a bit special, it can gather ghosts. So I gave the human elf flute the right to use the flute, so that he could open the channel on the day when the power of the elf tower was weakest, and send the ghosts gathered here into the spiritual world, and he could take the opportunity to enter the spiritual world to subdue some ghost-type elves and find all kinds of props. Lu Yin was a little speechless. Co-authoring the two benefits given in advance is not a bad idea, it's just that he, who is a game machine, doesn't care about it at all, this benefit. Words. The person who made a deal with the Dark Knight Demon King should be the ancestor of the old man of Fuji, and that person is also a fraud, and it seems that there is not much real information passed down. All became legends. The old man Fuji never wanted to go to the spiritual world to make a fortune, and he used his life to play summons. Thinking about it, it's really pitiful. Then are you going to leave here now? Lu Yin asked the Night Demon King. Dark Knight Demon King controls the humanoid phantom. I want to return to the spirit world. It's been 350,350 years, and I don't know what's in the spiritual world now. That's it. Lu Yin clicked on this Dark Knight Demon King, who was very good at talking, but he didn't have any heirs, so he decided to give a warm suggestion. Then you don't have to rush back to the 7th floor of this elf tower. There is a champion-level night demon, who is one of the leaders of your clan now. For information about the spiritual world, you can ask him first. Human, thanks for the reminder. Lu Yin, the Night Demon Dynasty, cast a grateful glance. He was originally planning to communicate with the elf flute and use the power of the priesthood to return to the spiritual world. Lu Yin's suggestion could save him a lot of energy. The most important thing is that he cannot be in a hurry to expose. Human, you got my friendship. This prop is for you. Blow it near any spiritual world passage, and I will be there as soon as possible. The Dark Knight Demon King took out a flute that was twice the size of his hand and handed it to Lu Yin, then walked towards a stone ladder next to him without looking back. At the end of this stone ladder is a stone wall. Dark Knight Demon King walked to the camera of the stone ladder, stepped through the stone wall, and disappeared. Lu Yin couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Blindfolding or spatial ability. Originally, he thought that the stone ladder was only for decoration, but now it seems that he thought of this enchantment a bit simple. Seeing the Demon King of the night, Lu Yin didn't leave in a hurry, he focused his attention on the altar again. Ball that can imprison him. He has already received it in the game console. Now he was curious as to what the 3 spheres would be that could be put together with the prison sphere that trapped the Dark Lord. It should be a good thing. With a trace of anticipation, he took the lead in picking up the khaki sphere. Immediately after, a message appeared on the screen of the game console. Props. Regic's token effect. 1 Combining with Jisquel's token and Regis token can activate the enchantment 2 means you can find the secret realm of the temple where Regic is located. Special note. Each 3 holy pillars will have its special token. Find the token, you can find them and open the secret realm. It's actually a token of the 3 gods pillar. Lu Yin showed a surprised expression. Although the 3 gods pillars are not very useful and they don't look very good, they are divine beasts after all. Really not good, it's also very good as a collection. So, these 2 should be Regaze's token and Regis Chill's token. Lu Yin put away Regilock's token, and then picked up the remaining 2 beads. The situation was the same as what he had guessed. These 2 beads were the tokens of the other 2 3 god pillars. Boom. Just after Lu Yin picked up all the 3 beads, a strange roar sounded in this space. With this abnormal sound, Lu Yin was surprised to find that the stone ladder that the Dark Knight Demon King had walked through before began to move, and it moved to the bottom end of the space. When the stone ladder was fixed, a mouth appeared below. Immediately afterwards, a strange light lit up above the position of the prison ball, and a silver key was suspended and rotated continuously. The secret key. Lu Yin showed an unexpected expression, but he was dissatisfied with the movement of his hand, and he would hold it in his hand for the first time. Props. Nexus Key Realm Elf Tower Control Center Function. 1 The authority to open all portals in each channel of the Elf Tower. Within 1,000 radius of the Spirit Ball, you can instantly move to any position in the tower and open the attached special secret, Ghost Graveyard. Attached Special Secret Realm, Ghost Graveyard. What is this? Chapter 199_Elf Tower Secret Realm. A cornucopia. Ghosts. Click on a cool song. 2/5. Ding. Special spatial fluctuations are detected. Start recording. Ding. It takes half an hour to record. After half an hour, the recording is completed, and a game copy of the Elf Tower can be generated. Ding. The secret map is being generated. Ding. The secret map has been generated. Ding. It is detected that the host has the secret key, and the secret record is successful. Hearing the familiar voice of the game console resounding in his mind, Lu Yin finally determined that the Elf Tower had indeed become a secret realm. However, what the hell is the Ghost Graveyard in the sub-secret realm? Lu Yin curiously turned on the game console and clicked on the map of the Spirit Tower. Soon as he clicked on the map, Lu Yin was surprised to find that his location was actually the 7th floor, while the one he and Xiao Kai and the others were staying at before. The 7th floor became the 6th floor. No wonder the stone ladder moved to the back. Looking back at the stone ladder at the bottom and the entrance at the end, Lu Yin's eyes flashed a hint of clarity. Soon, he found a purple light door behind the altar in front. Behind this purple light is that special secret realm, Ghost Graveyard. This secret realm is actually the special 6th floor, where outsiders can enter through the stairs on the 5th floor, is just a small space again. Ghost Cemetery, is it a paradise for ghost elves? With deep curiosity, Lu Yin checked the function of this subsidiary secret realm through the game console. Next second, his breathing stopped. Ghost Cemetery. The cemetery is a paradise for ghost-type elves. There are 100 cemeteries, and the ghost-type elves living here will be happy. Ghost-type elves are sleeping in it, and every month there is a 1% chance of breaking through qualifications, comprehending profound meanings, and awakening new skills. I made a profit. This time I really made a profit. Lu Yin's heart was beating wildly. He never thought that this special attached copy would be so powerful. 100 cemeteries means there are 100 locations. Every month, there is a 1% chance to help ghost-type elves break through their qualifications, comprehend the profound meaning, and awaken new skills. This ability is simply against the sky. The chance of 1% seems to be very low, but if this effect spreads, it will definitely be crowded by all trainers who train ghost elves. This subsidiary secret realm doesn't matter much to Lu Yin. He has a game console, and he doesn't care much about elf aptitude. Comprehension skills are also comprehended according to level, and even profound meanings and rules can be comprehended only by breaking through the level in advance. Holy place for ordinary ghost trainers. This is a cornucopia. I can open up places to make money, or cultivate talents myself. In the future, when the strength is reached, you can't do everything yourself. Even the gym, I'm planning to take care of Rena and Camizli. Thought flashing in his eyes, Lu Yin quickly gave this place. No need to say, it belongs to him. It's not just here, I want someone to enter. After all, the elf tower has been open for so many years, and I don't know how many people's elves are buried here, anyway. The first few floors are also useless. If you can, continue to open. But the 7th floor and the affiliated secret realm must not be compromised. Tone temporarily in his heart, Lu Yin put away the secret key, turned and walked towards the stone ladder below. Swish. Passing through the stone stairs, Lu Yin found that he really came to the 7th floor before, and now the 6th floor. The location of the exit is at the innermost part of this floor, and the purple portal of the spiritual world passage is blocked right in front of the stone ladder, so this place has not been discovered yet. That's better. For the time being, no one needs to know the existence of the 7th floor. Lu Yin thought about it. If he controlled the secret realm, he would close the access from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. Swish. Stone ladder began to sag, and finally fit the ground completely, leaving no gaps. The door on the 7th floor was closed immediately, and the newly emerged wall was perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. If someone walks here, they must not find that there are actually stone stairs and portals hidden here. Nice. Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction, and then walked out from the portal of the spiritual world. It didn't take much time for him to be brought into the special barrier by Cosmogu, to release the Dark Knight Demon King, and then to obtain various benefits. All in all, it only takes about 5 minutes to fully count. In front of the portal, Xiaokai and the old man Fuji were still waiting at the intersection, and Lambda continued to pretend to be asleep. Only the Dark Knight Demon had disappeared. Maybe it was taken away by the Dark Knight Demon King. Ghosts was cursing in a corner. This fool, he didn't bring his concubine. It's so boring. I didn't expect that he actually found the Dark Knight Demon King. Now it's good, the spiritual world will be 100% messed up. But this has nothing to do with the old lady, anyway. The old lady is in the current world. But before the Night Demon King left, let this queen remember to return to the spirit world. What can I do? There are so many delicious and fun things here, I can't bear to go back to that place in the spiritual world. Where birds don't poop. It's better to think of a way to get Lu Yin to subdue me, then I don't have to leave. Speaking of which, Lu Yin helped the Dark Knight Demon King get out of trouble, and the matter of Maiden Gorge could be resolved in minutes. I could have followed him justifiably. Well, in this case, I can totally pretend not to accept him, let him come and beg me, and finally agree. Haha, this feeling is so wonderful. Miss Jia Ben is so smart. Gui Si showed a smug smile, a very wretched smile. Maybe it was because Lu Yin was not there, it spoke very loudly, and it didn't shy away from the 3 of Shaoqi 3. The 3 of Shaoqi are all speechless, and Lambda, who is pretending to be asleep, can't hold back anymore. Why does it feel like a ghost's mind seems to be a little bad, but I can say what's in my heart, but it's okay concubine, old lady, this queen, this lady, these are the names of the middle 2 girls, and they used to call themselves Uncle Ben. So what gender is it? The most important thing is that she still wants to trick Lu Yin, the master, who has a very good brain circuit and fits the character of Gui Si. Unfortunately, it didn't live well. Yeah, ghost. I think you're pretty smart too. Lu Yin's voice sounded behind Gui Si. It didn't respond at first, and the smile on its face became more and more smug. That's right, Lu Yin has only cheated on me a few times, and then he's arrogant. This time, Miss Ben is going to tell him that he will be treated, or... Guisi suddenly realized something, turned his head sharply, and saw Lu Yin's smiling face. You are so powerful, why don't I help you talk to the Dark Knight Demon King and call you back to the Spirit World Messenger team? Chapter 200_Enter the Spirit World. The place where the crystals of profound meaning are located. 3/5. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Guisi showed a smile that was uglier than crying. That, if I say it, I'm just joking, come on, do you believe it? Lu Yin chuckled and asked back, what do you think? Look at Lu Yin's, full of weirdness. Smiled, thinking of Lu Yin's incomparably dark heart, Guisi shuddered all over his body. I was wrong, I admit it. You're really wrong, don't mess with me. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. The use of this word is a bit subtle. Okay, give me back to the shadow and stay well, don't think about some boring things in your mind all day long. I'll remember this time, and next time, Lu Yin grinned at Guisi, and his smile was full of threats. No next time, definitely not next time. Guisi shook his head into a rattle and rushed into Lu Yin's shadow for the first time. Returning to the spirit world is impossible to return to if you are killed. Being a messenger of the spirit world is also impossible to do if you are killed. There are all kinds of delicious food, computer games, and TV series to follow in this world. You can live up to Lu Yin's heart is black. Guisi has made up his mind that anyone can be provoked in the future, even the divine beast can be just attacked, but only Lu Yin can never be provoked. Otherwise, such a smart elf must have no idea how he died. I am speechless. Guisi is not bad at all, but the nature of prank is just too hard to change. Lu Yin shook his head slightly helplessly, and then waved to Xiaoqi. Let's go, Xiao Kai, go to the spiritual world to do business. After working for a long time and still doing business, Lu Yin was also very speechless. This is another episode of the Demon King of the Night, and it's a crystallization secret realm. It's really troublesome. If he can choose in the future. He said please come a few more times. The favor of the Dark Knight Demon King, the ghost-type mysterious orb, the awakening of the 3 sacred pillars, the secret realm key, the affiliated secret realm, etc. Isn't he bad for getting so many benefits in such a short period of time? Let's go. Seeing that Lu Yin had nothing to do, Xiao Kai nodded coolly. He is a man of interest. Although he is curious about what Lu Yin has experienced during this period of time, and how he released the Dark Knight Demon King, he will not ask much. The old man Fuji has no extra thoughts. After the appearance of the Dark Knight Demon King, he immediately discovered the power inherited from his ancestors, so he mentioned the time of the year. The ancestor Dark Knight Demon King took the elf flute away, and he was nothing but light. Not only that, he no longer has to worry about the rockets leaking secrets. Go away. Lu Yin took a step to enter the portal first, but after his body, he turned back, and superpowers appeared in his eyes. Swish. The bodies of those spirits on the ramen, the ghosts of the Dark Knight, Lambda, and the other Team Rocket sprites, please go to a place to be your guests. Shish. Lambda and the sprites of Team Rocket disappeared in an instant. They have been sent to the 7th floor by Lu Yin using the ability of the secret key to cooperate with the superpower. Quote. Lambda opened his eyes suddenly, looking at the strange and sealed environment around him. He suddenly wanted to cry without tears. I had known that when Lu Yin wasn't here just now, I would give it a try, and maybe I would still be able to leave. It's all right now. Lu Yin walked into the spiritual world with a relaxed smile on his face. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The resources of the rockets, rather than leave it to the Alliance, might as well take it away by myself, right? At the same time. Spiritual world. On top of a barren mountain. Stood here quietly, leaning on a cane, looking at 4 huge rocks not far away. Turning around these 4 rocks, Granny Chrysanthemum showed a satisfied smile on her straight face, and a trace of excitement flashed in her cloudy eyes. Very good, very good. There is no sign that the rock has been moved, and the holding thing should still be there. Come out, Gengar. Granny Kikuko picked up her cane and tapped on the ground. A head popped out of the shadow under her feet, with a weird smile on her face. Ghost, come in. Swallow what's inside, and you might take that step. As long as Gengar takes that step, none of the rockets present will want to leave. Hint of flushing on the old face of Juzy's mother-in-law, which was an extreme expression that a person would only have when he desperately desires something. Click. A small abnormal noise sounded behind Granny Juzy. She turned around abruptly. Who? Of course it's me, King Chrysanthemum. Viper Instructor folded his arms and stepped out from behind a tree. He did not show panic because of the stalking exposure, but showed a contemptuous smile. I'm very curious, what is the good thing that can make you temporarily hold back your desire to shoot against the rockets, and cooperate with me pretending to be? You want to know? Granny Chrysanthemum turned around, took out a pokeball and pressed it lightly. It depends on whether you have the ability. He who is afraid of whom? On the other side, Luyan and Xiao Kai passed through the purple 10-meter passage and exited from the portal in the spiritual world. Who? Soon as the two stepped out of the door, they were discovered by two Rockets members who were guarding the door. Noticing the clothes of Luyan and Xiao Kai and Team Rocket, the two didn't respond slowly. They took out the Pokeball and wanted to release the Pokemon. But they are still in a passive position after all, and the speed is not fast enough. Swish. A black shadow shot out from Luyan's shadow, and Guici appeared in front of the two of them like lightning, with a smile on his face, and red rays of light blooming in his white eyes. Go to sleep, you guys. Go to sleep, you guys. Of the two Rockets, the two only felt that their heads were heavy, they couldn't speak, and their bodies had no strength, and their eyes became darker and darker. Pada. The two fell asleep and fell to the ground. Luyan walked over to the two of them to take a look, and smiled at Guici. Your reaction is dissatisfied. That is, it must be dripped. Leave all the little things to me. Guici grins. This is. Give her 3 points and 3 colors to open a dyeing workshop. Luyan didn't bother to pay attention to it, turned his head to Xiao Kai and asked, where are we going next? South, there is a first-level secret realm that I accidentally discovered. There is a strange pond in the center of the secret realm, and I found a crystal of profound meaning that is condensing there,